Chapter 100, By Bidong's Black Silk was torn apart. First update. Aquapea Forest, where the trees were lush and deep. In fact, the perimeter soul beasts were not scarce. They all hid in the shadows. Actively searching for them was indeed troublesome. Unless one ventured deeper inside, there they might encounter older soul beasts. But by then, it wasn't the soul beasts that would be hiding, but the soul masters who came to hunt. On the outskirts, the soul beasts looked adorable to you, but deep inside, you looked adorable to the soul beasts. At that moment, Elder Yan Ying glanced at the glass ball in Bai Bidong's hand and couldn't help but curl his lips, filling soul beasts into this little trinket. Let's not talk about how a soul beast could squeeze into it, but can it even fit in this thing?
Your Grace, will that kid really drop treasures? I've heard it's been quite bustling over there these days.
Elder Yan Ying had been accompanying Evil Moon and Hulina in the Aquapea Forest for 4 days, ignorant of the events inside Soul City. At this point, Bai Bidong stopped and looked coldly toward Elder Yan Ying.
From now on, wherever we are, address him respectfully, because I'm not certain if he can hear our conversation, understand?
Seeing the serious expression on Bai Bidong, Elder Yan Ying was stunned and could hardly believe it.
What exactly happened to make your grace?
After finishing her words, Bai Bidong walked straight ahead. Hulina listened from behind, her face revealing a look of surprise. So, Senior Lin Yi was going to be one of their martial soul hall's own. This was too blissful. Bai Bidong then reached an area that was slightly more open and said solemnly to the few people behind her.
Step back a bit, it's my first time using it, I don't know what will happen.
The several people moved back. Evil Moon couldn't help asking.
Your Grace, can this thing really be used to contain soul beasts? Won't it be shattered by a slap from a soul beast?
Bai Bidong shook her head.
Senior Lin Yi said it, so it should be no mistake.
Hulina asked curiously.
Teacher, what quality of reward is this? Red Jr.
Red! Holy damn! It's actually red. How much damage is required?
The siblings were both shocked, with Evil Moon even grabbing his head in horror. Even when they used their soul fusion skill, they only managed to deal a little over 40,000 purple damage. At this point, Bai Bidong turned around, her shoulders lifting with a touch of pride.
Not much, just 260,000.
Suddenly, Evil Moon and Hulina felt like they were choking.
Not much, just.
Only Elder Yan Ying stood there bewildered, listening to their conversation. Damage? 260,000? What's that all about?
Teacher, I also wish I could deal as much damage as you.
Hulina looked up at Bai Bidong with admiration.
You first get your soul ring.
Bai Bidong said gently, looking at her, then as if she remembered something suddenly.
Right, Nana, I have something prepared for you. What's that?
No sooner had Hulina spoken than she saw Bai Bidong take out a soul bone with a dark red glow. It looked like a torso bone, but somewhat different. It felt like it was much more advanced than a torso bone. Red intermediate level reward, a 100,000-year-old attached soul bone, the 8-spider spear. Once you merge with it, you'll be almost invincible among your peers. At that moment, 2 thump sounds suddenly came from the side. Bai Bidong and Hulina both turned their heads. Only then did they see Evil Moon and Elder Yan Ying had slumped to the ground with weak legs.
100.
Elder Yan Ying felt like he was having a nightmare in broad daylight. Hearing that word drained him of all his strength. It was precious enough to be an attached soul bone, but to be from 100,000 years. The probability of obtaining one from a soul beast must be 1 in 10 million. Evil Moon immediately knelt on the ground, crawling over to Bai Bidong one knee at a time. He clutched at the hem of Bai Bidong's dress, pleading,
Your Majesty!
Bai Bidong. She pretended not to hear and continued to Hulina.
This fell from Senior Lin Yi during the battle. I can't fuse with it, so I'm giving it to you.
Hulina's eyes brimmed with tears.
Teacher.
Bai Bidong smiled as she patted her head, but at that moment, another disharmonious voice came from the side.
Your Majesty, look at Moon Moon. Moon Moon also wants to be your disciple like Nana.
Bai Bidong looked down with a cold expression.
Take your hand off. No.
Evil Moon clutched tightly to the hem of Bai Bidong's dress. To secure happiness for the future, latching onto this wealthy and powerful battle princess would be the best. Out of regard for Hulina's face, Bai Bidong refrained from getting rough. She pulled on her dress with force, and Evil Moon's hand fell away with inertia. But the next moment,
Rip!
Bai Bidong was dumbfounded. The hand Evil Moon lowered actually tore a large hole in the stockings on her leg. On her slender left leg, the torn black silk spread apart, revealing the pale flesh of her thigh slightly squeezed outwards. Evil Moon's eye twitched as he looked at Bai Bidong timidly.
Your Majesty, it seems the quality of your trousers isn't very good.
Upon hearing this, Bai Bidong could bear it no longer.
This is called black silk. It's a reward from a 130,000 damage drop. It can create a 5% attribute boost when worn, and the boost is gone if it's torn.
After saying this, she grabbed Evil Moon by the collar, her voice cold.
Evil Moon, are you tired of living? Go get me a 130,000 damage output.
Bai Bidong threw him to the ground, staring at him fiercely.
Remember, you now owe me a black intermediate level reward.
Evil Moon was on the verge of tears. Having said that, Bai Bidong handed the 8-spider spear to Hulina.
Go back and start the fusion. Call me when you begin.
Yes, teacher.
Chapter 101, Dai Tian, there is a master named Lin Yi in Seoul City. Your Majesty, please show yourself. Second update. Upon pressing the button, the soul beast within the glass sphere instantly vanished, and the entire sphere shrank down to about 2 meters in diameter. What suddenly appeared inside was a snake-type soul beast. At that moment, the snake-type martial soul shared an expression of shock just like the 4 people outside, as it began to wildly release skills inside, but its skills couldn't penetrate the glass. Even if Bai Bidong believed Lin Yi's words to be true, she still jumped when she witnessed it with her own eyes. It could really change in a second. If it was that convenient, then there would be no need to wander around the forest when hunting for a soul ring. This would save 100-fold of time. Upon observing the information of the soul beast on the glass once again, Bai Bidong was still not satisfied. She waved her hand backward.
You two come over as well. See if there is a soul beast that suits you.
Evil Moon and Hulina immediately followed. Bai Bidong kept pressing the green button without stop, switching the soul beasts inside numerous times without making a selection. Either the lifespan of the soul beast didn't match, or the type of soul beast didn't fit well with the two's martial souls, or Hulina and Evil Moon simply didn't like the current soul beast. Only then did Bai Bidong realize how difficult it was to pick a soul beast for these 2 guys, especially Evil Moon, who was so picky.
Here you try.
Bai Bidong impatiently pulled Evil Moon over. Evil Moon pressed the green button, and the glass sphere shrunk from a diameter of about 5 meters to around 2 meters. But the 3 of them were taken aback at this moment. Because what appeared inside the glass sphere was an imposing man in a black robe with a burly figure and a dignified look. A human. That shouldn't be right. Wasn't this glass sphere only capable of capturing soul beasts? The man inside the glass sphere looked around in surprise, carefully touched the glass with his hand, and only when he looked up did he see Bai Bidong and the 2 siblings standing there.
Humans!
The man was equally astonished. How powerful must these humans be to transfer him to this space without him being aware of it? That must be a power belonging to someone at the level of his lord. He was dumbfounded.
Damn, Senior Lin Yi's stuff is awesome.
Evil Moon exclaimed, then chuckled.
Hee hee, this is a red reward. What makes you think your little soul beast self could break it?
Evil Moon was extremely smug. He had just felt a threat to his life emanating from this man. But the next second, he found that the glass made the man's attacks look like a mere tantrum, which amused him to no end. Evil Moon walked toward the glass sphere to check the information on it.
Lin Yi, Senior, who is he? Is this transparent container his?
The man in black asked in surprise. He found that he couldn't break out with his own strength. It was outrageous. Evil Moon was extremely arrogant at this moment, laughing through the layer of glass at the man in black.
Senior Lin Yi is one of our own from Seoul City. This treasure was given to us by His Highness specifically to catch little soul beasts like you.
Catch soul beasts.
Buzz!
And blank. Seeing that Evil Moon had no reaction for a long time, Hulina couldn't help but ask.
How is it? What kind of soul beast is he?
At this moment, Evil Moon turned around with a stiff body and pale face, responding.
Golden-eyed black dragon King Dai Tian, the leader of the ferocious beasts in the Aquapea forest, 814,564 years.
Right now, every adjective in this introduction shattered Evil Moon's cognition. Even through a layer of invincible glass, his legs were going weak. Dai Tian frowned.
Humans, let me out or I will make you pay in blood. Is Lin Yi your leader? Let him come see me.
At this moment, Bai Bidong stepped forward with a cold expression and pressed the green button directly. Dai Tian disappeared, and inside the glass ball, a 100-year-old long-billed duck appeared. Bai Bidong pressed the red switch again, opened the glass ball, and as the long-billed duck saw the humans, it immediately fled in terror with a quack quack quack. The glass ball also shrunk back to the size of a fist in Bai Bidong's hand at that moment.
We should not stay here long. Let's hurry back and come another day to hunt for soul rings.
Bai Bidong said. Using this thing to find soul beasts really makes it a lot more convenient, but the uncertainty is also particularly high. If you captured a ferocious beast and you can't kill it, the beast, upon knowing your location, will immediately come to kill you. The four immediately left the place without stopping. About half a minute later, a heaven-shattering dragon's roar lingered in the sky as the golden-eyed black dragon king landed. Its aura frightened the soul beasts within hundreds of meters to flee in all directions.
Gone!
He furrowed his brows, observing his surroundings. Dai Tian was about to pursue the victory, but the foot he had just stepped out was carefully withdrawn. There is a human named Lin Yi in Seoul City.
Favorite!
Wheel segment again. Lin Yi thought to himself, but if Thousand Waves heard this thought, he'd probably ask, Senior, are you being polite? Damage 314,652, red intermediate.
Congratulations, great priest, you've achieved the first red intermediate damage level, and once again you've broken your own damage record.
Chapter 102, Classic Skill Drop, Star Luo Emperor with Davis, Zhu Jian Rush over third update. 310,000.
Senior, you don't need to congratulate me. Setting a new record is just a trivial matter for me. I really hope that someday I can break someone else's record, not just my own.
Lin Yi. You old coot, you seem pretty confident in your damage, huh? Just wait until you've read Yeshiandi's story, and we'll see if you still have that confidence.
By the way, Senior, what's the reward? The big wheel.
Thousand Waves' expression instantly froze. As the first person here to get the big wheel, the result turned out to be a white-level prize. He was now allergic to the words.
The big wheel. Gulp.
Thousand Waves made an obvious swallowing sound. Lin Yi smiled slightly.
Don't be nervous. As long as it's a reward from the big wheel, it represents both opportunities and challenges.
This time it's the fixed damage skill roulette. The wheel contains multiple skills with specific names, and each skill on it has real creators. The damage of each skill is different, ranging from 1 to 1 million. Once you draw a skill, the damage you deal with it in the future will also be a fixed number. Thousand Waves was stunned. To possess a skill that can deal 1 million damage. This is indeed way better than the Lucky Roulette. Even the luckiest draw from the Lucky Roulette is just a one-time jackpot prize. But if you draw a 1 million damage skill from the skill roulette, that's the chance to hit the jackpot over and over. After all, the skill you get is permanent. Thousand Waves admitted he was excited. His normally unlucky hands were itching to try. Lin Yi tossed the red glowing orb into the air, and it turned into a huge roulette wheel. The fixed damage skill roulette is a single-layer wheel, still covered with a casing. To witness the final result, the needle cover plate must be opened.
There are 2 pointers in total, one above and one below. The upper one is for the skill name, the lower one for the corresponding damage. Look at the skill first, then the damage.
Lin Yi explained in detail. Thousand Waves nodded, indicating that he understood. He glanced down at his hands thinking, you've got to show some spirit this time. This is the first red intermediate reward earned by dealing damage. It must start with a bang, right?
Start whenever you're ready. I'm ready.
Thousand Waves took a deep breath and approached the wheel. He grabbed the wheel and swung it downward forcefully, causing the entire skill roulette to start spinning with a thunderous roll.
Give me a high damage skill. Give me a high damage skill.
Thousand Waves silently prayed. The spinning wheel eventually stopped, and Thousand Waves let out a breath, his heart full of trepidation. Lin Yi looked calmly ahead.
Now I will reveal the skill name for you.
He used the system's power to open the upper needle cover plate. Thousand Waves hurried forward to look.
Lightning 5 Whip.
Seeing the name, he was overjoyed. It sounded so powerful. A skill accompanied by Thunder Element. And there's a 5-fold hit. Isn't that the damage fully stacked? Is it also going to come with a Lightning Whip? It wouldn't be a divine artifact, would it? Thousand Waves was extremely nervous, but couldn't hide his joy. Without a doubt, this lottery was a sure win. Now it was just a matter of how high the damage would be. Lin Yi's expression was a bit weird.
I'll reveal the skill damage for you.
Lin Yi said, opening the pointer switch panel below. Thousand Waves rushed over quickly. His expression changed, though. First, his eyebrows furrowed, followed by a great look of surprise.
Damage of 10. Senior, does this Lightning 5 Whip only deal 10 damage?
Thousand Waves asked, looking at Lin Yi with legs that seemed to be giving out. If it's 10.
This was created by the famous martial arts master Ma Baoguo. The skill is divided into 5 stages of damage, with each stage dealing 2 damage, so 5 stages total 10. You should now have grasped the skill.
A speck of gold light burrowed into Thousand Waves' head. After realizing the skill, he suddenly slumped to the ground as if resigned to his fate. Thousand Waves looked at Lin Yi distrustfully.
This 5 Whip,
Exclaimed Thousand Waves angrily, and he immediately left the stands. Chrysanthemum Douluo, seeing this, couldn't help but become curious.
Great priest, why not try it out and see? We can help you figure out at which stage there was such a significant reduction in damage.
She suggested. No sooner had she finished speaking than Thousand Waves' eyes fixed on her momentarily.
Chrysanthemum, are you not happy living?
He asked. At his words, Chrysanthemum Douluo instantly tensed up and quickly shut his mouth. Even though he didn't know what he had said wrong.
Seoul City is so lively. I was just passing by and thought to greet the Pope, but to my surprise, I've stumbled upon such a grand event. What a rare occasion.
This voice was deep and resonant, clearly using soul power to amplify it. Lin Yi looked up and saw a convoy on the outskirts of Soul Master. Atop the carriages in the convoy was a majestic white tiger totem, the exclusive emblem of the Douluo royal family. The totem took everyone by surprise, especially Emperor Zuo and his group. Why are people from Xingluo here too? When did they get the news? The convoy stopped, and the curtains of a carriage were lifted. Dai Ben, all smiles, stepped down, followed by a young man with long golden hair and handsome features, and a young woman in a black uniform with an explosive figure. Dai Ben spotted the young man sitting on the stands at first glance. Without changing expression, he shifted his gaze and looked around jovially.
Such a bustling scene. Where is the Pope?
I'm right here.
A cold, pleasant voice came from behind. Dai Ben immediately turned around and saw Bai Bidong and her group slowly making their way over, coming unexpectedly from outside the city. Bai Bidong had just returned and saw the Douluo royal family's convoy. This was indeed getting exciting. The Tiandu Empire, Xingluo Empire, 2 great sovereigns gathered in Seoul City. Without saying, Bai Bidong knew who Dai Ben was there for. She gave no warm welcome, passing by Dai Ben coldly. But at that moment, everyone's gaze suddenly converged on Bai Bidong's legs where her stockings were torn. Dai Ben and the young man behind him were both stunned. That leg attire. Chapter 103, as soon as the word comes out, the law follows, teaching you how to behave. First update. Bai Bidong's long legs, bared and set against the sheer black veil, looked dazzlingly white. They appeared as if someone had dishonored her, eliciting a sense of pity in the hearts of onlookers. Dai Ben and Davis swallowed hard in unison. It all felt so strange. No, they had to take another look.
Ahem.
Zhu Jian coughed lightly, drawing the attention of the father and son back to reality. Although she too was curious about what exactly Bai Bidong was wearing on her legs that drew so much attention, one shouldn't stare so blatantly. Dai Ben gave an embarrassed smile, moving forward with Davis and Zhu Jian immediately following. The Xingluo caravan was parked far off to one side, suggesting they weren't planning on leaving anytime soon. Dai Ben kept observing Lin Yi in the stands. He had just realized that Lin Yi, who had become famous throughout Seoul City these past few days, was just an ordinary youth. He didn't seem to have anything special about him. Indeed, everyone was shocked when they heard the rumors about Lin Yi, but upon seeing him in person, they couldn't help but doubt. It couldn't be helped. It was hard to imagine that such an ordinary-looking youth could possess such miraculous abilities.
What's all the excitement here about?
Dai Ben asked, feigning ignorance, but no one paid him any mind. Pretending to have just noticed Emperor Zhuo, he greeted him with feigned surprise.
Wow, Snow Knight, His Majesty. It's been so long since we last met, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Indeed, Ben, it's been a long time.
Emperor Zhuo responded with a smile. Of course, he knew Dai Ben had come hoping to get a piece of the action. Hell, he'd brought his son and daughter-in-law along. This was a family affair.
Are you the Star Luo Emperor?
Just then, a cold voice came from the stands. Dai Ben turned his head, looking at Lin Yi. He paused for a moment. In that moment of eye contact, Dai Ben felt a chill run through him. The youth's gaze was piercing, locking onto him as if it could see through his soul. The intensity of that gaze was no ordinary thing, so Dai Ben quickly concluded that the youth was surely not as simple as he appeared.
I am prepared to accept your apology at any time.
Lin Yi said, looking at him indifferently. Dai Ben was taken aback and then burst into laughter.
My apology? Are you dreaming in broad daylight, young man, or have you mistaken me for someone else? Why would I need to apologize to you?
He was being very stubborn. Actually, the main reason was that he hadn't witnessed Lin Yi's abilities firsthand. As an emperor, he certainly didn't want to be the first to lose face. Lin Yi had anticipated that he wouldn't admit to anything. How could such a person be willing to lay down his imperial dignity in front of everyone? But what Lin Yi wanted was to make him drop his imperial facade in front of everyone. Bai Bidong and Emperor Zhuo had both shown subservience to him, so who did this mere Star Luo emperor think he was, with his pride and confidence?
Senior, may I first help Prince Kinghe with the offense?
Thousand Waves was feeling rather dejected at the moment, wanting to end this quickly and then go back to look at the inspirational lives of successful men. The Lightning 5 whip had utterly shattered his morale. Thousand Waves needed emotional comfort from the inspirational lives of these men. Senior. Dai Ben noticed the address. The number one individual of the Martial Soul Hall was calling this youth a senior. Lin Yi nodded calmly.
You may start any time. Good.
Thousand Waves and the two made their way to the stands. Dai Ben no longer spoke, but instead watched intently. He was eager to see if the rumors were fact or fiction. Thousand Waves and Cayenne Rengsu took their positions, having discussed the offensive strategy. Fourth Soul Skill Angels I plus Martial Soul True Body, Thousand Waves, plus Sixth Soul Skill Angels Holy Light Cayenne Rengsu. As for when to add soul rings to the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, Cayenne Rengsu had yet to decide. It would certainly take some time. But if she can't see Lin Yi for even a single day, she feels unbearable all over.
Martial Soul True Body.
Thousand Waves shouted loudly, and the gigantic 6-winged angel phantom unfolded behind him. Zhu King released angelic holy light, which slowly enveloped Thousand Waves' entire body inch by inch. At the same time, a golden eye appeared above the angel phantom. The eye opened, and a light sword burst out from it, fiercely stabbing into Lin Yi's body. Bang! The sound of that heavy hit made Dai Ben and the other two's eyes tremble. What the hell? Really? You still trigger martial soul, true body in a fight against an ultimate Douluo? Are you kidding me? Dai Ben's and Davis's eyes were equally wide open. An attack from an ultimate Douluo's martial soul, true body.
Your damage is 274,366, Red Junior level, rewarded with 5 chances for command obedience.
Lin Yi said.
Command obedience.
Hearing this term, everyone wore an interesting expression on their faces.
I shouldn't need to explain what this ability does, right?
Lin Yi asked. Zhu Qinghai immediately shook his head but said with some disbelief.
Senior.
If you don't believe it, you can use up one opportunity to try it and see the effect for yourself, which could give you confidence to use it in the future.
Lin Yi said with a slight smile.
I see that His Majesty from Star Luo seems not too convinced. Why don't we try it on him?
Dai Ben looked at the stands up above with a smiling, yet not smiling expression. It's not that he didn't believe it, but he was a little disappointed. He had hoped to see some kind of tangible reward. Instead, he got a somewhat abstract command obedience, and only 5 chances at that. Who would easily waste such a powerful ability? They definitely couldn't bear to use it, so it would never be possible to prove its effects. So it couldn't be fake, right? This inevitably made one doubt its authenticity.
Fine, use it on me once. I am rather curious indeed.
Dai Ben said nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Zhu Qinghe nodded, struggling with what command to give. He did believe in Lin Yi. The ability must be real, so the command shouldn't be too overbearing since the other party is, after all, the Star Luo Emperor.
Kneel down.
Zhu Qinghe said to Dai Ben. Thump. Chapter 104, Dai Ben regretfully apologizes as the heavy tank lands, stunning everyone's second release. Davis's eyes widened in shock, and Zhu Jian also took a step back in surprise, covering her mouth. As the most powerful soul master in Xingluo and simultaneously possessing the emperor's authority, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers, Dai Ben's glory was unrivaled on every front. He was always high above the rest. But today, he had knelt down due to an ability granted by that young man.
Father, are you deliberately cooperating with them?
Davis suddenly asked in a low voice. Dai Ben's face showed both shock and surprise. He vigorously shook his body, but the only result was his upper body swaying left and right. His knees were as if rooted to the ground, immovable. A harsh reality finally presented itself before him.
Qinghe, that's enough. Hurry up and let your uncle Dai stand up. An emperor of a great empire kneeling in public, what kind of decency is this?
You're clearly mocking me, aren't you? Dai Ben cursed inwardly. His entire face darkened. Qinghe nodded, about to let Dai Ben stand up, when Lin Yi spoke up.
Wait a moment.
What is it, Senior? If you now let him, who is bound by the his words became law condition, stand up, it would be equivalent to using another his words became law opportunity. You'll have 3 chances left.
Oh!
Qinghe was startled. Lin Yi spoke indifferently.
The condition of his words became law can be lifted after 5 hours. It's a relatively short time. These 5 opportunities are precious. I advise you not to waste them.
Upon hearing this, Dai Ben's face turned ashen. What? You want me to kneel for another 5 hours? 5 hours is short, you must be joking with me. Qinghe's face was filled with conflict for a moment. But in reality, his mind was very clear. Damn it, thinking of wasting one of my chances, Dai Ben, don't even dream of standing up.
Uncle Dai, please bear with it a little longer. It wasn't easy for Qinghe to receive this reward, and besides, it was your voluntary action.
Qinghe smiled apologetically at Dai Ben. The latter immediately despaired. It must be Lin Yi taking revenge on him, it must be. Some anger and humiliation swirling within, Dai Ben glared at Lin Yi.
Brat, guiding him to try it on me right from the start, was it just to mess with me?
Lin Yi, as if he had heard nothing, closed his eyes and maintained silence.
Say something, damn it.
Dai Ben collapsed, shouting at him. At this time, Ghost Douluo turned to Lin Yi.
Senior, since you have granted Prince Qinghe such an ability, logically, you should have this ability as well, shouldn't you?
As soon as these words dropped, all eyes once again turned to Lin Yi. Dai Ben swallowed hard.
You little rascal, hurry up and let my father stand.
Upon hearing the commotion in front of him, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He looked at Davis, who wanted to cause a scene, and said in a cold voice,
You kneel as well.
"Thump." Davis knelt down with an astounded expression. He stared at his knees in shock, finally understanding what it meant to have his body out of control.
Do you want to try it as well?
Zhu Yun stiffened and voluntarily knelt down towards Lin Yi's direction. The emperor and the prince had knelt, so by emotion and reason, she should not be standing now.
I am always ready to accept your apology.
The hateful thing was, he had even mocked Lin Yi then, asking if he was dreaming. Dai Ben was filled with regret.
Senior Lin Yi, I was wrong. I specifically came to apologize to you. I should never have disturbed you. I truly know my error now.
Dai Ben said with a friendly smile, trying to regain Lin Yi's favor.
To know your mistake and correct it is the greatest virtue. But the problem is that you did not apologize in time, so you'll still wait for 5 hours.
Lin Yi said with an expressionless face. Dai Ben felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. He now really wanted to slap himself to death. If he had just apologized at the beginning, why would he have to experience all these humiliations? He didn't dare to lose his temper anymore. Lin Yi's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He guessed that if Lin Yi wanted him dead, it would be just a matter of speaking.
Father,
Davis turned his head back, unsure of what to do.
just kneel properly.
Dai Ben scolded in a low growl. The distant Xingluo soldiers attempted to come over and help, but Dai Ben stopped them with a shout. Lin Yi swept them with an indifferent glance, and then turned his attention back to the two from Thousand Waves.
Don't worry about them. Start your second attack. Yes.
Zhu Qinghe was thrilled, never imagining he could gain such an awesome ability to command at will. He was now placing even more trust in Lin Yi. After Zhu Qing and Thousand Waves discussed and executed their second attack, Lin Yi looked toward the panel. Blood loss, 294,635. Remaining health, 899,977,363,564. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Leopard 2A7 Tank *1. Host reward, Leopard 2A7 Tank *3. As a Blue Planet person, Lin Yi was directly astonished. He had never imagined that the Red Junior prize pool would have such a reward. This was the second Blue Star weapon to appear after the Black Advanced Level bullet. Lin Yi looked at Zhu Qing, somewhat unable to imagine a scene in the future where Qian Rengsu didn't spread her wings to fly, but instead directly fought in a tank. That scene.
Damage 294,635. Red Junior, your reward is a Leopard 2A7 tank.
Lin Yi announced, knowing they'd definitely be baffled by the reward. So he simply didn't mince words and hurled the red light orb in his hand onto the open space next to him. Boom! Chapter 105, Gu Yuina's Menstrual Period First Update.
This is a war chariot. Whether in defense or offense, it can be considered invincible.
Invincible.
Let's wait for a necessary moment to use it. This one only has 3 shells, which is very few, and if you want more, you can only get them through rewards. And its power is great. It's inconvenient to use here.
Zhu Qinghe nodded blankly, but still couldn't help but raise his hand to touch the camouflage-colored iron skin. There was a sensation of cold and heavy substance, like a slumbering, ferocious beast that upon awakening would wreak havoc with corpses and blood as far as the eye could see. Zhu Qinghe liked it very much, and he immediately took out his soul tool to store the tank inside it. Fortunately, the space inside the soul tool was large enough, otherwise, he reckoned it might not fit such a big guy. Invincible weapons of war, huh?
Prince Qinghe has reaped quite a harvest. Congratulations. However, I'm in a bad mood, so I will go back and read the biographies of characters bestowed by Senior Lin Yi.
Thousand Waves said with his hands clasped.
Great priest, please take care.
Thousand Waves left gloomily, head bowed as he walked toward Marshal Soul Hall. Seeing the boss leave, Lin Yi Douluo, who was being led by the third offer, suddenly jumped up excitedly.
Yay, Big Brother is gone. Now I'm your big brother.
He broke away from the third offer's grip and approached the 5 guest elders.
You 5 old guys stand up straight for me. Chest out, head up.
Lin Yi Douluo placed his hands on his hips, commanding the 5 hyper Douluo standing in front of him. And the 5 white-haired old men, facing such a child, didn't dare to object and could only obediently stand up straight on the spot. Helpless to act otherwise despite his youth, he is an ultimate Douluo after all.
Who is Lin Yi?
The man in the black robe bellowed, his voice spreading across the field. He had 3 bloody scars on his face, as if clawed by some sharp talons. Dai Tian was extremely vexed. He had intended to report a matter to his lord, only to find that his lord was undergoing divine tribulation. Whenever his lord awoke from her slumber, she would face a heavenly tribulation. Her very existence seemed to greatly displease those in the divine realm. And his lord, who was already irritable upon waking, only became angrier when faced with the divine tribulation. Emperor Dai Tian, rushing to deliver the news, just happened to encounter His Majesty during a
Time of the month. What trivial matter has brought you to disturb me? Dai Tian, are you growing tired of living?
How could humans possibly possess a divine artifact capable of capturing ferocious beasts? They should try capturing me with it.
If you disturb me during my tribulation again, I'll tear you into 2 halves to serve as my breakfast and dinner.
Remembering these words, Dai Tian couldn't help but feel his legs go weak. It was only natural for His Majesty not to believe this matter. If Dai Tian hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that such a device capable of capturing the foremost among ferocious beasts like him could exist. The notion that humans possessed such a device was simply preposterous. Yet the reality was that they indeed owned such a divine artifact.
Senior, I used the trapping device you gave me to help Nana capture soul beasts in the Aquapea forest, but I accidentally caught him. It seems he's come looking for trouble.
Dai Tian,
Yes, it seems he's the leader of the ferocious beasts in the Aquapea forest.
Lin Yi felt a mix of amusement and dismay. It was extremely lucky, almost defying the odds, that the trapper managed to capture Dai Tian.
Were you the ones who caused the injury on his face?
Lin Yi noticed something different about Dai Tian. Bidong shook her head.
No, those 3 scars weren't on his face at that time.
Who the heck slapped him then? Lin Yi wondered to himself.
all right, you can go down now, I understand. Yes, senior.
Bidong walked down the stairs, trusting that Lin Yi could handle this 800,000-year-old ferocious beast.
Who is Lin Yi? Step forward, or I'll make sure that Seoul City knows no peace.
Dai Tian's voice was low and heavy as he spoke. As he walked over, the sky above darkened ominously. At this moment, he exuded an aura of facing 1,000 foes alone.
Who are you disrupting my attack? Are you tired of living?
The Lin Yi Douluo stood on the platform with arms akimbo, glaring fiercely at Dai Tian.
I am Emperor Dai Tian. Could it be that in the grand Seoul City, there's only a child brave enough to speak?
Dai Tian stopped, and at this moment, the Gua Sha masters on his path quickly scattered to either side in fear. Clearly, a formidable character had arrived, and he didn't seem to be human. Undaunted, the Lin Yi Douluo strode toward Dai Tian.
Who's Dai Tian? I don't know you. Roll back to wherever you came from and don't bother my senior Lin Yi.
Dai Tian had no intention of picking a fight with a little one. Seeing the crowd parting in front of him, he simply walked past Lin Yi Douluo and continued forward.
Crocodile's tail swing.
Chapter 106, Lin Yi, Can You Handle It, Delicate Dragon? Second update. Dai Tian's mentality was a bit shattered. He had come to make trouble in Seoul City, and he couldn't even defeat a human child. If a human child was this powerful, then what did he have to brag about against that guy named Lin Yi?
You insignificant Dai Tian, overestimating yourself, watch how I ouch, ouch, ouch.
Before Lin Yi Douluo could finish his sentence, he was directly carried away by the third offer from behind.
Second brother, Leave it to Senior Lin Yi, you can't afford to get hurt.
The third offerer said anxiously. The great priest had ordered that the second brother was still too young to be involved in such dangerous affairs. The man in the black robe was obviously not simple. To be able to safely withstand the crocodile's tail swing from an ultimate Douluo and emerge unscathed, his strength was clearly at least on par with an ultimate Douluo. The third offerer could not allow the second worshipper to take this risk. Seeing the human child being carried away, Dai Tian inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. That had been embarrassingly close. Now he looked straight ahead and noticed the young man sitting in the stand. Almost everyone here was positioned around him, as if they were subjects before an emperor.
You're Lin Yi, right? That glass space thing is yours.
Dai Tian asked.
I am Lin Yi, and yes, that thing is mine. If you want to get treasures from me, then I welcome you to come and kill. I'll kill you.
Before Lin Yi could finish speaking, Dai Tian had already started to answer. Believing he had the power to quickly dispose of this human and then make a full retreat, Dai Tian was confident in his capabilities. Having not set foot in the human world for many years, Dai Tian was surprised that even a child in Seoul City now possessed the power of an ultimate Douluo. Therefore, he couldn't stay long to avoid unwanted complications. He planned to quickly flee after killing Lin Yi, this ordinary human. As Dai Tian charged forward, a high-pitched dragon's roar emitted from his body. A shadow flashed as the stand shattered and an inky black dragon claw heavily struck Lin Yi's heart. His speed was so fast it surpassed the sight of almost everyone present.
Roar!
After completing his attack, Dai Tian immediately turned into a gigantic black dragon and soared into the clouds to escape. He moved so quickly that even the damage rebound from Lin Yi's body had not caught up to him. After the hunt was over, everyone on the scene was somewhat dumbfounded by what they saw. Lin Yi, too, sat expressionless, a bit perplexed by Dai Tian's hastiness in fleeing. He didn't have a single wound on his body.
Did that big dumb dragon really think he'd killed Senior Lin Yi?
The third offer nodded.
Seems like it.
Lin Yi didn't understand why Dai Tian was acting so timid.
Anyhow, let's forget about this little interlude. Kid, continue the attack.
Lin Yi gestured to Jin Yi Zio Douluo to come on.
Yes, Senior Lin Yi.
No sooner had Jin Yi Zio Douluo stepped onto the stair than a loud boom was heard not far away. Everyone looked to see Dai Tian descending from the sky again, his face filled with astonishment. Dai Tian 0-0. Looking ahead, the dragon was stupefied. If it weren't for the lack of smell of blood, Dai Tian might really have thought he had succeeded. How did this guy not die? What the hell? Having lived for so many years and stained his hands with so much blood, Dai Tian didn't think for a second he had made a mistake in any step of the process. That boy was definitely supposed to be dead. But here he was, sitting there unharmed, which made Dai Tian completely flabbergasted.
How did you not die?
Dai Tian walked forward a few steps, with a look of bewildered shock on his face. Everyone except Lin Yi couldn't help but suppress a chuckle. They actually found this soul beast somewhat adorable in its stupidity. Even though he looked pretty fierce. Lin Yi hooked up the corner of his mouth, resting his chin on his palm, and watched him with interest.
I'm curious too, why can't you kill me? What's the matter, delicate dragon?
Dai Tian's eyes widened, and he took several shocked steps backward. The world of humans has changed. He remembered coming to the human world thousands of years ago when every human would tremble in fear upon seeing him, some even wetting themselves.
Come here, I'll give you another chance to kill me. Whether you succeed or not, I'll reward you with a treasure for free.
Lin Yi looked at Dai Tian with a smile that was not quite a smile.
You let me kill you.
Yes.
Dai Tian walked forward with trepidation, not daring to guess the strength of the surrounding people. But they must be very powerful. As for the common young man named Lin Yi.
I know you think I can't kill you, don't you? But if I do kill you, how about you give me that glass space?
Lin Yi nodded and simultaneously took out his glass sphere, placing it beside him.
Kill me and the item is yours, fail and I'll still give you something. That's my principle. Kill me and I'll drop treasures so I treat everyone equally.
Dai Tian didn't care about Lin Yi's principles, he wasn't interested. He extended his right claw, with black energy of extinction gathering on it.
Dragon God Claw.
A loud and high-pitched dragon's roar emitted from Dai Tian, and he swung his claw forcefully at Lin Yi, causing even the air to make a sound of agony. Bang! After the attack, Dai Tian was unguarded and got knocked off the platform by the damage rebound from Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi calmly looked towards the panel. Loss of blood, 336,432. Remaining blood volume, 899,977,027,364. Damage grade, red intermediate. Random reward, cultivation increased by 100,000 years. Host reward, gained 500,000-year soul rings. Dai Tian climbed up with a horrified look, his eyes wide open as he stared at Lin Yi. He was dumbfounded what had sent him flying just now. And this young man, he was still unharmed. If he missed such a close shot, he really was blind, but he hadn't missed. At that moment, Lin Yi raised the red orb in his hand and looked at Dai Tian, lifting the corner of his mouth to say,
Your reward.
Chapter 107, The Seven-Colored Heavenly Tribulation Descends, Lin Yi Assists on the Scene, third release. Dai Tian couldn't believe Lin Yi had any reward for him, as his heart was filled with nothing but defeat. Since when could he not kill even an ordinary human?
I couldn't kill you because I am too weak, but if my lord takes action, your life will certainly be taken.
Dai Tian said through gritted teeth. Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Lord, Gu Yuina. Well, let her come. Gu Yuina could be said to be the peak of combat effectiveness throughout Soul Land. According to the original description, she seems to be the most beautiful female character as well. The thought of her left Lin Yi salivating.
Don't you want your reward? Keep it for yourself.
Lin Yi chuckled softly and flicked the red orb of light in his hand toward him, merging into him from his back. The next second, Dai Tian's body stiffened in place. He turned around and stared at Lin Yi in surprise, his expression one of disbelief as he asked,
What did you just give me? Haven't you felt it already? 100,000 years of cultivation.
At these words, everyone was shocked. Senior Lin Yi could actually bestow cultivation, and 100,000 years at that. This must be a huge blessing for a soul beast. Indeed, especially for a soul beast like Dai Tian, who was nearing 1,000,000 years old, obtaining cultivation really wasn't easy. With a thud, Dai Tian knelt down. He didn't dare not to kneel. Humans had really freaking become gods. They could even give away cultivation. What the heck did humans consume these past few thousand years to develop so quickly? Lin Yi wasn't surprised by Dai Tian's action of kneeling. He looked at him calmly.
Do you still want a reward?
Without any hesitation, Dai Tian nodded fervently.
Yes. Then keep on coming and attack me. What? Didn't I say? Only by attacking me can you obtain rewards. The higher the damage, the better the quality of the reward.
Dai Tian hadn't been listening closely before. His expression became a little strange. Was this some sort of divine rule? Why would such a rule exist? He wondered whether his lord knew about it. Surely someone of her stature would be clear about it. Dai Tian took a deep breath and stepped up the staircase once more.
The higher the damage, the better the quality of the reward.
He confirmed once again. Lin Yi nodded his head. Dai Tian hadn't used his full strength just now with the Dragon God Claw, as he believed that being so close, even an ultimate Douluo would be severely injured if not killed. There was no need to exert his full power. So, should he exert more effort to obtain a higher quality reward? Dai Tian's right hand was covered with fine black dragon scales, the fingers thickening and lengthening, sharp black claws extending from his fingertips. A quiet, annihilating aura gathered on every sharp claw. Dai Tian's eyes turned gold, and he raised his palm, in which a black hole even formed due to the overwhelming aura of darkness. Claw of Annihilation. In this moment, the aura that belonged to the dragon god burst forth, descending upon Lin Yi. Boom! This time, Dai Tian was on guard. He could even see the massive surge of energy erupting from Lin Yi's body with his naked eye. But despite being prepared, Dai Tian was still sent flying off the stage with a ferocious expression by the damage rebound. Damn it! It happened again. Dai Tian ended up planted in the ground like a carrot. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 526,843. Remaining health, 899,976,503,451. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, Heavenly Tribulation card *5, various sky lightning. Host reward, Heavenly Tribulation card *10, various sky lightning. Golden Junior damage.
Damage 526,843. Golden Junior, your reward is 5 Heavenly Tribulation cards.
Dai Tian didn't understand what
Damage
meant. He only paid attention to the name of the reward. Heavenly Tribulation card. He knew about traversing Heavenly Tribulation, a process every soul beast must undergo, facing the Heavenly Tribulation every 100,000 years. Of course, the Heavenly Tribulation for his lord was even more special. As soon as her aura was exposed within the range of the god's view, her designated Heavenly Tribulation would immediately descend.
Golden Junior. Damn! Such high damage.
Oh my god, who the hell is he?
Numerous shocked voices rang out around them. Bai Bidong's expression became even more serious, grateful she hadn't faced Dai Tian head-on just now. Otherwise, she would have had to use a deity experience card. Hearing the shocked voices around him, Dai Tian couldn't help but curl his lips upward. These humans act so modest, yet their damage levels must be much higher than mine, right?
Here are 5 Heavenly Tribulation cards. Take good care of them. Each card ensures you can safely pass any form of Heavenly Tribulation. Help through Heavenly Tribulation.
Dai Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had experienced 8 Heavenly Tribulations and certainly knew their terror, which became increasingly horrifying with each subsequent one, each time feeling like he had walked through the gates of death. Even his lord found these Heavenly Tribulations extremely troublesome. Lin Yi nodded.
Yes, your cultivation just increased by 100,000 years, and the 900,000 years Heavenly Tribulation should be arriving soon, just in time to resolve this urgent crisis.
As soon as he finished speaking, a clap of thunder suddenly rang out in the sky. Everyone at that moment looked up to see a terrifying black vortex suddenly appearing in the clear sky. In the center of the eye of the storm, there was lightning and thunder. Dai Tian immediately felt a shiver of dread.
It's Heavenly Tribulation, so soon.
Lin Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth.
Well, you did advance in cultivation quite fast.
Boom! The lightning in the sky thickened within seconds, with flashes of all different colors streaking across the clouds. Dai Tian's expression was filled with disbelief.
7-colored Heavenly Tribulation.
Just then, a red sky lightning bolt suddenly descended, but its direction seemed off, striking Lin Yi directly with a heavy blow. 697,843. Lin Yi was shocked that was the recent hit. Damn it, is this the power of the 900,000 years Heavenly Tribulation? Seeing Lin Yi getting struck by lightning, Dai Tian hurriedly apologized.
Sorry you got caught in it.
After speaking, he quickly jumped off the spectator stand. Lin Yi, however, didn't want to lose the damage and immediately shouted.
It's okay, you can stand next to me.
Chapter 108. The main thing is to talk about serious matters. Touching the leg was just a whim. First update. From the moment the divine tribulation appeared to the moment it vanished, the surrounding soul masters still hadn't come back to their senses from the shock. Whether it was Bai Bidong or the second worshipper, even the most experienced people there had witnessed a fierce beast's heavenly tribulation for the first time. Instantly, the weather changed dramatically, and a natural phenomenon was born. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a man-eating vortex. What shocked them even more was that the terrifying 7-colored lightning, thick and full of astounding energy, did not cause any damage to Lin Yi. They finally recognized it. Even heavenly tribulation could not harm Lin Yi. Was he not a deity? Who else could be? For a moment, all the soul masters couldn't help but regard Lin Yi with newfound reverence. For a deity to grace Soul City, it was truly a huge fortune for Soul City.
May I?
Dai Tian carefully stored the 4 heavenly tribulation cards in his hand and cautiously asked Lin Yi.
Here, you are free to come and go as you please.
Lin Yi looked at him with a calm expression. He welcomed all the strong to come, and he was not afraid of them leaving. Because he believed that once they tasted the sweetness here, not a single person could resist the endless temptations that followed. Even someone as proud as Gu Yuina, Lin Yi was confident that she would succumb to his.
Embrace.
Upon learning that he could leave safely, Dai Tian was overjoyed. He needed to hurry and present these heavenly tribulation cards to his lord to ensure his lord could safely pass through the heavenly tribulation. Dai Tian transformed back into a huge black dragon, flew into the sky, and disappeared in a flash toward the direction of the Aquapea forest. Watching him leave, Lin Yi waved his hand to Bai Bidong.
Did Senior call for me?
Bai Bidong pointed at herself with some surprise.
Yes.
Okay.
Bai Bidong walked up to the stands, her feelings mixed with unease, afraid that Lin Yi would criticize her because of the incident with Dai Tian. Upon arriving in front of Lin Yi, Bai Bidong still knelt down, her thighs gleaming white where they weren't covered by the black silk.
Please, Senior, punish me.
Bai Bidong slightly bowed her head. Lin Yi looked at her blankly. Punish her for what? For tearing the black silk. Embarrassingly.
I asked you to discuss the Soul Master competition with the 2 emperors, and now that we are all here, it's time.
After hearing this, Bai Bidong inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Yi didn't blame her, everything else was negotiable. She hadn't left a good impression on Lin Yi to begin with. She didn't want to add a bad one now.
As you command.
Bai Bidong said respectfully. She was about to rise when suddenly her body stiffened. Because at that moment, Lin Yi's hand was on her thigh.
If the stockings are ruined, you shouldn't wear them. Damaged stockings don't offer any attribute enhancement.
Lin Yi said with a cold voice. Senior was angry.
I'm sorry, Senior. I will definitely take good care of the gift you gave me next time.
Bai Bidong immediately apologized with a guilty conscience. Lin Yi nodded slightly.
I hope you keep your word.
After finishing his sentence, he took out another 90 strands of black silk from the system's space, which he had obtained from Chen Xin through a critical hit.
Here are 90 more. Consider it a thank you gift.
Bai Bidong was shocked by the scene in front of her, and she excitedly covered her mouth with her hands. Not only did the senior not blame her, but he was also giving her so much more.
Thank you so much, Senior.
It's nothing. Keep up the good work.
As Lin Yi spoke, he showed a rare smile. Bai Bidong was momentarily stunned. The senior had actually smiled at her.
Kid, come up here. It's your turn.
Worship Hall. Thousand Waves' spiritual power was not weak. Reading 10 lines at a glance was just normal for him. He had just returned to the worship hall and couldn't wait to take out all the books, laying them on the floor. In total, there were 100 sets, amounting to 700 or 800 books. Thousand Waves picked up a book and started reading in a chair. After finishing one book, his expression slightly changed as he stood up and quickly grabbed the second one. Upon completing the second book while standing, Thousand Waves was filled with shock. He immediately opened the third book and sat down on the floor to read, flipping through the pages rapidly. Time quickly passed, and line by line, the text conjured up a vast and majestic world in the mind of Thousand Waves.
The Big Dipper Star Domain. Is there really such an impressive place?
Thousand Waves immediately picked up the fourth book, with
Covering the Heavens.
Chapter 109. The pet blind box drops 2 mysterious eggs as Dai Tian returns to the Aquapea Forest's second release. As Thousand Waves was engrossed with worlds beyond Soul Land, Lin Yi's attack unfolded as well.
Martial Soul True Body.
Above the stands, Jin Yi Douluo waved his little arms frantically in front of himself. This display didn't incite laughter among the crowd, as behind Jin Yi Douluo, a gigantic golden crocodile, towering 70 to 80 meters high, appeared. After becoming an ultimate Douluo, the shadow of the golden crocodile behind him had grown by 30 or 40 meters. A small figure, yet possessing such an exaggerated real body. This brought an extremely intense contrast to everyone present, who the hell could still manage to laugh. The aura of an ultimate Douluo spread instantly across the venue. Second worshipper clearly didn't understand restraint like thousand waves, as at this moment he felt even more irritable and domineering. This is the pressure an ultimate Douluo exerts.
Crocodile's tail swing.
Lin Yi Douluo used the same offensive soul skill as before. After all, he had become an ultimate Douluo, so the damage was bound to exceed the previous attempt. An incredibly bulky gold-level spiny tail lashed towards Lin Yi with great force. Boom! Once the attack was over, damage rebound arrived as expected. This time, Lin Yi Douluo prepared to face it, his little face taut as he shouted loudly.
Fourth soul skill, golden armor shield.
Dense gold-level scales accumulated in front of his body and quickly converged into a towering and extraordinarily solid wall of gold. The formidable damage rebound hit his shield wall and was effortlessly dissipated by the defense, prompting Lin Yi Douluo to reveal a happy smile. This time he wasn't sent tumbling headlong into the ground.
Senior, how's the damage?
Lin Yi Douluo bounced eagerly towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought of the previous dignified and aged face, and when he compared it to the sprightly little fellow before him now, it really didn't quite match up. Health lost, 263,412. Remaining health, 899,976,240,134. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Pet Blind Box *2. Host's reward, Pet Blind Box *6. The Pet Blind Box from the Black level reward, when placed into Red Junior reward, directly turned into 2. Lin Yi glanced at the panel and said to Lin Yi Douluo.
The damage is 263,412, red primary, and your reward is 2 pet blind boxes.
Pet blind box. Can I also have a big dragon?
Lin Yi Douluo asked excitedly. As he spoke, he opened his arms wide, seemingly gesturing at the size of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus.
Depends on your luck.
Lin Yi watched him with a calm expression and then focused on the system panel, which was preparing to draw.
We're starting the first draw now. I'll say start and you say stop, got it? Got it!
The prospect of getting a pet excited Lin Yi Douluo immensely.
Start the draw.
As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the blind boxes on the panel began flashing by. Lin Yi Douluo clearly lacked the composure of Bone Douluo, shouting stop almost immediately after Lin Yi spoke.
Stop!
The blind box came to a halt. It was a brown-shelled blind box. Open blind box. The blind box opened, and a golden light flew out from within. It seemed this wasn't a double yellow blind box, otherwise the system would have given a notification. The golden light landed on the ground, and before everyone's eyes, it transformed into a fluffy brown teddy dog. Lin Yi's eyebrows raised. It was astonishingly a teddy. The teddy dog stuck out its tongue and immediately locked its gaze on Lin Yi Douluo, who was standing above the stands.
Woof woof!
It ran up joyfully and pounced on Lin Yi Douluo, woof woof.
A dog, a breed I've never seen.
Lin Yi Douluo looked curiously at the creature before him, which seemed quite cute. Although it didn't seem like a particularly impressive pet, Lin Yi Douluo was quite fond of its cute first impression.
It's a teddy, usually pretty, clingy to its owner, and a rather cheerful little animal. It's very suitable for you.
Lin Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi Douluo smiled.
Thank you, Senior. I'm going to open the second blind box.
The teddy was happily circling around Lin Yi Douluo at this moment, looking incredibly cheerful. Seeing this, Bone Douluo looked down at the earthworm he had placed in a box and suddenly felt a pang of envy. Having a little dog would have been nice.
The draw starts.
As soon as Lin Yi's voice was heard, Lin Yi Douluo was about to speak, but then paused abruptly, looking down. Unexpectedly, the teddy stood up and began doing something indescribable to his right leg.
SSS.
Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately kicked it away.
What is it doing?
Lin Yi pulled a face.
That's why I said it can be quite clingy sometimes.
Lin Yi's stared incredulously at the teddy running towards him and, frightened, immediately ran away, with both him and the dog circling around Lin Yi. Lin Yi's didn't forget to shout.
Stop, stop.
The panel with the blind box stopped. This time, it was a white blind box. Blind box opening. Congratulations, this is a double yellow blind box. 2 streaks of golden light drifted out from inside, landing on the ground. Lin Yi was stunned. Lin Yi's Douluo was also stunned, standing still. The enthusiastic teddy, tongue lolling out, finally caught up with its owner and immediately clung to his leg, continuing to release its fervor. What appeared on the ground were unexpectedly 2 eggs. Both were pure white eggs, the same size, about 30 centimeters tall. The left egg bore the mark of the main pet, while the right egg had the mark of the secondary pet. Seeing everyone stunned, Lin Yi's Douluo was also stunned. Lin Yi spoke up.
The egg on the left is yours and the egg on the right is mine. Hand me my egg first. Yes, Senior.
Lin Yi's Douluo picked up the egg on the right and walked up to the stage, handing it to Lin Yi. What sort of eggs these were, the system hadn't specified. But at this moment, the panel provided a prompt. Hatching countdown, 7 days.
Are these 2 eggs the same type?
Lin Yi asked inwardly. Completely different.
What type is my egg?
It's a secret for now. Oh system, you're being mysterious with me, huh? At this time, Lin Yi's Douluo, also dragging the teddy on his right leg, walked towards his egg. He curiously asked Lin Yi.
Senior, what kind of egg is this?
Lin Yi shook his head.
It's not clear yet, but your egg will hatch in 6 days.
Yes, Lin Yi's egg would hatch 1 day later than the egg of the second worshipper. Aquapea Forest. The massive black dragon descended into the heart of the Aquapea Forest. After transforming into a human, Dai Tian walked forward. In front of him was a pool of crystal-clear spring water, looking from above like a beautiful eye at the center of the forest. At this moment, a huge ox-headed, snake-bodied soul beast was taking a rest by the lake. Sensing another presence approaching, it got up, turned its head, and splashes of water cascaded down like a waterfall. The azure oxpython's eyes widened for a moment when it saw Dai Tian, and then immediately dived under Star Lake, like a frightened little fish. Dai Tian didn't pay any mind to the azure oxpython. He knelt on one knee with a solemn expression, his voice sincere as he said,
My lord, your subordinate has returned.
Chapter 110, The More Terrifying Thunder Tribulation Faced by Gu Yuina First Update. As Dai Tian's voice faded, the entire Aquapea forest fell into an instant silence. Even the faintest buzz of mosquitoes paused, as if they feared the appearance of a certain being that was about to emerge. Dai Tian looked up at this moment, and a mass of emerald light appeared on the edge of Star Lake right in front of him. Jade-colored wings unfurled within it, and a graceful figure extended 2 long legs from the sphere of light, landing on the ground. Dai Tian lifted his gaze slightly.
Bai Jai. Boss.
Bai Jai responded with a smile. Following that, there came heavy footsteps from another direction, each step shaking the ground as if causing a quake. Dai Tian turned his head and glanced at the man with a stature like a mountain. Behind this man, a fleeting shadow of dark gold oppression flashed away.
Bear Lord.
Dai Tian greeted.
Boss.
Bear Lord replied expressionlessly, walking towards Dai Tian alongside Bai Jai. At the same time, the sound of a dragon's chant rose. On the edge of Star Lake, a purple-black vortex appeared, and a woman clad in purple-black armor stepped out from it. Her figure was voluptuous, a complete contrast to Bai Jai's transformed style.
Zai.
Boss.
Bear Lord replied expressionlessly, walking towards Dai Tian alongside Bai Jai. At the same time, the sound of a dragon's chant rose. On the edge of Star Lake, a purple-black vortex appeared, and a woman clad in purple-black armor stepped out from it. Her figure was voluptuous, a complete contrast to Bai Jai's transformed style. Zai Jai. Boss. The next moment, several more figures appeared. They were the remaining ferocious beasts of the Aquapea forest, including the demon eye witch tree myriad demon king and the three-headed red demon mastiff Kai King. These ferocious beasts gathered in front of Dai Tian, and all but Bear Lord bowed respectfully to him.
Where is our master?
Dai Tian asked, puzzled. He was clearly speaking to their master, so why had the other beasts appeared?
Our master will be fully awakening soon, but the seven-colored heavenly tribulation will also follow, and we must guard here.
Bai Jai said.
Can I see our master now?
Dai Tian asked urgently. It didn't matter if the heavenly tribulation was coming, he had a way. The heavenly tribulation card Lin Yi gave him was top quality, only those who have tried it would know. But Bai Jai shook her head with a troubled expression.
Boss, it seems that our master is quite displeased with you, so it's better you don't show yourself for the time being.
Dai Tian. Indeed, he was displeased. There were 3 scratch scars on his face. It seemed that even women in a rush would scratch, and the master was no exception to this feminine trait.
But I can help her cross the tribulation. Bai Jai, please go and talk to our master on my behalf. Ha ha ha.
At that moment, Bear Lord suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at Dai Tian with an amused expression.
Oh boss, our master said you spout nonsense and I didn't believe it at first. Now I do. If we can't even pass our own tribulations, how could we possibly help our master with hers? Before saying that, boss, you should think about how you'll get through your own 90 million year grand tribulation in 90,000 years' time.
In the end, Bear Lord's expression was full of disdain. Among the many ferocious beasts of the Aquapea forest, he was the one who respected Dai Tian the least. Dai Tian gave him a cold glance and couldn't be bothered to respond. Do I have to explain to you that Senior Lin Yi granted me 90 million years of cultivation and helped me safely get through the 90 million year grand tribulation? Anyway, when our master appears, everything will be revealed in her sight. It will naturally be proved then.
In short, our master won't see me now for any reason, right?
Dai Tian turned to Bai Jai and asked. Bai Jai nodded somewhat helplessly.
Her Majesty said so, and she must still be angry with you for waking her without a proper reason previously. You know how furious Her Majesty can be when she gets up.
Bai Jai, do you actually not believe that there is such a person in Seoul City?
Dai Tian frowned. Bai Jai bit her lip and shook her head.
Senior, it's been tens of thousands of years, and humans have never dared to provoke us. How could someone suddenly emerge with such divine powers?
And you're the soul beast god, Dai Tian. What kind of device could capture you?
Bai Jai's words were relatively gentle. Bear Lord, however, burst into unrestrained laughter.
Ha ha ha, listen to this. The mighty soul beast god, Dai Tian, claims he was caught by a human cage. Maybe, Senior, you should recall carefully if the cage had your favorite swan or something inside.
Bear Lord was holding his belly, laughing. At this, Bai Jai shot Bear Lord a fierce glare. Dai Tian's brows furrowed as he took a deep breath. He knew no one would believe what he said now, but the master would eventually fully awaken. Once the master awoke, all facts would become clear. Seeing Bear Lord's mocking gaze, a fire of rage built up inside Dai Tian. It seemed necessary to slap that flabby face several times to vent his anger.
The master should be awake by now, right? When is the heavenly tribulation coming?
Dai Tian asked in a somber voice. He knew that only after the heavenly tribulation was over would the master formally appear. At the mention of the heavenly tribulation, Bai Jai and the others' expressions became serious.
We're waiting, and the master is also waiting. It should be soon.
No sooner had Bai Jai finished speaking than Dai Tian looked down and suddenly noticed that every hair on his skin was standing on end. A sensation like a spreading electric current coursed through his body. Not only him, but all the ferocious beasts standing by the star lake shared the same sensation. Bear Lord looked up vigilantly and noticed the anomaly above. The sky turned gloomy, and the falling raindrops first stalled in the air, then seemed to defy gravity by flowing upward, stunning all the ferocious beasts.
It's here.
Dai Tian murmured.
The master's heavenly tribulation has arrived.
Indeed, the next second, the dark clouds in the sky began to spin faster, creating a terrifying black vortex. This scene was all too familiar to Dai Tian. Wasn't this the seven-colored heavenly tribulation that he had just experienced? Dense and thick lightning snaked through the clouds, each bolt a brilliant color like serpents seeking life. Apart from Dai Tian, the other ferocious beasts had never experienced the seven-colored heavenly tribulation.
Boom!
Boom! At that moment, fierce winds howled and thunder roared. All the soul beasts in the Aquapea forest had gone into hiding. The azure oxpython had just been cautiously sticking its head out to watch the gathering of the ferocious beasts, and upon witnessing the heavenly tribulation, it hurriedly burrowed back into the bottom of the lake. The next moment, a colossal bolt of black lightning struck hard, landing right beside Bear Lord and blasting his mountainous body flying. Dai Tian's eyes widened slightly as it was evident that this seven-colored heavenly tribulation was far more severe than the one he had just gone through. The master's tribulation was indeed on a different level than his own. Colossal bolts of lightning lashed down from the swirling clouds in the sky, each strike delving deep into the ground. Because Gu Yuina was right beneath the ground's surface. But the sight before them seemed less like a punishment for Gu Yuina, and more like a punishment for the entire Aquapea forest.
The master is exerting her power. Quick, let's help too.
Chapter 111, Gu Yuina, Is He in Soul City? Second release. The wind howled, and the wind blades were like knives. The fluctuation of various elements in the air instantly enveloped the entire Aquapea forest. Earth element, thunder element, water element, fire elements, light, darkness.
Boom!
A purple thunderbolt suddenly tore a huge rift in the ground, but in the next moment, the earth quickly spread and fused back together. The unyielding dragon's roars echoed from deep, underground into the ears of every ferocious beast. That pure and supreme, noble bloodline made the blood in Dai Tian's body begin to boil. It had been, after all, tens of thousands of years since they had seen that extremely venerable figure. Even the last time he went to see the sovereign, Dai Tian only saw a silver dragon's claw reach out from a space crack. While he was excited, Gu Yuina directly scratched his face with her claw. At this moment, all the beasts except Dai Tian forcefully exerted their power, with soul power converging to form a protective barrier over the area. They wore grave expressions, obviously struggling under the burden. Countless sky lightning strikes pummeled down. Initially, the barrier withstood them, but as sky lightnings continued to fall relentlessly, cracks gradually appeared on the protective layer.
Bang!
The protective barrier formed by the joint efforts of the ferocious beasts shattered with a loud blast. All the beasts, including Baijai, were blown away.
It seems we can't be of help after all. Only the sovereign can rely on herself now.
Baijai sat on the ground, looking up at the sky filled with devastating lightning, and murmured.
Dai Tian, why aren't you taking action? Do you really think you alone can help the sovereign deal with the heavenly tribulation?
Bear Lord sat on the ground, clutching his chest, and angrily roared at Dai Tian. Dai Tian coldly turned his head and said,
If the sovereign cannot deal with it, then I will use my own methods to help her through this heavenly tribulation. Dai Tian, at this point your mouth is still so tough. I hope when the sovereign's punishment arrives, your body is as tough as your mouth.
Bear Lord grinding his teeth in rage. This heavenly tribulation was indeed different. Dai Tian had also experienced several of the sovereign's awakenings accompanied by sky lightnings. The previous sky lightnings were nothing like this one in severity. He had no confidence in whether the heavenly tribulation card would be effective. He might just end up slapping his own face.
Roar!
A resounding dragon's roar lingered throughout Aquapea forest. Bear Lord Baijai and others covered their ears in pain. Dai Tian and Zai Jai, two beasts with dragon bloodline, couldn't help but kneel down. Ahead of them, a silver radiance flickered. Dai Tian stared in amazement at the sight before him, seeing a dragon hundreds of meters long, as vast as a mountain, standing above the ground, with the trees below it falling like wheat. The Silver Dragon King looked up at the sky, eyes cold and vertical. The colorful elemental fluctuations joyfully danced around her immense body. And her appearance provided a target for all the sky lightnings in an instant. The diversely colored sky lightnings twisted and intertwined, twisting like a corkscrew, turned into a massive arrow and shot explosively towards the enormous body of the Silver Dragon King.
Come on, you group of sanctimonious gods.
The Silver Dragon King roared at the sky, ready to bear the brunt of this sky lightning with her body. She had no confidence whatsoever, and also noticed that this sky lightning was far more severe than before. Anyway, as long as she withstood it this time, the end would come, life or death all left to fate. Dai Tian clenched his teeth, trying to stand, but found that with the full release of the Silver Dragon King bloodline, the suppression made it impossible for him to get up. Dai Tian swiftly pulled out a heavenly tribulation card and threw it with all his soul power towards the top of the Silver Dragon King's head. Swoosh!
My lord, this can help you.
The Silver Dragon King saw a particularly tiny card flying towards her, stopping right above her head and colliding with the sky lightning arrow. The heavenly tribulation card shattered. But then, a scene that made all the ferocious beasts present stare agape occurred. The huge and terrifying sky lightning arrow actually vanished along with it. The Silver Dragon King was dumbfounded, her cute vertical pupils wide open as she blankly stared at the scene before her. All the sky lightning seemed to have received an order and retreated back into the sky. The rain disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and the sky began to clear, with dazzling sunlight piercing through into the Aquapea forest that had been shrouded in shadows. The light fell upon the massive silver scales, reflecting a seven-colored glow. The Silver Dragon King looked down, her gaze blankly fixated on Dai Tian kneeling not far away, and a mist of water sprayed from her nostrils, breaking the deathly silence at the scene. The ferocious beasts also snapped back to reality soon after. This terrifying seven-colored heavenly tribulation.
Boss, what was that little thing you just threw? That was the seven-colored heavenly tribulation. How did it just dissipate like that?
Dai Tian hadn't expected the heavenly tribulation card to work on the sky lightning either. He said equally excitedly,
It was a heavenly tribulation card, a thing specially designed to help us overcome the heavenly tribulation. It was given to me by Lin Yi from Seoul City.
The name Lin Yi resounded abruptly in the Aquapea forest once more. But this time it had a completely different effect.
The one who owns the divine artifact that can capture you.
Bai Jai asked, her voice unconsciously replacing the tool in her sentence with,
Divine artifact.
It's him!
Dai Tian spoke with a loud voice. He could finally mention this name to his lord openly and proudly. And this time, his lord did not swipe a claw at him after hearing it. Dai Tian walked towards the Silver Dragon King, who had yet to recover from the shock, lifted his head high, and knelt down in front of the towering figure devoutly.
My respected lord, there's a kind God in Seoul City right now. He bestowed upon me a few heavenly tribulation cards as well as...
The ferocious beasts behind him all stood up in unison, looking at Dai Tian's kneeling silhouette in shock. The Silver Dragon King looked down at Dai Tian below, her gigantic head casting a shadow over half the sun, making her entire figure appear immensely radiant. She could see that Dai Tian's cultivation had already reached over 900,000 years.
Lin Yi, a kind god.
This time, the voice coming from the Silver Dragon King was no longer an indistinct animal sound, but a sweet and pleasant girl's voice, still filled with dignity.
But this sovereign does not believe there are any kind gods in this world. But it was he who saved you just now.
This pleasant voice sounded like it got stuck for a moment, and then Sundir-like responded.
HMPH, you think this sovereign couldn't have withstood it by herself?
Dai Tian twitched the corners of his mouth and lowered his head.
Your subordinate believes.
Chapter 112, Toad Skill Evolves into a Soul Skill, 3 Yama's posters drop, first update.
Yes, he's in Seoul City.
Dai Tian responded excitedly, raising his head to look at the massive, mountainous silver figure above and taking a few eager steps forward.
My lord, do you wish to find him? Your servant can take you there.
Dai Tian could guarantee that taking his master to see Lin Yi would be a surefire deal with no losses. Even though the Silver Dragon King didn't open her mouth, a pleasant and melodious female voice still emanated from her gigantic body. Having said that, she proudly raised her noble head. Dai Tian.
All right then.
However, Gu Yuina then bowed her head again.
Does he still have that heavenly tribulation card with him?
Dai Tian. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 277,654. Remaining health, 899,975,964,325. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Mastery in Toad skill. Host reward, Mastery in Toad skill, no critical hit. Lin Yi glanced over the panel, his gaze inadvertently falling on Lin Yi's Douluo. He asked,
Don't you have a soul tool? You can put the egg inside the soul tool instead of holding it all the time.
No, I want to hatch it myself.
Lin Yi's Douluo said confidently. Lin Yi's mouth twitched.
It will hatch, and there are only 6 days left. But it will still be me who hatched it, and then it will call me Mommy.
All right.
Lin Yi quickly interrupted him. Children's trains of thought were impossible to understand with normal logic. Best not talk to him about these things.
Your damage is 277,654, Red Jr., and the reward you obtained is a technique called Toad Skill.
It was another martial arts technique from a wuxia world, and it was uncertain what kind of reaction it would cause in a fantasy world. Dugu Jiujian and Sword Douluo, who possessed the sword martial soul, were quite compatible. But Toad Skill and the second worshipper, who possessed the golden crocodile martial soul, Lin Yi was unsure about how it would develop.
What is Toad Skill? Actually, it's a very powerful technique. You should blend with it and experience it on your own.
Lin Yi flicked the red orb of light from his hand toward Lin Yi's Douluo. After integrating with it, Lin Yi's Douluo stood in place, cradling the egg, looking somewhat dazed. But in the next moment, a red halo emanated from his body and spread outward. Lin Yi's Douluo quickly set the egg aside and sat down cross-legged. Moments later, he opened his eyes, leaped up in place, flipping through the air, before landing and sprawling on the ground.
Roar!
The sound that should have belonged to a toad now came as deep bellowing roars of a golden crocodile from Lin Yi's Douluo. Everyone watched with wide eyes, silently retreating backward. Behind Lin Yi's Douluo, a pair of cold golden vertical pupils slowly lifted. A colossal golden crocodile phantom, no longer upright, mirrored its master's posture, lurking on the ground with pent-up energy. Soul skill, Golden Crocodile Assault. The system then displayed a line of text. Lin Yi understood that the Toad skill had been magically modified to become a soul skill for Lin Yi's Douluo. And the red halo that had just emitted from his body represented the power of a 100,000-year soul skill. Lin Yi said with a slight smile,
It seems that this technique has turned into a soul skill for you, a soul skill with notable damage.
Lin Yi's Douluo excitedly got to his feet. He had only been in the charging phase and had not yet released the soul skill.
Senior, what's the name of this soul skill? Golden Crocodile Assault.
Lin Yi provided the answer, which was actually also named by the system.
Yay, thank you, Senior.
The Lin Yi's Douluo said happily. After finishing his 2 attacks, he hugged his egg and bounced off the stand, with his teddy jovially following behind him. The sight of this man, dog, and egg was quite harmonious. At this moment, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Bai Bidong's side, where the 3 of them were still discussing the Soul Master competition. It's just that the kneeling star Luo Emperor made the scene look somewhat comical. Zhu Jian's knees were already a bit sore, but she didn't dare to stand up at all, partly because she feared blaming Dai Ben for her lack of manners, and partly because she was afraid of Lin Yi. This young man was the most unfathomable person she had ever met. Before this, the most unfathomable person she had met was Dai Ben, but now Dai Ben had been kneeling for almost an hour.
Let's secretly add some damage to help him out. Last time, he held back from vomiting blood in front of Senior Lin Yi, but he vomited again that night.
If he keeps vomiting like this, I'm really afraid he'll die on this stage.
All right.
Dragon Lance Douluo stood in front of Lin Yi. He reached out with his right hand to hold the slender dragon lance as the double-headed dragon roared and struggled free of its restraints, growing huge in size.
Martial Soul True Body. Ninth Soul Skill.
The mighty golden electric light spread across the stage, but it was weaker than the last time in terms of momentum. After all, his body and spirit were getting more and more hollow. At this moment, below the stage, Ghost Douluo and the others silently released their soul power, secretly adding damage to Dragon Lance Douluo's attack. The damage was dealt. Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked toward Ghost Douluo and the others, but they immediately stopped what they were doing, stood straight, and pretended as if nothing had happened. The original work didn't describe these guys much. Lin Yi hadn't expected them to be this loyal. Lin Yi smiled faintly and chose not to expose them. HP loss, 216,432. Remaining HP, 899,973,748,463. Damage grade, Red Novice. Random reward, Yama's poster *3. Host's reward, Yama's poster *9. After scanning the panel, Lin Yi turned to Dragon Lance Douluo, whose face was filled with anticipation, and said,
Damage 216,432. Red Junior level, your reward is 3 Yama's posters.
Upon hearing this, Dragon Lance Douluo excitedly fell to his knees.
I finally dealt red level damage.
He pounded his chest and stamped his feet, too excited to care about what the reward was. Lin Yi flicked the red light ball towards him, and in midair, the ball transformed into a cylinder with a purplish-black halo. The cylinder opened like an umbrella, revealing 3 exquisitely patterned steel needles lying quietly inside, each gleaming with a lethal luster. Lin Yi explained with an indifferent expression.
One needle can leave a titled Douluo with no body to bury.
Chapter 113, Thousand Waves Then Fall in Love with Him, second update. As soon as the words fell, they elicited a collective gasp of astonishment from everyone present. They had no reason to doubt Lin Yi's words. Yama's poster closed again and flew into the hands of Dragon Lance Douluo, who held the reward with tears brimming in his eyes.
The reward for red level damage, I finally got it.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Dragon Lance Douluo knelt in the stands. The elders below, watching his joyful display, each shared smiles. They had been attacking together for these days and gradually learned to coordinate to deal high damage. It was just that Dragon Lance Douluo refused to believe his martial soul couldn't deal red-level damage, so he stubbornly stuck to his unchanging attack pattern. Today, the elders could no longer stand by, and so they chose to step in and help. Soon, several hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The people of Martial Soul Hall, including Emperor Zui's group, had already left, and Dai Ben's trio had also reached the end of the specified time for words becoming law. However, Lin Yi was now busy handling the injuries of the Gua Sha masters and had no time to bother with the 3 standing in the corner.
Father, how should we approach him later to speak?
Davis asked Dai Ben with a troubled look on his face. Without a doubt, they had offended Lin Yi. All 3 now felt weak in the knees, and Zhu Jian suspected that her own knees were covered in bruises.
Let's wait a bit more, wait until all these people are done, then we'll go and formally apologize to Lin Yi, from the bottom of our hearts.
Upon hearing this, Davis's face turned bitter.
I will definitely be sincere in my apology later.
If not sincere, what else could they do? Their knees were nearly worn out from kneeling. Worship Hall. After Cayenne Renksu returned, she found Thousand Waves engrossed in a pile of books. She glanced at the sky, wondering if her grandfather had been reading since the daytime.
Grandfather.
Thousand Waves turned his head, saw Cayenne Renksu, and immediately drew her over with a ramble, saying earnestly,
Zuer, had it not been for Senior Lin Yi, I would never have known that aside from our soul land, there are so many other realms. The people on those realms seem to be on a completely different level in terms of martial power compared to us soul masters.
Kyan Rengsu's eyes widened slightly with curiosity.
Are they too weak?
Thousand Waves shook his head, the astonishment on his face lingering for a long time.
They are too powerful.
Having said that, Thousand Waves immediately led Kyan Rengsu to the books. Picking up,
Perfect world.
he said with a serious tone to Kyan Rengsu.
Before seeing this, I thought that the second worshipper was the most heaven-defying child I had ever seen.
Listening to Thousand Waves' tone, Kyan Rengsu could guess that the characters in these two biographies had shattered her grandfather's worldview.
Grandfather also doesn't know which one is suitable for you.
Thousand Waves handed
The 26-year-old female tenant.
to Kyan Rengsu. But Kyan Rengsu quickly shook her head.
This one doesn't seem very serious.
She smiled as she picked up.
Dragon race. I've always felt that the dragon class represents dominance and dignity. The protagonist in this one must also be a very mighty and domineering person, right?
Perhaps then you start with this one and come find grandfather for the others after you're done.
Thousand Waves immediately found 4 volumes of
Dragon race.
for his granddaughter. He was now somewhat excited, talking to himself.
Senior Lin Yi truly deserves to be a legendary figure. He possesses so many different realms, different worlds, with each realm's master in his hands. It's hard to imagine the tremendous strength and power he must hold.
As he spoke, Thousand Waves tightly grasped Kyan Rengsu's hand, speaking earnestly.
Zuer, listen to your grandfather. You must seize this opportunity by any means necessary. Whether it's using your beauty as a strategy or moving him with genuine emotions, you must make Lin Yi become your grandfather's son-in-law.
At his words, Kyan Rengsu's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She quickly turned away, chiding shyly.
What are you even talking about, grandfather?
Thousand Waves stepped in front of Kyan Rengsu, undeterred.
Do you really want to watch him fulfill his own wish and watch him die?
Kyan Rengsu's eyes froze for a moment. She shook her head.
No, I don't want Senior Lin Yi to die. He should be a kind, generous, and kindness god at heart. I am very grateful to him, and of course, I want him to live on.
Then fall in love with him. Make Lin Yi fall for you, and maybe love will give him new hope for life.
On hearing this, Kyan Rengsu's pupils flickered ceaselessly as she stared at Thousand Waves. She blushed and immediately ran out of the hall. Watching his granddaughter leave, Thousand Waves gazed at the books with a sigh, filled with emotion.
Senior, oh senior, thanks to you, my vision is no longer so narrow.
Just then, another figure entered the worship hall. Lin Yi Douluo swung his little arms as he approached Thousand Waves.
Big brother, can you warm up my little dragon with holy light?
Thousand Waves' expression stiffened for a moment as he glanced beneath Lin Yi.
Second brother, do you realize what you're saying?
Lin Yi Douluo immediately shook his head and took out a white egg from his soul tool.
Not that little dragon. This little dragon, not that one. What kind of weird thing is this?
It's a pet rewarded to me by Senior Lin Yi. There might be a big dragon inside.
Go play on your own. I'm not in the mood right now.
What books? Lin Yi Douluo packed away the egg and looked at the books in front of him. He stood on tiptoe, took down a copy of
The 26-year-old female tenant.
and inspected it. With a laugh, Lin Yi Douluo said,
Then I'll read this one. The cover has a pretty sister.
Take it. Thousand Waves waved his hand indifferently, confident that any book read would bring about a major change in the Soul Master's outlook. He decided to lend these true biographies to the people of the Martial Soul Hall, to let them learn about the world beyond Soul Land, to make them understand that there are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. After sending off the last Gua Sha Master, Lin Yi checked his remaining health. 899,971,700,1,345. Excluding the rewards from the jackpot prize pool, based on the damage done, he had already scraped off 30 million health. The pace was accelerating, and he believed that as more people joined, the rate of health loss would only increase. Lin Yi let out a breath, feeling hopeful for the future. At that moment, Dai Ben and his two companions came over.
Senior, it was crowded outside, so we'd like to offer our sincere apologies once more.
Lin Yi was about to speak when suddenly 3 thuds sounded, and the 3 men knelt again. This time, though, as they knelt, pained expressions crossed their faces. It hurt a lot. But they had to appear sincere.
Want to deal damage, get a reward, is that it?
Lin Yi looked at them. Dai Ben and his companions immediately nodded, their faces showing extreme earnestness. Come earlier tomorrow. If you arrive later than Emperor Zuig's 4, you'll lose your chance. On hearing this, Dai Ben and the others were overjoyed. They each knocked their heads on the floor toward Lin Yi. Who didn't know Lin Yi was a god? Kowtowing to a god was wholly proper.
Go on then. Yes, senior.
Chapter 114, Gold Tier Advanced Reward, Absolute Power of the Chat Group Owner, 3rd Update. Back at the small cabin, he locked the door from the inside. Lin Yi lay comfortably on the bed and lazily said,
Summon the actual personification of Bossy.
Command acknowledged. A flash of light and shadow appeared in the room, followed immediately by a pleasant voice beside him.
Master, please give your orders.
Lin Yi propped himself up halfway and looked forward. It would be such a waste to use such an obedient and beautiful maid solely for massaging his legs, wouldn't it? He smiled and opened his arms, saying,
It's gotten cold, come into your master's embrace.
Yes, master.
Bossy walked toward Lin Yi, sat on his thighs, and gently leaned into his embrace. This was the memory stored from yesterday. Bossy had now mastered the posture she should adopt too.
Enter his embrace.
Lin Yi unabashedly held her slender waist while burying his face into the softness. This was actually more soothing than a leg massage. Before crossing over I indulged in petting cats, but now, petting Bossy, it's quite satisfying, this life of mine. He had Bossy lean back into his arms, hugging her slender waist from behind, with his chin resting on Bossy's shoulder. While stroking the thigh above the knee-high socks, Lin Yi leisurely surveyed the system space. The space now contained a few pet blind boxes he had won, as well as the price roulette and the double prize roulette. Lin Yi was actually a bit afraid to use the price roulette. But besides the lucky roulette, it was the item that offered the best chance of reaching the jackpot. Lin Yi squeezed Bossy's supple thigh and steeled his heart, making a decision. Take a gamble, the price I draw might not be so severe. After all, I'm the host. If you make me dead system, you won't have it easy either. Yes, Lin Yi, like by Bidong, had also developed a bit of wishful thinking.
Take out the double prize roulette.
Command acknowledged. 3 tiers of the big wheel appeared in front of Lin Yi. He picked up one of them. Even as the host, he couldn't see in advance what prices lay within. Forget it, whatever will be, I do have a lucky charm after all. Bossy walked toward Lin Yi, sat on his thighs, and gently leaned into his embrace. This was the memory stored from yesterday. Bossy had now mastered the posture she should adopt to enter his embrace. Lin Yi unabashedly held her slender waist while burying his face into the softness. This was actually more soothing than a leg massage. Before crossing over I indulged in petting cats, but now, petting Bossy, it's quite satisfying, this life of mine. He had Bossy lean back into his arms, hugging her slender waist from behind, with his chin resting on Bossy's shoulder. While stroking the thigh above the knee-high socks, Lin Yi leisurely surveyed the system space. The space now contained a few pet blind boxes he had won, as well as the price roulette and the double prize roulette. Lin Yi was actually a bit afraid to use the price roulette. But besides the lucky roulette, it was the item that offered the best chance of reaching the jackpot. Lin Yi squeezed Bossy's supple thigh and steeled his heart, making a decision. Take a gamble, the price I draw might not be so severe. After all, I'm the host. If you make me dead system, you won't have it easy either. Yes, Lin Yi, like by Bidong, had also developed a bit of wishful thinking. Take out the double prize roulette. Bossy walked toward Lin Yi, sat on his thighs, and gently leaned into his embrace. This was the memory stored from yesterday. Bossy had now mastered the posture she should adopt to enter his embrace. Lin Yi unabashedly held her slender waist while burying his face into the softness. This was actually more soothing than a leg massage. Before crossing over I indulged in petting cats, but now, petting Bossy it's quite satisfying, this life of mine. He had Bossy lean back into his arms, hugging her slender waist from behind, with his chin resting on Bossy's shoulder. While stroking the thigh above the knee-high socks, Lin Yi leisurely surveyed the system space. The space now contained a few pet blind boxes he had won, as well as the price roulette and the double prize price roulette. Lin Yi was actually a bit afraid to use the price roulette. But besides the lucky roulette, it was the item that offered the best chance of reaching the jackpot. Lin Yi squeezed Bossy's supple thigh and steeled his heart, making a decision. Take a gamble, the price I draw might not be so severe. After all, I'm the host, if you make me dead system, you won't have it easy either. Yes, Lin Yi, like by Bidong, had also developed a bit of wishful thinking. Take out the double prize price roulette,
Being close to master is my reward.
she said expressionlessly. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned.
Oh,
Your red advanced reward is the Sea God's Trident usage rights for 30 days. After creating the reward, it was automatically stored in the system space, which Lin Yi confirmed with a glance. Now it was time to see the price. To be honest, with Bossy, his lucky charm, by his side, Lin Yi wasn't particularly nervous. He opened the hatch for the price roulette. Pluck a strand of hair. System, you're really going out of your way. Lin Yi smiled slightly. This price was almost negligible.
Master, Bossy will fulfill this price.
Bossy in his arms turned around again, bringing her fragrant chest close to Lin Yi's face, and she reached up to pluck a hair from the top of Lin Yi's head. Blood loss 10. Lin Yi clearly saw the blood loss prompt within the system space.
Mascot, reward yourself again. This time you are allowed to be a bit more unrestrained.
Yes, master.
Bossy walked toward Lin Yi, sat on his thighs, and gently leaned into his embrace. This was the memory stored from yesterday. Bossy had now mastered the posture she should adopt to enter his embrace. Lin Yi unabashedly held her slender waist while burying his face into the softness. This was actually more soothing than a leg massage. Before crossing over I indulged in petting cats, but now, petting Bossy it's quite satisfying, this life of mine. He had Bossy lean back into his arms, hugging her slender waist from behind, with his chin resting on Bossy's shoulder. While stroking the thigh above the knee-high socks, Lin Yi leisurely surveyed the system space. The space now contained a few pet blind boxes he had won, as well as the price roulette and the double prize price roulette. Lin Yi was actually a bit afraid to use the price roulette. But besides the lucky roulette, it was the item that offered the best chance of reaching the jackpot. Lin Yi squeezed Bossy's supple thigh and steeled his heart, making a decision. Take a gamble, the price I draw might not be so severe. After all, I'm the host, if you make me dead system, you won't have it easy either. Yes, Lin Yi, like by Bidong, had also developed a bit of wishful thinking. Take out the double prize price roulette.
Harem,
Chat group's absolute authority as the group owner. This reward left Lin Yi somewhat stunned. Just then, a chat interface appeared in his mind, and the group list contained a total of 4 people, including him. He was the group owner, and the other 3 members' avatars were respectively
Yi, Earth,
and
San.
while this interface had just appeared, Lin Yi immediately took a peek at the system's annotations. This harem isn't that kind of harem. Here, harem merely means that aside from the group owner, all the remaining group members are female. The initial group members are 3 random female characters from Soul Land, and every day henceforth, 1 new female character will randomly be added to the group. Group rules: 1. The group owner has absolute command. 2. Group members, except for the group owner, must not reveal their true identities within the group, or they will face severe punishment from the system. 3. Do not tell anyone outside the group chat about the existence of a chat group in your mind, or you will face severe punishment. 4. Newly added female characters to the group must comply with the
Newcomer's breezy foe.
Requirement: the photos should primarily feature legs, as the group owner is a leg enthusiast. Those who fail to send a photo will face severe punishment. The method to send photos has been communicated privately. Now, 3 new members, please comply with the group rules and send your newcomer photos. This gold tier advanced reward dumbfounded Lin Yi. Is this not a reward specially designed for an LSB? Just then,
San!
Chapter 115, I can provide breast milk nutrition for the master first update. Member 3, punishment. What punishment? Lin Yi paused for a moment. He didn't know what the punishment was either. The other 2 women had been silent all along, perhaps still in a state of confusion. Lin Yi was also confused. This chatroom owner had acted all haphazardly, pulling him into the chat group out of nowhere and forcing him to look at pictures of girls showing their legs.
Second!
Spoke up. Second, who is the group owner? Is this chat group a reward given by Lin Yi of Seoul City? Lin Yi's eyebrows lifted. Second actually knew about him. Possibly someone from Seoul City, but he didn't rule out others from outside Seoul City who had heard news of him. System Yi spoke up. Second, who is the group owner? Is this chat group a reward given by Lin Yi of Seoul City? Lin Yi's eyebrows lifted. Second actually knew about him. Possibly someone from Seoul City, but he didn't rule out others from outside Seoul City who had heard news of him. System Yi spoke up. Second, who is the group owner? Is this chat group a reward given by Lin Yi of Seoul City? Lin Yi's eyebrows lifted. Second actually knew about him. Possibly someone from Seoul City, but he didn't rule out others from outside Seoul City who had heard news of him. System Yi second, please send your new member welcome photos promptly. Second, wait, dear group owner, let's talk privately. I can offer you other benefits. How about that? Let's just
1.
1!
to post a picture. 1 image. Number 1 was standing, and she was outside in what looked like a forest. She had simply lifted her long skirt a bit to reveal a portion of her slender, fair legs, showing the least amount of skin among the 3 of them. 1. Is this okay? System meets the standard. System Seoul lands.
Harem!
Chat group is officially created. Members can now chat freely. Lin Yi. He really hadn't wanted a harem, no matter what definition it was. Women just meant trouble. Having a completely obedient maid was already enough. The 3 members in the group didn't say anything else, maintaining their silence. Without a doubt, they were facing the most incomprehensible situation of their lives at that moment. Their worldviews must have already shattered, and they were probably feeling extremely nervous. Lin Yi had no intention of speaking in it either. It was fine to just look at this gold-tier advanced reward and enjoy it. However, he saw a line of group owner privileges at the bottom of the chat group.
Little Zai Zai is really a lucky charm. It's just a pity I can't own you forever.
Lin Yi hugged Bossy's slender waist, feeling a bit melancholic. His tangible real-life entity was actually just a time-limited reward. Now there were only 28 days left on his experience time. To think that he, as a proud host, could only have a limited-time reward. A permanent tangible real person was probably a gold intermediate level reward or higher.
Master is unhappy. Pat head.
Zai Zai placed her hand on Lin Yi's head and gently stroked it.
I'm fine.
Lin Yi smiled, took Zai Zai's small hand down to his lips and kissed it. Then he was about to go spin the 3rd big wheel when he suddenly remembered something.
I seem to have forgotten to check the price on the 2nd big wheel just now.
Price was something unavoidable. When the time came, it would automatically take effect. Lin Yi opened the price roulette pointer switch panel. Consume 500 calories. This price.
What do I do if I'm hungry, and there's no food right now?
Lin Yi was actually just speaking rhetorically, but Bossy began to answer the question seriously.
My body can supply Master with breast milk nutrition, but the prerequisite is I must be pregnant.
Stop!
What the heck, dangerous speech, I wasn't asking you. This bit of hunger didn't matter to him at all.
Continue with the draw.
Chapter 116, Kayan Rengsu, My Huili Yi, 2nd update. Hunger increased by 50%. Damn it.
Gurgle.
Gurgled. Lin Yi's eye muscles twitched as his stomach began to grumble wildly. The price wasn't a big deal, but it was literally making me starve. Bossy heard the noise too. She turned around to look at Lin Yi and was about to start undressing the next second.
Don't undress.
Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her, feeling somewhat amused and helpless in his heart. Staring at Bossy's beautiful face, he said,
Use your head to think, how long would it take for you to get pregnant and produce breast milk? Do you think I can wait that long?
Yet Bossy seriously replied,
Firstly, Master's food intake cannot rely on humans, because in their eyes, your persona is that of a deity, and deities do not need to eat. Secondly, the effect of the price is persistent, and as long as it is not resolved, the hunger will continue for months, even years, so Master can totally afford to wait for me to get pregnant and produce breast milk.
Lin Yi was dumbfounded. What a scientific yet perverse analysis. It was just a simple case of being hungry, and she managed to analyze it in such a complex way, even drawing up a long-term plan for satiation, right? This is absurd.
I can bear it. Let's see the rewards, reveal the prizes.
Lin Yi said.
Yes, Master.
Bossy responded obediently and sat at the edge of the bed, watching Lin Yi reveal the prizes with rapt attention. He opened the first reward panel and saw it was a black intermediate level reward. Black intermediate level, not bad at all. Your black intermediate level reward is fragrant 1000-year dragon marrow * 1 portion. Lin Yi was shocked. The system really did satisfy the psychological needs of the reward opener with a certain probability. I was quite hungry right now. A big bowl of delicious, steaming dragon marrow appeared, but Bossy was holding it in her hands.
Master, I'll feed you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Bossy approached Lin Yi with the bowl, her pretty orchid fingers gently stirring with the spoon. Lin Yi was at that moment reading the system's notes on the reward. There were even an ingredient list and various nutrient analyses. Summing it up in 2 words, highly nourishing.
Master, open your mouth, tilde.
Oh,
Bossy used the spoon to feed the tenderly stewed dragon marrow to Lin Yi. Holy smokes, delicious. Lin Yi was extremely surprised. This was the first time the system had given a food reward, and he had been a bit reluctant to eat it at first. But after tasting it, the flavor was definitely top-notch. It's just a pity that no one else had yet claimed this kind of reward, so the first portion would be a fresh experience for the original host. Bossy carefully wiped Lin Yi's mouth with a handkerchief after he finished eating, and then continued to feed him gently, showing utmost attentiveness. The bowl was somewhat big, and the nutritional content might indeed have been quite concentrated, so towards the end, Lin Yi couldn't eat anymore. He waved his hand.
you eat the rest.
Yes, Master.
Bossy then sat by herself, elegantly eating the remaining dragon marrow with the spoon Lin Yi had used. Lin Yi glanced over. This must be what a gold rank reward looks like. Bossy, aside from being emotionless, was top tier as both a maid and a bodyguard. Lin Yi opened the second reward panel. Red advanced. Another red advanced. Bossy truly was a lucky charm. Lin Yi took a look at Bossy, who was still expressionlessly eating and really wanted to have her reward him again. However, since she was eating, he didn't insist, afraid she might come up with some raunchy move like feeding him with her mouth. Since it's red advanced, let's upgrade it to Golden Junior with a prop card. There's one last truth prop card left. He still rapidly answered 3 questions, and his reward quality was successfully upgraded to Golden Junior. Your Golden Junior reward is a 30-day experience right of a realistic human figure. Oh ho, Lin Yi slightly raised his eyebrows. Realistic human figure rewards were, after all, present in the Golden Junior reward pool. He saw that a white human model had appeared in the system space. It just needed to determine a target for creation. If it's a maid.
Mascot, come to your master's arms. Yes, master.
Marshal Soul Hall. Bai Bidong's expression was serious as she watched the seated Helena. At this moment, Helena was undergoing the fusion with the attached soul bone of the eight-spider spear, which was 10,000 years old. Half an hour had already passed, and Helena's pale forehead was covered in fine sweat. Bai Bidong was somewhat worried. The fusion of a 10,000-year soul bone was a risky and painful process. After a moment's thought, she extended her right hand and purple-red spider silk gradually wrapped around Helena, forming an oval cocoon with a strand connecting both of them. Bai Bidong was sharing her soul power with Helena through this strand, greatly increasing the safety of the fusion. Another half hour passed. The cocoon was suddenly penetrated by something sharp. Bai Bidong narrowed her eyes slightly, seeing 8 sharp, red limbs extend from the cocoon. The cocoon shattered completely, and Helena floated in midair with 8 radiant red spider spears behind her, flickering with a deadly cold light. Bai Bidong's face broke into a smile. Although Helena was pale, she was also extremely excited at the moment. She turned around to look at the 8 spider spears behind her, feeling extremely agitated. The gift from Senior Lin Yi was indeed true. The next day, Thousand Waves finally finished the Covering the Sky trilogy overnight. With dark circles under his eyes, he felt enlightened.
Senior Lin Yi, if not for you, I would have been deceived all my life.
He sighed repeatedly, yet he was also incredibly excited. As usual, Thousand Waves went to knock on Cayenne Rengsu's door. After opening the door, he was stunned. Because Cayenne Rengsu also had 2 dark circles under her eyes.
Zuer, what's this?
Cayenne Rengsu looked somewhat angry, with a grinding teeth expression.
I couldn't sleep in the second half of the night, so I went to read Dragon Clan.
Cayenne Rengsu grabbed Thousand Waves' sleeve excitedly.
Is Lu Mingfei the protagonist of that plane? Yes, I've never seen a man so unlucky and cowardly.
Cayenne Rengsu was grinding her teeth, and she immediately returned to her room to change clothes. She then stormed out of the room.
I'm going to find Senior Lin Yi. I want to see the sequel.
Thousand Waves watched his granddaughters retreating back and couldn't help but feel sentimental. It seems the stories from other planes are quite exciting too.
Boss, something bad, boss. What happened? Brother.
The third offerer was too nervous to speak. Thousand Waves frowned.
What happened to Golden Crocodile?
Brother is holding his egg and sitting atop the head of the ancient god statue. He looks like he wants to seek death. Thousand Waves found it hard to imagine such a little guy having any reason to seek death.
Why seek death? Is he imitating Senior Lin Yi?
I don't know. His expression is very weathered. He looks like he's aged decades overnight. Seems like it's because of the book you gave him.
Chapter 117, Lin Yi. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested in legs. First update.
Could the martial strength level of this book actually surpass Covering the Sky?
Thousand Waves frowned. He suspected that second worshipper, like himself, was experiencing self-doubt, but that was quite normal. Only by understanding the outside world could one recognize one's deficiencies and thus make progress. And it wasn't as if they had no room for improvement. As long as Senior Lin Yi was around, their potential could still be unearthed. Thousand Waves viewed this matter very positively and rationally. Seeing third offerer still standing there, Thousand Waves glared at him.
What are you dawdling for? Go get him down. He won't die if he falls. At worst, his egg will be shattered and the ground will sink.
Second brother won't let me get close. You should go, big brother.
Third offerer said with a somber face. All his life he pursued cultivation, never marrying or having children, living alone. He never expected that in the end, he would still end up playing nanny to his own second brother. Perhaps this was an inescapable fate. Thousand Waves sighed. 6 splendid, golden wings unfolded behind him. He would have to go and carry second worshipper down himself. It seemed that these books had a significant impact on everyone. This was a good sign, and Thousand Waves became even more determined to lend these books out. Every morning, the first thing Bai Bidong did was to change her outfit in front of the mirror. She was growing fonder of these black tights, not only because they looked good but also because they came with attribute bonuses. If only Senior Lin Yi would make the production method public. Even if the raw materials were expensive, it wouldn't matter. If this could be brought to the market of Soul Land, they would certainly sell out immediately. With black silk, Marshall Soul Hall could monopolize most of the market on Soul Land, which would have invisible benefits for the unification of the continent. Bai Bidong's excitement grew as she thought about it. Of course, what she most wanted to achieve was to draw Lin Yi into Marshall Soul Hall. Since the senior had given her the black silk personally, it indicated that he must enjoy seeing her wear it, so she decided to wear beautiful outfits with it every day just for him. But a mortal's allure to a god was quite limited. Lin Yi always seemed reluctant to spare her an extra glance. Having Lin Yi touch her leg yesterday had already thrilled Bai Bidong, even though the senior had no other intentions touching her leg. Bai Bidong sighed quietly. At this moment, she saw Helena waiting at the door through the mirror.
Nana. Teacher, the black silk senior Lin Yi gave you is really beautiful.
Helena said cautiously, her pink eyes shimmering with full admiration. Bai Bidong looked at her graceful and charmingly delicate disciple, and suddenly had a brainwave. She would have Helena wear black silk too. If all the women in Marshall's Soul Hall wore something given by Lin Yi, perhaps that would gain her a lot of favor from him. Sunlight streamed into the little wooden house, and Lin Yi took a sip of water. He slightly raised his head and realized he had woken up a bit late today. He had opened all the prize wheels and pet blind boxes the night before until it was well past midnight. The rewards were quite ordinary, nothing particularly outstanding, and the pets from the pet blind boxes were also run-of-the-mill. He even got a ragdoll cat, which looked pretty decent and might sell for a couple of tens of thousands on Blue Planet. For now, Lin Yi had placed it in the system space to take it out whenever he wanted to pet a cat. What he was really looking forward to was that egg. Given the system's inclination to favor the host, the chances were high that the secondary pet's quality would surpass the primary pet's, so he was filled with anticipation for whatever was inside that egg. Just over 6 days left until it hatched.
Little maid, why didn't you wake me up earlier? Look what time it is now.
As Lin Yi spoke, he buried his face back into the comfort of Bossy's embrace and took a deep breath. Sleeping with Bossy was truly comfortable, so soft and pliable. She didn't move around, and Lin Yi could move however he wanted.
Because the master's sleep time was insufficient. Oh, I see, I guess I have to thank you. Then go ahead and allow yourself a little reward. Yes, master.
Bossy bowed her head and sweetly kissed Lin Yi on the lips. This made Lin Yi instantly feel refreshed. This must be the power of a good morning kiss. Even the damage rebound released by block shield seemed to have doubled. The chat group was silent all night. It looks like a new member, a new female character, will be joining tonight. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to say a few words in the group. Group leader, sorry everyone, I didn't speak until now. I was dragged into this chat group just as cluelessly as you were. Believe it or not, this is all the power of the group system, and it has nothing to do with me. Group leader, I advise everyone to try their best to meet the requirements of the group system, because it seems to have powers beyond this plane. It was very convenient to send messages. The words would appear in the chat box just by thinking about them. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he put the message in the group announcements so that the women who joined later could see it too. He really was the most aggrieved group leader in history. He really didn't want to see those legs. He was seriously suspecting this was a perverse taste of the system itself. Member 3, right, I also advise all the sisters to try their best to meet the requirements.
1.
Is he really that amazing? Second, really? Lin Yi hadn't expected that as soon as he finished speaking, 1, 2, and 3 would all start chatting actively. But Lin Yi didn't respond. It was enough to state his position simply. There was no need to say more, as the more one says, the more likely one is to make mistakes. To Lin Yi's surprise, 2 and 3 actually started having a heated chat afterwards, while 1 asked a single question and then remained silent. They probably knew that the group leader was innocent too, so they became bolder. Lin Yi withdrew his consciousness from the chat group. Only those with no prospects hang around in chat groups. He had important things to do, and today he needed to continue grinding his shield as usual.
Return to system space.
Command issued, Bossy's body flashed with light and disappeared from the cabin. Lin Yi, now in his acting mode, opened the front door with an indifferent expression. The outside was crowded with people, visibly more than the day before. He estimated that all the ordinary people from Seoul City had come over to join the excitement. Member 3 said that Tiandu City didn't know what was happening here yet, so Xingluo probably wasn't clear about it either. Only the higher-ups of both empires probably knew the situation in Seoul City. However, as long as the new Soul Master competition. Chapter 118, The Fiercest Beast on the Scene's second update. Sitting on a soft cushion, Lin Yi first turned his attention to Dai Ben and his two companions.
When did you get here?
He asked in an even tone.
The
Dai Ben immediately answered. The three of them looked somewhat travel-worn, but no one around them showed any strange reactions, leading Lin Yi to believe that what Dai Ben said was likely true. Attack after the group of 4, following His Majesty's Snow Knight.
Why? We clearly were the first.
Davis stepped forward in confusion, but as soon as he met Lin Yi's gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back involuntarily.
I'm sorry.
Davis quickly apologized. Dai Ben pulled him back, smiling as he bowed in a salute.
Many thanks, Senior, for accommodating us.
Lin Yi did not respond. Actually, his late appearance was the least friendly to the Gua Sha masters. These Gua Sha masters couldn't perform their scraping at dawn, so tonight they'll probably have to scrape till midnight.
Senior, the black silk on my legs is intact today.
Bai Bidong said with a smile, her gaze filled with a touch of expectation as she stared at Lin Yi. What does the black silk on your legs have to do with me? Lin Yi looked into her eyes and after a moment nearly understood the subtext in Bai Bidong's words. She wants me to touch her legs. Bai Bidong's face stiffened, and she immediately showed a look of disappointment as if her expectations had been dashed. As expected, Senior Lin Yi does not fancy legs, at least not hers.
How did the discussion go yesterday?
Lin Yi inquired.
Everyone is very agreeable, but we still need to deliberate on the specific rules. We'll strive to present a few proposals for your review today.
Bai Bidong replied with a smile. After finishing, she did not forget to praise herself.
Senior, you can trust my capabilities. Bai Bidong will definitely present you with a satisfactory report. I trust you to handle it.
Upon receiving praise from Lin Yi, Bai Bidong was momentarily stunned before nodding her head excitedly. Senior's approval +1, happy tilde.
Thank you for trusting me, Senior.
No need for thanks. Begin your attack for today.
Lin Yi made a gesture of invitation, but just then, as he sat in meditation, he suddenly felt a vibration coming from the ground. The only ones who reacted were Thousand Waves, Bai Bidong, and Jin Izio Douluo, aside from Lin Yi himself. Because among those present, these three, including Lin Yi, had the highest spiritual power. Powerful figures were arriving, and not just one. Lin Yi looked up, and the three people, including Bai Bidong, immediately turned their heads in one direction. The Soul Masters initially didn't react, but seeing that Lin Yi and Bai Bidong were directing their attention behind them, everyone turned around together. On the outer edge of the crowd, three figures were slowly approaching. The person in the center was tall, wearing a black robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns. He was handsome in appearance, yet his demeanor exuded an air of authority. To his right was an extremely burly man, nearly 3 meters tall with his muscular upper body bare, his face covered in thick lines expressing an unfriendly demeanor. To the left was an exceedingly graceful and beautiful woman. She wore a long emerald dress, her figure lithe and slender, her face always adorned with a faint smile. In the middle stood Dai Tian. As for the two beside him, Lin Yi, relying on the descriptions from the original work, could roughly make out that they were the ferocious beasts numbered.
2.
Bear Lord and Bai Jai. As they approached the crowd, Bear Lord stepped forward, and his right foot stomped forcefully on the ground. An immensely strong force spread rapidly toward the front, knocking the normal Soul Masters in that direction to the ground. However, a sharp sword cry that followed closely thereafter sliced through Bear Lord's rampaging power.
A human powerhouse?
Bear Lord muttered disdainfully. Straight ahead, Chen Xin calmly held a snow-white longsword as he slowly turned to face Bear Lord from a distance.
I'm truly sorry, Senior Lin.
At this moment, Dai Tian turned to Lin Yi with a bitter look on his face and apologized.
If you're sorry, why don't you discipline your subordinates properly? Do you three think that being ferocious beasts gives you the right to act recklessly here?
Bai Bidong coldly questioned from the stands. Dai Tian was bowing his body, looking apologetic, but there was no sign of him intending to admonish Bear Lord. It was as if he had some unspeakable difficulty. And at this moment, Bai Jai had an expression like that of a bystander, enjoying the drama. This made Lin Yi somewhat puzzled. In the original work, Bear Lord indeed had the audacity to act wildly in front of Dai Tian, but his strength was still far inferior to Dai Tian. Dai Tian certainly had the courage and spirit to chastise Bear Lord.
Just because Dai Tian is afraid of this human doesn't mean I am. But what annoys me the most right now is this human with the sword.
Just as Bear Lord was about to move towards Chen Xin, he suddenly paused and took a step back. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing Bear Lord's strange behavior. Bear Lord slightly turned his head, his ferocious face suddenly filled with respect, as if listening to some advice from someone standing beside him. But beside him,
Are you Lin Yi? It's me. Let me see if you truly possess divine abilities.
Bear Lord suddenly shifted his target, transferring the hostility he felt towards Chen Xin onto Lin Yi. In that instant, Lin Yi understood. He slightly curved his lips upward. So there were not just three ferocious beasts present after all.
Step aside.
Lin Yi spoke calmly. Since the hidden boss of the scene was interested to see if Lin Yi was the real deal, it was time to show her. On hearing his words, Bai Bidong turned around, only to see Lin Yi opening his eyes with a faint smile on his face. Just then, someone in the chat group also spoke up. Whether Lin Yi is really powerful or not is about to be revealed.
Second.
Chapter 119, Pursuing Ultimate Power, encountered the true ultimate power first update. You didn't speak again. Member 3, are you two in Seoul City? What's happening on the scene? Member 3, come on, tell me, I'm so curious. However, Member 3's messages were like stones thrown into the sea within the chat group, eliciting no response whatsoever. Probably because the other two were not focused on the chat group at that moment. At that time, Bai Bidong sheathed his devil's sickle, glanced at Lin Yi, and considerately stepped aside. Thousand Waves and the others hesitated for a moment, then also moved aside. It wasn't that they didn't believe Lin Yi couldn't handle the situation. It was just that, having received such a huge favor from Lin Yi, stepping forward to stop Bear Lord was simply doing what was right as human beings. With Bear Lord's enormous stature moving among the Soul Masters, he was like a walking mountain, his powerful aura intimidating the surrounding Soul Masters into retreating. He made no effort to conceal his own aura, and if one looked closely, they would see the air around him twisting due to the violent force. As Bear Lord passed by Chen Xin, he turned his head and revealed a fiercely malicious smile. In that instant, the 7 kills sword martial spirit that Chen Xin held suddenly shattered. Chen Xin was astonished. Soon after, a prickling pain spread across his skin. Chen Xin couldn't help but take a step back, his face filled with shock. This was an absolute dominance of power. He knew that the ferocious beast in front of him, like himself, was pursuing the extreme in a certain aspect. Chen Xin's pursuit was the way of the sword, while this ferocious beast pursued the extreme of strength. It seemed he indeed had the capital to be arrogant, even in front of Dai Tian. Bear Lord's hostility shifted away from Chen Xin, as Chen Xin was not the target of his provocation this time. His target was the young man in the stands. Bear Lord's single step crossed 5 steps, covering a distance an ordinary person would need 10 steps to traverse in merely 2.
Lin Yi, take it easy in life and death. I, Bear Lord, don't hold back at all when I strike.
He said with a savage smile in his words. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He almost understood. This Bear Lord wasn't entirely on someone else's mission. He harbored the intention to kill, though Lin Yi didn't know the reason. But Lin Yi didn't think he had crossed paths with him before. Against the backdrop of his mountainous figure, Lin Yi appeared as insignificant as an ant. In the next moment, an even larger shadow of a dusk gold dreadclaw bear slowly raised its head behind Bear Lord. Bidong swore that this dusk gold dreadclaw bear was the most terrifying one she had ever seen. Its eyes were blood red, its face scarred and fierce, and the low growl from its mouth was as heavy as thunder, its bloodthirsty and ferocious aura spilling out uncontrollably. This was the king of the dusk gold dreadclaw bears.
Lin Yi, let me see what you are capable of,
Shouted Bear Lord, his voice wild and his eyes filled with the intent to kill. He raised his arm, thick as a boulder, and his dark gold claws unfurled in midair. The lethal strike fell heavily towards Lin Yi's head, the air screaming in agony.
Slash!
The terrifying dark gold claw landed on Lin Yi's shoulder, tearing diagonally downwards. The fragile cloth was like paper, torn to pieces by the ravaging force and scattered on the ground. But that was all. Only Lin Yi's clothes were shredded. His lean body, devoid of excess fat, was revealed, tall and well-proportioned with clearly defined abs, his skin a healthy wheat color. Most importantly, not a single scratch appeared on Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi looked up, his expression impassive as he asked the stunned Bear Lord.
Surprised?
Bear Lord's eyes widened, indeed surprised. Disbelievingly, he glanced at his palm and then at Lin Yi, whose skin was unscathed. What happened? That should have torn the boy apart. Bear Lord raised his palm again, his robust gold claws covering the sky and blocking the sun. Boom! But before his claws could strike down, Lin Yi's raised right foot had already landed on his lower abdomen. Bear Lord couldn't even see his opponent's speed before his entire body was sent blasting forward like a cannonball.
Be careful!
Dai Tian, with eyes wide open, called out as he watched Bear Lord flying toward him. At that moment, green wind elements suddenly floated in the air, slowing down Bear Lord's momentum. Despite this, Bear Lord's entire body still slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Bai Jai was stunned. By now, Dai Tian looked warily in Lin Yi's direction and quickly pulled Bai Jai back.
Let's move further away. Oh, okay.
Bai Jai, agile as a rabbit, hopped away with a smile on her face, enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines. After all, it wasn't her getting beaten up. Bear Lord lay on the ground motionless, as if he had passed out. Snap! Just then, Bear Lord, as if slapped awake while lying on the ground, rapidly came to his senses. He hurriedly got up from the ground, looking toward the stands. Lin Yi slowly walked down the steps, his expression calm and serene throughout. The soul masters nearby, however, were more excited than ever, cheering and jubilant as they watched Lin Yi's retreating figure. Chen Xin couldn't help but murmur.
This time he's pursued ultimate strength, only to encounter the true ultimate power.
The young man walked slowly towards Bear Lord. Bear Lord seemed somewhat intimidated and didn't move forward immediately. But by now, Lin Yi had already reached in front of him. At this moment, all soul masters retreated far back, clearing a large open space in the middle. Bear Lord looked at Lin Yi with a serious expression, anger accumulating in his heart. Then, he reverted to his fierce demeanor. Swinging his arms, Bear Lord's body rapidly expanded. Dark gold fur grew from his body. Soon, a 20-meter-tall dusk gold dreadclaw bear leaped forward, pouncing towards Lin Yi's small stature. He was the king of the dusk gold dreadclaw bears of the Aquapea forest, now intent on reclaiming the dignity he had just lost. His 3 to 4 meter long claws swept down at Lin Yi's head, exerting a hefty force that caused the ground under Lin Yi's feet to feel as if it were caving in slightly. As the claws were about to come crashing down, Lin Yi simply shifted to the side with an indifferent expression. His body was precisely between the gaps of the 2 dark gold claws. Dai Tian was dumbstruck. What kind of psychological fortitude and control over timing did this require? In reality, Lin Yi simply possessed unmatched speed. Even the most formidable attacks appeared to slow down several times in front of him. Bear Lord was utterly stunned. But what followed next was even more shocking to him. Lin Yi leaned slightly forward, each hand grabbing a dark gold claw, he then gripped firmly. Bang! Chapter 120, Bai Jai, it's over, we have really hit the face of a god. Second update. Terror.
Stop it, you can't beat him.
Bear Lord's fangs were exposed, and the sound of their grinding emanated from his mouth.
No, my lord, it's not possible for me to be unable to beat him.
His whole body's dark golden fur stood on end, and his aura climbed rapidly in a short time.
Bear Lord, I command you to stand down.
The pleasant voice suddenly turned cold and serious.
My lord, please give me a chance.
But Bear Lord didn't listen at all. His body once again grew somewhat larger, his aura reaching its peak. Seeing this, Lin Yi slightly narrowed his eyes. He said,
By Bidong, evacuate the soul masters behind me. Yes, senior.
In fact, there was no need for Bai Bidong to take action, as the soul masters behind Lin Yi had already fled far away by themselves. If Senior Lin Yi had spoken up, then it definitely meant there was real danger. At this moment, the hidden figure in the air no longer relayed orders to Bear Lord. Instead, she focused her attention on Lin Yi, curious in her heart. If Bear Lord went all out, how would this rare human youth respond? Yes, at least for now, the person in hiding didn't consider Lin Yi a god. Even though this powerful strength had already surpassed the realm of human soul masters.
Is this guy going to use the sky-tearing claw?
Dai Tian said in astonishment. This skill of Bear Lord's had even inflicted injury on him, with tremendous force.
Sky-tearing claw, could that be overkill?
Bai Jai, looking weak, helpless, and pitiable, hid behind Dai Tian and couldn't help but ask.
But the Lord did not stop it.
Dai Tian turned his head and stared in one direction. On Bear Lord's right claw, the dark golden talons were suddenly coated with a layer of golden light, even the two that had broken regrew. All of his fur stood on end, each strand like a dark golden needle. In just a few seconds, the world darkened, and the wind and clouds changed unexpectedly. Bear Lord took a few steps forward, and his radiant golden claw swung forcefully towards Lin Yi. At that moment, several huge golden scratches streaked across the sky like shooting stars, starkly dividing it as if it were truly split into separate parts. The vertical, massive golden claw marks raged towards Lin Yi, each one tearing through the space, with tiny dark whirlwinds emerging in the air. Even if the youth didn't die, a large part of Soul City behind him was likely to be destroyed. The person hiding in the shadows hesitated for a moment, still preparing to intervene. Because in her eyes, even if Lin Yi possessed power beyond ordinary people, he couldn't withstand Bear Lord's sky-tearing claw. She didn't want Lin Yi to die. But just as she was about to take action, Lin Yi's move made her pause for a moment. Even as an attack that changed the color of the heavens and earth approached, the youth remained eerily calm. He extended his right hand leisurely and brushed it through the air. Suddenly, 10 cards floated in the air. 5 radiated glowing gold light, 5 exuded a purple-black light. 1,000 waves and Bai Bidong were simultaneously shocked.
Seraph, Rakshasa god.
Lin Yi stretched his right hand into one of the golden cards, and when he pulled it back out, he had somehow extracted a golden longsword from within. 1,000 Waves and Zhu, King He, felt a deep sense of familiarity with this scene that reached into their bones. However, the 4 people who arrived later, along with Emperor Zhu and Dai Ben's trio, wore puzzled expressions, not understanding the scene before them, yet inexplicably sensing its high prestige. This was because the cards carried an exalted aura they could not appreciate. The invisible person suddenly came to a halt.
Gods.
She murmured. Lin Yi had fully drawn the angel holy sword. With the sword in his right hand and his left finger sliding across the blade's golden edge, it emitted a sharp ring. Chen Xin heard it, instantly covered in goosebumps. Once the blade was completely unsheathed, the golden card shattered. As a golden paw print tore through the air toward him, Lin Yi, holding the sword in his right hand, twisted in midair and slashed out a golden arc with his blade.
Hum!
The two beams of light collided and the paw print burst apart, with the light once again enveloping the area in an instant. The dazzling golden light struck the Bear Lord, and a scorching sword cut over 10 meters long appeared on his body, flesh split open in a horrific sight. Once again, the Bear Lord was sent flying backwards and crashed into the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood in place, spinning the angel holy sword in his hand before driving it into the ground, where it then turned into a light shadow and vanished. The Bear Lord lay on the ground, his dark golden fur scorched and blackened by the true fire of the sun. The most terrifying aspect was the sword wound on his body. Not only was the cut deep enough to reveal bone, but the flesh around it was being scorched by blazing white flames. The remaining 9 cards floating in the air swiftly flew toward Lin Yi, one by one merging back into his body, in reality, returning to the system space. The invisible person watched, stunned. Dai Tian and Bai Jai were also witnessing the scene for the first time, now standing motionless in place, speechless. It was Bai Jai who first snapped out of it. She prodded Dai Tian, speaking anxiously.
Boss, he truly is a god. It's all over. We've actually run into the face of a god.
Dai Tian's lips turned pale.
I've always said he was a god, but none of you believed me. Now do you understand? Back then, he was arguably a kind god, but now that we've angered him, he slaughters ferocious beasts as if he's just playing around. What do we do now?
Bai Jai was so anxious she stomped her feet like a flustered goose, daring only to hide behind Dai Tian.
Let's see how the master handles it.
Dai Tian continued to gaze into the air at a presence, but he believed the master must be just as confused now. Lin Yi merely stood in place for a moment, then continued walking toward where the Bear Lord lay. As he walked, he asked airily,
Dai Tian, what did you mean by bringing the Bear Lord here today?
When his name was called, Dai Tian instantly panicked, hurrying to respond. Bai Jai too was called out. She instantly shivered, hastily burying her head in the robes behind Dai Tian. How could I be the boss with him here? I can't even get a word in. Dai Tian felt aggrieved to death. He was the only one there with good intentions. Even that silly goose behind him had come only wanting to watch the excitement. Lin Yi extended his right hand, and a golden trident appeared in his grasp. Yet another divine aura. The invisible person's eyes widened in awe. Lin Yi stood with his foot on the Bear Lord's head, raising the golden trident high in his right hand, seemingly intent on finishing off the Bear Lord right there. Just as the trident in Lin Yi's hand was about to fall.
Wait.
Chapter 121, Gu Yuina appears, first update.
He has already been punished. Please spare his life.
The pleasant voice continued speaking. Lin Yi, through the smooth surface of the golden trident, saw a slender figure standing behind him. Yes, Gu Yuina was forced to reveal herself. Bear Lord, being one of the top-ranking ferocious beasts in the Stardew Great Forest, Gu Yuina couldn't just watch him die before her eyes.
Are you ordering me?
Lin Yi's voice came out cold as he turned around, his golden trident pointing unwaveringly at the woman behind him. Though his expression was indifferent, his eyes slightly widened in shock. Gu Yuina was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Her soft and flowing silver hair, eyes like amethyst crystals, her snow-white dress set off her pale skin like petals. Ice skin and jade bones, finally, Lin Yi had someone to match this description in his mind. She was like a snow lotus blooming amidst dust and smoke, noble and aloof, starkly incompatible with the vulgarity around her. No wonder the Soul Masters had looked so astonished just now. Even if gods appeared before them, they would not be as shocked as this. However, Lin Yi knew that, despite appearing harmless, this stunning woman harbored immense power within her. She, like him, possessed strength that surpassed the entire plane of Soul Land, but Lin Yi was unclear about the extent of Gu Yuina's current strength. As the Soul Masters watched Lin Yi pointing his golden trident at the silver-haired woman, they finally lost their composure.
Is there actually a fourth ferocious beast here? That beast was actually invisible just now. I finally understand why Dai Tian dared not speak. It's because this silver-haired woman is their boss. But she's really so pretty. I fell in love with a beast in just 1 second.
Damn, no wonder Senior Lin Yi was so aggressive at first. Was it just to force her to reveal herself?
Variety of murmuring discussions hovered around Lin Yi and Gu Yuina's ears. Gu Yuina looked at the golden trident in front of her. The cold-faced youth looked like he might actually stab her with it the next second.
I heard from Daitian, you're a different kind of god.
Gu Yuina asked curiously. In a short period, she had sensed 3 completely different divine auras from Lin Yi's body. If the boy was a god, he was no ordinary one, perhaps even more special than the supreme god. In Gu Yuina's memory, not even the supreme god had the ability to use the powers of other gods. Lin Yi spread his fingers, and the golden trident in his hand turned into golden starlight and vanished. He lowered his right arm and spoke with an indifferent expression.
I'm just an ordinary person who doesn't want to live.
As Lin Yi spoke, his pitch-black eyes remained fixed on Gu Yuina's beautiful amethyst eyes. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the stands as if he had no interest in the woman before him. The soul masters made way for him, their faces filled with shocked expressions. Senior Lin Yi is so damn cool. The more he refuses to acknowledge he's a god, the more the soul masters believe he is one. Frankly speaking, the silver-haired woman's beauty could crush Senior Lin Yi on several levels. Yet Senior Lin Yi is the only one who dares to meet the silver-haired woman's gaze and does not lose to her in terms of aura. Perhaps to pass as an ordinary person, Senior Lin Yi even disguised his own appearance.
I apologize for everything that just happened.
At this moment, the sweet voice of Gu Yuina suddenly came from behind him. But Lin Yi, as if he hadn't heard her, didn't even pause for a moment and continued straight towards the stands. Gu Yuina looked at Lin Yi's lean, muscular back with a hint of daze. She pondered over the words Lin Yi had just spoken, and her thoughts began to shift slightly. This god really seemed different from the others.
Bai Jai heal.
Gu Yuina spoke to Bai Jai, but her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi until he sat cross-legged on the meditation mat.
Yes, my lord.
Emerald wings unfolded behind Bai Jai as she gracefully glided to Bear Lord's side, like a swan dancing through the air. She raised her hands as if tenderly handling a flower above her head, and the phantom image of an emerald swan emerged behind her, with soft green light enveloping Bear Lord's wounds. Emperor Zui squinted his eyes slightly, and then gasped in astonishment.
The Emerald Swan. Could she possibly be the clan leader of the Emerald Swan Soul Beast tribe?
Emperor Zui's DNA stirred instantly. After all, his martial soul had also become an emerald swan, so now he felt both a kinship and awe toward the emerald swan. But a ferocious beast is still a ferocious beast, and Emperor Zui did not have the courage to approach. While Bai Jai healed Bear Lord, Gu Yuina took it upon herself to walk towards the stands. Seeing this, Dai Tian immediately followed, his excitement palpable. The Lord must be interested in Senior Lin Yi. Better to follow and snag a reward while I can. As the stunning silver-haired woman walked their way, the soul masters who had just calmed themselves became restless once again. They spontaneously cleared a path for Gu Yuina and Dai Tian to walk through the middle. Chen Xin quickly retracted the 7 kills sword martial spirit in his hands, preferring to be safe than sorry. He certainly didn't want his martial soul to shatter once again. Gu Yuina came to a stop at the edge of the stands, at which point she whispered something to Dai Tian. Dai Tian then asked Lin Yi.
Senior Lin Yi, my lord wishes to observe from here. Do you permit it? Permitted?
Lin Yi said indifferently. He finished speaking and gestured for Bai Bidong to come up. Dai Tian glanced around and whispered to Gu Yuina.
My lord, I know it's inconvenient for you to speak freely due to your status, but it's probably best to communicate with Senior Lin Yi directly, especially since we've offended him.
Gu Yuina's pretty face was tense.
I apologized to him, he ignored me, so I don't want to talk to him.
Dai Tian. He looked around and saw that they were the only 2 standing in this large open area, with the other soul masters keeping their distance. This was not out of politeness but fear. It seemed that the soul masters had a deep-seated prejudice against ferocious beasts. Taking advantage of the lull while Bai Bidong was coming up, Lin Yi glanced at the chat group in his mind.
Second.
It's over, Senior Lin Yi really is formidable. It's my first time seeing him come down to crush someone, the scene is so thrilling. Second, so who exactly are you? One, there are so many women here, which one are you?
1.
No time to talk. It's over, Senior Lin Yi really is formidable. It's my first time seeing him come down to crush someone, the scene is so thrilling. Second, so who exactly are you? One, there are so many women here, which one are you? 1. No time to talk.
Member 3.
But isn't it against group rules to reveal your real identity here? Second, oh forgot. Member 3, you all need to tell me what's actually happening on the scene. My dad is still there. Member 3's words fell on deaf ears as 1 and second did not speak again. Member 3.
Senior, should I start attacking now?
Bai Bidong approached Lin Yi, hesitantly asking. After all, such a major interruption had never occurred at the scene before. Lin Yi nodded calmly.
Proceed as normal.
Chapter 122, Two Inexperienced Dragons, Please Don't Make a Fuss, Second Update.
What is that?
Gu Yuina saw a wooden board not far from Lin Yi. It read, Highest Damage Record. Damage Level, Golden Junior. Record Holder, Dai Tian. Seeing the contents of the board left Dai Tian stunned. The last time he was here, he indeed noticed there was a board, but the contents were not what they were now. Could the damage from his last attack actually be represented with a number? After the last attack, Dai Tian had only taken the reward and was clueless about the rules. Lin Yi hadn't reported the damage to him but simply handed over the award. Seeing Dai Tian's shocked expression, Gu Yuina couldn't help but frown slightly.
You really don't know anything. You came back acting all confident. Now hurry up and find someone to ask what's going on.
Yes, Your Highness.
Dai Tian turned his head and started looking for a target, his aura fierce. Gu Yuina had to add.
Politely.
Yes, Your Highness.
Dai Tian turned his head and started looking for a target, his aura fierce. Gu Yuina had to add politely. Yes, Your Highness. Dai Tian fixed his gaze on someone and immediately approached, hugging the bewildered Princess Douluo. Ghost Douluo saw this but dared not speak out in anger.
Esteemed human titled Douluo Soul Master, I apologize for the offense, but could you please explain the rules to my master?
Dai Tian asked politely. Next to Dai Tian, Douluo appeared quite petite, like a little bird relying on a person. He was scared and took several deep breaths.
This.
Up close, seeing Gu Yuina's meticulously sculpted, stunning features, Douluo suddenly started stuttering. Several minutes later, he managed to explain what he knew in detail.
Thank you.
Watching Douluo hurry back to the Soul Master crowd, Dai Tian bowed solemnly.
I seem to.
Dai Tian murmured, his heart feeling as if it were bleeding at that moment. Gu Yuina's attention was fully on the scene above the stands. She slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes.
I have only heard of trading treasures for treasures, but this is the first time I've heard of exchanging damage for treasures. It truly is astonishing and unheard of.
At this moment, Bai Bidong's first attack had just ended. Seeing Lin Yi holding a red orb of light in his hand, Dai Tian suddenly shouted excitedly.
Your Highness, look quickly. That's the reward. The orb of light can turn into all sorts of awards.
His voice was loud enough to fill the entire venue. All the Soul Masters looked their way again, even Lin Yi's gaze swept past Bai Bidong to look over here. Gu Yuina's cheeks blushed subtly, suddenly feeling embarrassed to stand next to Dai Tian with his boisterous manner. No, embarrassed to stand next to a dragon. HP lost, 276,483. Remaining HP, 899,971,425,342. Damage grade, red primary. Random reward, grant a martial soul with complete soul rings over 50,000 years. Host reward, grant a martial soul with complete soul rings 10,000 years. Lin Yi shifted his gaze from Gu Yuina's blushing face back to Bai Bidong.
Damage 276,483, red primary. This reward will grant one of your martial souls with complete 10,000-year soul rings. Each soul ring's age exceeding 50,000 years, and the soul rings are particularly suited to your martial soul.
On hearing this, Bai Bidong gasped in surprise, covering her mouth with her hands. To be granted 9 50,000-year soul rings at once, and each one specifically matched to her martial soul, was incredibly fortunate. She just happened to have a Hayashin hammer martial soul that had no soul rings yet. This was tantamount to receiving 9 top-level soul skills at once.
Awarding soul rings.
Gu Yuina's pupils dilated with shock. She was always sensitive about Soul Master's soul rings because the creation of a soul ring implied the hunting of a soul beast. Yet Lin Yi could bestow soul rings out of thin air. Is this for real? Gu Yuina couldn't believe it. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. If it was true, this reward definitely made Gu Yuina instantly feel the young man's full goodwill towards soul beasts. Although this was just a random reward from the system, and not a subjective choice made by Lin Yi.
So this female soul master has twin martial souls. Those with twin martial souls must be among the best within soul masters, right?
Gu Yuina asked Dai Tian, having just noticed that Bai Bidong had used a spider-type beast martial soul during her attack.
Yes, my lord. Wrong, our sovereign doesn't have twin martial souls. She has 3 martial souls.
Ghost Douluo interjected.
3 martial souls. Since when can a human soul master have 3 martial souls?
Gu Yuina asked in astonishment. Being stared at by such a beautiful woman, Ghost Douluo actually blushed for a moment, averting his gaze.
I indeed haven't seen anyone with 3 martial souls. Our sovereign's 3rd martial soul was a gift from Senior Lin Yi.
Gu Yuina was so shocked that her vertical pupils nearly popped out.
He can also.
Right at that moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yi flicked the red orb of light towards the Hayashin hammer in his hand. The red orb immediately turned into 9 pitch-black soul rings that began to circle around the hammer. Gu Yuina's eyes immediately bulged, round and adorable, her surprise so great that her vertical pupils couldn't retract. My God, it.
Do you want to try out the skill?
Lin Yi calmly asked, adding.
You can try it on me, consider it a second attack.
But I can't predict the damage. If the damage is low, the reward quality will decrease. Will you compensate me, Senior?
Bai Bidong murmured softly. Lin Yi's expression was indifferent.
No compensation.
My gosh, such a direct refusal. Bai Bidong looked at Lin Yi somewhat speechlessly. She glanced at the Hayashin hammer in her hand. All right, let's just try it. After all, the reward quality would only decrease this once. She could make up for it next time.
Second attack.
Please.
Lin Yi made a
Please.
gesture with an expressionless face. At this point, Gu Yuina couldn't hold back any longer. She asked Dai Tian in a weird tone.
Has he always been this aloof?
I guess so.
Ghost Douluo, who appeared to have been paying attention to the conversation between Gu Yuina and Dai Tian all along, chimed in. Senior indeed seems to be seeking death. He hardly ever smiles, and before death, he seems to want to give away everything he has in this manner.
Hayashin True Body.
Chapter 123, Regret of the Arrogant Dragon, Damage to those with dragon bloodline increased by 50%. First update. What no one could have expected was that the words,
Hayashin True Body,
actually came from the mouth of Bai Bidong in Seoul City. If the members of the Hao Tian clan saw this, they would likely doubt their very existence on the spot. A ring of jet black soul rings spiraled up. A faint purple glow began to suffuse Bai Bidong's body. Her eyes shone brightly, and her hair flew about smoothly. An invisible surge of air waves rippled around her. It was hard to imagine that a woman with such a slender and graceful figure could give off an explosive sense of power. Even the strength-type soul masters present would find it hard to match her aura. Thousand Waves stared at Bai Bidong on the stage, his eyes sparkling as he muttered to himself.
She's truly worthy of being the continent's #1 weapon martial soul. She's now stacking strength without limit, just waiting for the moment to unleash her soul skill and explode with power.
There was a time when Thousand Waves had felt this familiar aura on someone else.
Sixth soul skill, Meteor of the Eternal Night.
In an instant, the Hao Tian hammer in Bai Bidong's hand grew tenfold. She raised her other slender arm to grab the handle, swinging the vastly out-of-proportion hammer in front of Lin Yi. The howling wind sounded like thunder as the enormous hammer stood erect against the sky. In that moment, the sky darkened as if stars were twinkling in the night sky. The huge hammer lit up with a magnificent purple light, then it plummeted down like a purple fire-blazing meteor. Watching the scene unfold, the Soul Masters instinctively thought about fleeing for their lives. The falling meteor heralded the apocalypse, such was the psychological pressure exerted by this skill.
Boom.
The shockwave of energy spread outwards, with damage rebound following close behind. Bai Bidong immediately retracted the Haitian hammer martial soul, as the phantom of the Death Spider Emperor flickered behind her and vanished.
Thorn spider armor.
She shouted crisply, but the purple spider armor on her body quickly shattered as Bai Bidong slid back. Her high heels barely embedded into the marble before she stopped her momentum. Such a level of damage rebound.
Lightning 5 whip.
Last time. But it also reminded Lin Yi that he had forgotten to use a reward. He had opened the pet blind box and all of the price roulettes the night before, but he had singularly forgotten about the skill roulette. Perhaps Bossy's land of gentleness possessed the power to cause brief amnesia.
As expected.
No wonder this time's damage rebound was much stronger than before. It seems the Haitian hammer's single-target bursting ability is indeed strong, and it has the characteristic of strength accumulation. And this was merely by relying on the martial soul true body and the soul skill. If she could acquire disorder-splitting wind and Mount Zumi from Senior Lin Yi, the damage would surely go up another level.
Your reward is the fixed damage skill roulette.
Lin Yi finished speaking and tossed the red orb of light into midair. As the orb turned into a gigantic roulette wheel, Gu Yuina and Dai Tian from below were once again bewildered. What in the world was this? However, a glance from Gu Yuina was enough for Dai Tian to understand her thoughts. She needed someone to enlighten her. Dai Tian turned to look at Chrysanthemum Douluo, who shuddered violently. Chrysanthemum Douluo hurriedly said,
Don't come over. I'll explain it right here for you.
At this time, a jade-green figure darted into the crowd and ran towards Gu Yuina's side. Emperor Zuoi's gaze was instantly captured by the green figure.
My lord, I have finished my task, and now we just wait for Bear Lord to wake up on his own.
But just as Bai Jai had arrived, she saw Gu Yuina and Dai Tian hurriedly frowning at her while simultaneously holding up a finger.
SHH.
Bai Jai's eyes widened, and she immediately raised her hand to cover her mouth. After Chrysanthemum Douluo finished introducing, Gu Yuina revealed an expression as if she had suddenly realized something. The shock she felt towards Lin Yi deepened in her heart. If Dai Tian's Dragon God Claw had a damage grade of 500,000, but Lin Yi could deliver a skill with 1,000,000 in damage. The horror of this difference went without saying. This young man seemed to monopolize every demand in Soul Land, and as long as one stayed with him daily, humans and soul beasts would almost have no need for cultivation.
What a huge wheel.
At this moment, Bai Jai suddenly exclaimed in astonishment from behind. PFF, you country bumpkin goose who's never seen the world. Gu Yuina and Dai Tian couldn't help but criticize her in their hearts. What she was seeing was clearly the fixed damage skill roulette.
I won't go into too much detail about this reward, as I've already explained it when Thousand Waves held the last draw.
Lin Yi said to Bai Bidong. Upon hearing this, Thousand Waves' expression stiffened. Don't mention it, he still hated this man called Ma Baiguo.
You may proceed when you're ready. Yes.
Bai Bidong nodded and walked towards the big wheel with some trepidation. She grabbed the edge of the wheel and pulled it hard downward. Clang, clang, clang. The wheel spun rapidly, the pointer fixed in place. About a minute later, the wheel came to a complete stop. Gu Yuina, curious to see the result, approached the viewing stand to get a closer look. Lin Yi glanced at her at that moment. Noticing Lin Yi's gaze, Gu Yuina huffed and turned her head away haughtily. So you think you can act cool? I can do it too. Bai Bidong stepped back several paces on the stage, and Lin Yi promptly spoke up.
Let's look at the skill name first.
The cover of the name pointer opened up.
Regret of the Arrogant Dragon.
Bai Bidong read the name aloud. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched at the familiar move.
400,000.
Bai Bidong exclaimed. A red senior injury appeared. Wow. Every single hit was guaranteed damage, meaning that from now on, all her attacks would ensure at least a red senior reward. Thousand Waves stood there dumbfounded with envy. He got a damage of 10, Bai Bidong got 400,000. The gap between the Cursed and the Euro Emperor was just that bloody. Lin Yi looked at the system's notes at this moment. He realized the skill indeed originated from one of the moves in Dragon Subduing Palms, but it was magically modified. He explained.
This skill comes from one of the moves in 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, with a base damage of 400,000. If the target possesses Dragon Bloodline, the damage will increase by 50%, which is to say it will reach 600,000.
Upon hearing this number, Dai Tian quickly glanced at the wooden sign which displayed the damage for his Dragon God Claw. It was actually 100,000 higher than his Dragon God Claw. He was dumbfounded, really. Bai Bidong was ecstatic. She looked at Lin Yi.
Senior, do you have a dragon bloodline?
If Lin Yi had a dragon bloodline, then he could deal fixed golden damage on him.
I don't, but they do. Why don't you try it on them?
Chapter 124, Dai Tian, Senior Lin Yi, please satisfy my lord just once. Chapter 3000. Lin Yi finished speaking, and a golden light flew out from the big wheel, landing on Bai Bidong. A completely new method of cultivating inner power emerged in her mind, and Bai Bidong looked as if she had discovered a new world, her eyes shining with a bright light.
Inner strength.
The explanation of the technique was that inner strength circulates within the body, but Bai Bidong discovered that this so-called inner strength could be completely replaced by soul power.
What do you think? Want to try out the damage?
Lin Yi asked. Bai Bidong immediately nodded her head.
I want to try.
At this moment, Dai Tian shrank his neck. Though it sounded exaggerated, he still preferred to believe what Lin Yi had said. If Lin Yi said 600,000, then it must really be 600,000. 600,000 damage on his body, wouldn't that be courting death? However, a voice suddenly rang out from the sidelines.
This lord wants to see if the effects are really as he claims.
Gu Yuina said this while looking towards Dai Tian. The latter immediately felt a chill run down his spine. If you want to see it, why don't you go up yourself? Why are you looking at me like that? But Dai Tian only dared to complain in his heart. He knew that once Gu Yuina spoke up, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being tested. But at this moment, Porcupine Douluo in the crowd suddenly laughed and lifted Dragon Lance Douluo by the collar. Dragon Lance Douluo's eyes widened, as if someone had grabbed the throat of his fate.
Possess a dragon bloodline? Look for my brother Dragon Lance Douluo. Just the other day at Martial Soul Hall, he wouldn't stop bragging about his noble dragon bloodline 800 times in one night, telling us not to mess with him. No, just kidding, haha.
Dragon Lance Douluo gave Porcupine Douluo a glare before smilingly attempting to reason with those around him. Bai Bidong looked at Dragon Lance and said with a smile.
Elder Longmao, why not?
Vda.
Before Bai Bidong could finish her sentence, Dragon Lance Douluo suddenly spat out blood and collapsed on the ground convulsing, his eyes rolling back. Everyone around was stunned. Come on, is it that serious? Has spitting blood become a skill you can use anytime and anywhere? Dragon Lance Douluo lay on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, unmoving no matter how much Porcupine Douluo slapped his cheeks. Do they take me for a fool? 600,000 damage on my body, a ghost would be scared off, not even ashes would be left. I'm not trying it, no way, to try is to die. It seems that getting used to spitting blood also has its advantages, at least it's very persuasive when playing dead. Dragon Lance Douluo continued to play dead, his eyes rolling back. Bai Bidong twitched her mouth.
Never mind, let's not try it.
In that case, attack me.
Just then, a pleasant voice rose from the audience. Bai Bidong looked towards Gu Yuina, who had spoken, somewhat surprised.
Do you also have a dragon bloodline?
Dai Tian was a black dragon, definitely with a dragon bloodline, and Bai Bidong knew this. And this silver-haired woman, whose beauty made even Bai Bidong feel inferior, what type of soul beast she was still unclear to anyone. Gu Yuina proudly tilted her chin up.
The purest dragon bloodline in Soul Land. Is that enough?
Bai Bidong was taken aback, and everyone's attention was drawn to these words. The purest dragon bloodline. At this moment, Lin Yi beckoned.
Come up to the stage and give it a try.
Gu Yuina headed straight for the steps upon hearing this. Seeing Dai Tian's cowardice, she knew he definitely wouldn't want to try. Since she was curious about the effects, she decided to experience it herself. Moreover, Gu Yuina worried Dai Tian might actually not withstand it. If the damage was real, it would be an attack even more formidable than the Dragon God Claw. Gu Yuina lifted her feet and stepped on the staircase, her skirt revealing a section of her crystalline and fair legs. Dazzling light shone on her face, and her snow-white skin even reflected faint rainbows. Once again close to this man, Gu Yuina carefully observed the seated Lin Yi, taking in every detail about him.
Why are you staring at me? Look at her.
Lin Yi, who ostensibly had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke, causing Gu Yuina's pretty face to flush with heat, and she quickly diverted her gaze. How annoying this man is. Seeing Gu Yuina's embarrassed expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but curl his lips upward. It seemed the Dragon King lady had taken an interest in him. Bai Bidong took a deep breath, removed a pair of high heels from her feet, and set them aside, her delicate feet clad in black silk stepping on the marble floor.
Excuse me.
She said. As she pushed her fair hands downward, a fierce dragon's roar suddenly echoed around her body. Suddenly, a golden dragon phantom coiled around her slender body, spiraling upward. Bai Bidong lifted her knee, swung her elbow, each movement producing a sound of breaking air. This scene stirred Lin Yi's memories, invoking a long-lost martial arts vibe. But to the soul masters this was perplexing. What skill was this? Was she charging up? The golden dragon phantom around Bai Bidong became more solid. As she wove her hands in front of her body, the dragon's roar increasingly high-pitched to the ear. She pushed out both palms. Regret of the arrogant dragon.
Roar!
The golden dragon's roar sent layers of marble from the stands flying upward, a frenzied and unparalleled power assaulting Gu Yuina. Sitting to one side, Lin Yi was also hemorrhaging health like mad, having lost 150,000 in the blink of an eye. Gu Yuina stood her ground, her pale fingers gently poking the air in front of her. As a dot of inky black darkness element rapidly expanded like a black hole, attempting to swallow all the incoming assault. Yet Gu Yuina still underestimated the destructive force of regret of the arrogant dragon. The darkness element was utterly annihilated by absolute power, and Gu Yuina's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her fair hand pushed forward in an instant, and the surging silver element in her palm exploded in an instant, turning into countless densely packed silver thousand paper cranes flying towards the sky. Whoosh! Only then was the power of regret of the arrogant dragon completely neutralized. After it was over, everyone on the scene except for Lin Yi was shocked, including Gu Yuina and Bai Bidong. What shocked everyone, including Bai Bidong, was that the 600,000 damage was so effortlessly resolved by this woman with just one or two skills. What level of power must this be? Gu Yuina frowned, her heart even more astonished. The attack just now, if she hadn't used the space element to completely avoid all the damage, she might have truly been injured.
How is it this skill?
Lin Yi opened his eyes calmly, meeting Gu Yuina's gaze. Gu Yuina, visibly unsettled, shifted her gaze and said somewhat breathlessly.
It's very powerful. I would be hurt if I tried to tank it.
Pausing for a moment, she looked at Lin Yi and said in a serious tone.
You are also very powerful. Your abilities are beyond my imagination.
After speaking, Gu Yuina walked down from the stands. Though the looks toward her now contained more curiosity and fear, only Gu Yuina herself knew how outrageous the experience had just been. It had been many years since she'd almost suffered at the hands of a human's attack. But since the skill was given by Lin Yi, it wasn't quite a divine skill, it must be a quasi-divine skill at least. Thinking this way, Gu Yuina suddenly felt a bit better in her heart. At this moment, Bai Jai, standing in the back, suddenly murmured.
My lord!
Gu Yuina turned around and saw Bai Jai staring blankly at her arm. She looked down and saw, to her surprise, a bleeding wound on her arm. Gu Yuina's pupils flickered. Bai Jai immediately placed her hand over the wound and a faint green light flashed by. Bai Jai lifted her hand, and the wound healed back to its original state, becoming smooth, fair skin once again. Gu Yuina looked at Lin Yi on the stand with a complex expression. After staring for a moment, she suddenly muttered to herself.
I also want to attack.
My lord, what did you say?
Dai Tian lowered his head, pretending to listen. Gu Yuina was momentarily dazed before realizing she had accidentally spoken her thoughts out loud. Her throat moved and she dodged the look, saying,
Nothing, I didn't say anything. My lord said she also wanted to attack.
Suddenly, Goose Goose poked its head out from behind them, and Bai Jai seriously repeated Gu Yuina's words from before. Gu Yuina's eyelids trembled. Bai Jai was so frightened by the words that she quickly circled around to hide behind Dai Tian. Dai Tian was somewhat helpless, but still asked with a respectful face.
Does my lord also wish to attack? Shall I apply on your behalf to Senior Lin Yi?
Gu Yuina's eyes flickered, truly tempted. Yet she haughtily turned her head away.
I do not.
How could Dai Tian not understand her meaning? Since his lord was reluctant to speak, he decided to act on her behalf. At this moment, Bai Bidong had just put on her shoes on the stage. Seeing the messy ground on the stage, she knew the skill's damage was a solid 600,000 and couldn't help feeling delighted. As she stepped off the platform, ready to take the stage, Dai Tian stood out.
Senior Lin Yi, my lord wishes to participate in your offense. May she have your permission?
Lin Yi looked at him with a detached expression.
She may.
Gu Yuina's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this, ready to take the stage, but then Lin Yi added.
If she can defeat me, then you can cut in line.
At that moment, any good feelings the dragon might have had for the gods were once again frozen over. Gu Yuina withdrew the foot she was about to step forward with.
I was just curious to see. I have no interest in attacking. Dai Tian, do not talk nonsense.
Gu Yuina said with an icy look. Dai Tian looked back at her with some difficulty.
My lord, why not try fighting Senior Lin Yi once? I know you really want to attack and win a prize. Maybe you'll win.
Gu Yuina's face stiffened. Right then, she really wanted to kick this black dragon to death. Who really wanted that prize? Not at all.
You have 3 seconds to shut your mouth and stand properly by my side.
She said coldly, staring at Dai Tian. But Dai Tian, as if determined to go through with it, looked torn. He rushed onto the stage and kneeled on one knee before Lin Yi.
Senior Lin Yi, my lord likes to say one thing and mean another. She says she doesn't want to, but her heart actually desires it. But she must be afraid of not being able to defeat you, which is why she's being stubborn. Please satisfy her.
Chapter 125. Don't get excited. Divine artifacts are as cheap as cabbages with me. First update. As soon as Dai Tian finished speaking, all eyes at the scene converged on Gu Yuina. Even Bai Jai, standing aside, felt so awkward she wished she could dig a hole with her toes, not to mention Gu Yuina herself. But Dai Tian spoke the truth, not a word was amiss. Gu Yuina indeed dared not fight Lin Yi. She had considered all the factors and constraints. However, all the factors pointed to one reason. Gu Yuina believed she could not possibly defeat Lin Yi. The boy before her, seemingly human but actually more special than the gods, had an unimaginable foundation of strength. Take this moment, for instance. The brashness of Dai Tian in her presence, tattling all of her thoughts to everyone because of his understanding of her, would have certainly warranted a thrashing by her temper. But due to Lin Yi's presence, Gu Yuina very rationally abandoned the idea, even though she was furious. If a fray started and she lost to Lin Yi, the result would affect many things, including the reputation of the dragon god and the balance between humans and soul beasts.
Step down.
Gu Yuina could only frown and issue the stern command to Dai Tian. Startled by her shout, Dai Tian had steeled himself for whatever came. Now that backing down was as good as death, he might as well strive to fulfill his master's stubborn wishes and perhaps avoid punishment.
Senior, please.
Ever since tasting the sweetness of rewards last time, he truly wanted to stick close to the mighty Lin Yi and never leave his side. With Lin Yi, who needed to cultivate anymore. Screw those bitter days, let them be someone else's past.
You!
The usually composed Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch at the sight of Dai Tian's pleading look. He knew Dai Tian was close to death now, hence Dai Tian had to achieve something before stepping down to escape execution. Lin Yi certainly hoped for Gu Yuina to attack, but he didn't want to appear as if he was fawning over her. Everyone, or soul beast, should be treated equally in his presence.
For now, stay away from me.
Lin Yi spoke calmly, watching Dai Tian, who was almost clinging onto him. It was hard to imagine that the formidable and imposing Dai Tian from the original story had no resistance against the lure of rewards. Could it be that the natural cultivation process for soul beasts was really so difficult?
Fine, I will schedule your attack after Dai bends today, but on the second day, I must see you first at the venue. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to attack.
Hearing this statement, Gu Yuina's eyes instantly lit up with joy. Lin Yi had actually agreed. No, she mustn't show her elation.
Attack.
Dai Tian glanced back and then walked down cautiously, but one look from Gu Yuina was enough to make him cover his head with his hands in terror.
Spare my life, master.
Dai Tian, the mighty soul beast god, had no dignity left in front of Gu Yuina.
We'll settle this later.
Gu Yuina spoke coldly, arms crossed over her chest. Dai Tian was delighted inside, relieved to have dodged a bullet. Her words implied she was pleased after all. With the interlude over, Thousand Waves then stepped up to the stage. The shadow of the last draw had not yet dissipated, but reading the memoir had significantly changed his mindset. The goal of the powerful should be set for the long term. He was learning from Huang Tian Emperor and Yexiandi. This first attack, Thousand Waves decided not to rely on the power of the forward battle armor. He wanted to use his own strength. Just like by Bidong's Hao Tian Hammer attack mode, Thousand Waves chose his 6th soul skill plus martial soul true body. Standing before Lin Yi, Thousand Waves closed his eyes. Soon, a surge of light element so powerful that even Gu Yuina was taken aback was released on the scene. A gigantic 6-winged angel phantom emerged behind Thousand Waves, bathing everyone in its golden radiance as if gilding their faces with a layer of gold leaf. A level 99 soul master amongst humans.
My lord, it seems that the previous damage record was held by him.
Dai Tian said from the side.
It doesn't matter.
Gu Yuina glanced at the 500,000 on the wooden plaque and said,
By the end of today, my record will be the one inscribed here.
But my lord, to drive the damage so high right from the start.
Gu Yuina coolly retorted.
If I can easily deal golden damage, why should I covet the black level reward?
Dai Tian was suddenly at a loss for words. That did seem to be the case, indeed. They could never reach the heights of their lord's thinking.
6th soul skill, Angel's Roar.
Named Angel's Roar, yet the angel phantom behind Thousand Waves made no sound, only circles of golden rings cascaded toward Lin Yi. It was as if they were waves of sound composed of the light element. The golden rings fell upon Lin Yi, shattering one after another, quite resembling the futility of eggs striking a rock.
He's completely immune to the light element.
Gu Yuina couldn't help but talk to herself, which at least proved one thing: she had one less trump card to use against Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 337,684. Remaining health, 899,970,643,462. Damage grade, red intermediate. Random reward, Angel Holy Sword * 60 days. Host reward, Angel Holy Sword * permanent. Wow, this reward has struck it big, from 60 days to permanent. This seemed to be Lin Yi's first divine artifact with a permanent usage right.
Damage 337,684. Red intermediate. Your reward is a 60-day usage right for the Divine Angelic Holy Sword.
The moment the reward was announced, hardly anyone cared about the damage anymore. Thousand Waves was shocked. While divine artifacts had dropped before, like Bai Bidong's Rakshasa Scythe, it only had a 30-day duration. A red intermediate reward, yet it could last twice as long.
Is he planning to lend his divine artifact for 60 days?
Gu Yuina couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. No doubt there was only one such artifact, and if given away, Lin Yi would no longer have it. He was indeed very generous. It seemed as if Lin Yi heard Gu Yuina's surprise, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. He tossed the Angel Holy Sword in his hand to Thousand Waves, who excitedly caught it. The next moment stunned everyone present. Lin Yi pulled out 4 more identical swords, each emanating the aura of gods, and cradled them casually in his arms as if they were cabbages being given away for free.
I have an abundance of divine artifacts. I can even give away permanent ones if your damage is high enough. Giving away 2 permanent ones is no problem.
Chapter 126, 440,000 damage, Eternal Weapon Roulette Second Update. At that moment, the scene was silent, except for the sound of men's silence and women's tears. Many people were looking at Lin Yi on the stage with longing in their eyes. In their entire lives, they had never seen a divine artifact. Even the great priest and His Holiness the Pope could only use divine artifacts with a time limit. But Senior Lin Yi, you just doled them out like they were free. How are we supposed to live after this? Lin Yi didn't care about the Soul Master's feelings. The more they despaired, the happier he became. He said,
If you're ready, then let's start the second attack.
Thousand Waves nodded. He didn't retract the Angel Holy Sword. He wanted to try out the new treasure he had just acquired, of course. He remembered how Bai Bidong had used the Rakshasa Scythe right away in the second attack, which made him incredibly envious at the time. This second attack, Thousand Waves prepared to use the first soul skill plus forward battle armor. Of course, this time, the first soul skill was cast using a divine artifact as the medium. Points of starlight appeared on Thousand Waves' entire right arm and shoulder, and the golden forward battle armor flashed into existence in an instant. The novelty of this sight stunned Dai Ben and Gu Yuina, who had arrived later. What is this thing, an attached soul bone? No one answered their question because everyone's attention was focused on the spectacle happening on the platform. Thousand Waves shouted.
First soul skill, Sword of Judgment.
The forward battle armor, holding the divine artifact, combined their auras to reach the peak in an instant. He rushed towards Lin Yi, and the Angel Holy Sword in his hand was even burning with the true fire of the Sunan effect intrinsic to the divine artifact. Clang! A sword struck Lin Yi's shoulder, and Thousand Waves promptly defended with the Angel Holy Sword in front, yet when the damage rebound hit him, he was shocked. The force this time was far greater than before. He was uncontrollably sent flying towards the stand below, and only when the third offer braced behind him did his momentum stop.
What's going on?
After regaining his composure, Thousand Waves couldn't help but look up at the platform in astonishment.
Big brother, could it be?
At this moment, the third offerer looked thoughtfully at the divine artifact in Thousand Waves' hand. Lin Yi turned to the system panel. Blood loss, 443,678. Remaining health, 899,970,208,376. Damage level, red high grade. Random reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette *1. Host reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette *3. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time a red advanced reward was issued for damage. No one had ever managed to get a red advanced before. They had always jumped from red intermediate straight to golden junior. Lin Yi glanced at the notes, then said,
Damage 443,678. Red advanced damage.
Upon hearing this damage report, Thousand Waves nearly lost his balance. He forcefully calmed himself and asked,
Over.
The last attack was only 330,000. How did it suddenly jump to 440,000 damage this time? What kind of joke was this?
Confused about the damage, right? Actually, it's quite easy to analyze. First, this is a divine artifact, and specifically, it is a weapon for your own martial soul, which means it has a high compatibility with you. Secondly, you use the divine artifact to execute a soul skill, which is completely different from by Bidong, who did not use a divine artifact to execute his soul skill. So, it's completely normal for the damage to be high.
It was only then that Thousand Waves had an epiphany. That was a real fright. But it wasn't a loss. Compatibility with the divine artifact effectively increased his damage baseline. It's just too bad that it could only be used for 60 days.
Then, Senior, what is the reward for red advanced damage? Eternal Weapon Roulette.
Thousand Waves. What? Upon hearing those three troubling words, Thousand Waves' eyes widened in disbelief. I feel like throwing up.
I don't want this reward, I'm giving it away.
He made his way beneath the viewing stand and squeezed into the crowd, meanwhile pointing at Zhu King.
I'll give this reward to Prince King. Prince King has always been lucky. Instead of wasting this reward, it might as well show its true value in someone else's hands.
Thousand Waves' speech moved Emperor Zui greatly. Dai Ben, however, was unhappy upon hearing this. Why should it be given to the prince of the Tiandu Empire and not the prince of the Xingluo Empire? He pulled Davis and stepped forward, speaking to Thousand Waves.
Great priest, perhaps you could consider the Prince of Xing. Get lost.
Dai Ben, with tears streaming down his face, dejectedly pulled Davis back into their group. What's going on? Since when did Marshal Soul Hall get in bed with the Tiandu Empire? But with Lin Yi in charge here, Dai Ben really didn't dare to say much. Forget it, endure. Consider this giving Marshal Soul Hall another chance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qinghe silently stepped out of the crowd. He walked up the steps to the stand and stood in front of Lin Yi. The recent twist hadn't changed Lin Yi's expression. He calmly said,
The weapons in the big wheel range from sickles, hammers, and large bricks to divine artifacts of level 2 and level 1, up to those of the Supreme God. What you draw is all down to luck. If drawn, you gain permanent usage rights.
Having finished, Lin Yi tossed the red light orb he held into the air, which transformed into a huge single-layer roulette. Apart from the lucky roulette, all other roulettes are equipped with a cover on the outside.
Previously, it was drawing skills based on luck. Now it's drawing weapons based on luck. His rewards really are quite varied, huh?
Gu Yuina chuckled lightly. Though she had only experienced the big wheel once, she had already sensed the unreliability of this reward. All down to luck.
You may begin when you're ready.
Lin Yi made a welcoming gesture. Zhu Qinghe nodded, approached the roulette, and gave it a strong spin.
Clang, clang, clang.
The sound of the spinning wheel was like a death knell to Thousand Waves below. Why does this roulette reward keep picking on him? So annoying. Click. The wheel stopped. On it was just one pointer pointing in the direction of 12 o'clock. Zhu Qinghe stepped back, feeling not too much pressure since the roulette wasn't drawn by him, but he did feel a touch of anticipation. Lin Yi then used his system ability to open the pointer panel. Golden Dragon Spear. Zhu Qinghe read out the weapon's name, his face showing some confusion. Lin Yi's expression shifted, first glancing at Gu Yuina. As expected, Gu Yuina was already standing there in shock. He couldn't believe the weapon that had appeared. It was indeed quite outrageous. Lin Yi said,
When the dragon god fell, one part of it split became the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King was slain in the divine realm, and one of his ribs became the Golden Dragon Spear.
The Silver Dragon King, who was part of that split, was standing below, trembling uncontrollably as she listened to Lin Yi's words. The Golden Dragon Spear contains immensely powerful destructive forces. It can absorb the life force of any living thing to bolster its own chi and blood, and further grants part of this to the wielder. Chapter 127. Can even the purest Golden Dragon King's bloodline be given away? First update. Zhu Qinghe took a step forward with some excitement, asking,
So, is it a divine artifact?
Lin Yi nodded slightly.
In a certain sense, it is a divine artifact. A divine artifact.
Zhu Qinghe murmured to himself, then quietly turned his head to look at thousand waves, excitement and joy filling the gaze exchanged between grandfather and grandson. If it weren't for Lin Yi, how could they, who had yet to ascend to godhood, possibly experience what it's like to be gods? But just as Zhu Qinghe was becoming excited, Lin Yi's next words shattered his fantasy.
However, you cannot use this weapon.
Lin Yi raised his right hand, and a brilliant golden spear appeared in his grasp. The surface of the golden dragon spear looked very smooth, without any intricate patterns, but the tip of the spear was exceptionally sharp, and the blood and chi it contained were incredibly frantic. Holding it, even for this brief moment, Lin Yi was rapidly losing blood. After all, his physique was that of an ordinary person, he just had an absurd amount of blood. The blood and chi that were drained translated into lost health, and in 5 seconds, Lin Yi had already lost 5,000 drops of blood. This made him suddenly think, why wouldn't he just hold on to this thing every day? Why bother finding someone to break a shield?
Senior, why can't I use it?
Zhu Qinghe's question brought Lin Yi back to his senses, and he immediately explained.
To wield the golden dragon spear, one must possess the direct bloodline of the golden dragon king. You can try holding it now, if you'd like.
Hearing this, Zhu Qinghe skeptically stepped forward, his slender fingers grasping the shaft of the spear. The next moment, as if he had touched an electric wire, he immediately retracted his hand, his eyes filled with terror. It was as if all his strength was going to be sucked away by the weapon in just that instant.
You lack the golden dragon king's bloodline, not even a dragon-class bloodline, and there is no resonance with it, so you certainly can't use it.
Lin Yi explained calmly. Actually, he lacked all those things as well, but Lin Yi still couldn't let go of the golden dragon spear. Tilda losing this blood feels damn satisfying. As for breaking shields, it's all up to you, my spear. Gu Yuina naturally knew the characteristics of the golden dragon spear, and even she couldn't use the golden dragon spear properly. The only difference between her and those without a dragon bloodline was that the spear wouldn't drain her blood and chi. After all, she too had a pure and supreme dragon bloodline. But what shocked Gu Yuina at this moment was that not only could Lin Yi normally interact with the golden dragon spear, she even saw a hint of.
I'm sorry, you should also feel that there's a significant issue with you holding this weapon, so I can't give it to you.
Just then, the dragon lance Douluo lying on the ground suddenly sat up, raising his hand as if coming back from the dead.
Senior, I have a dragon bloodline. Why not give this reward to me?
Xiai Tun's eyes bulged.
Weren't you knocked out? Suddenly got better.
Lin Yi ignored him.
None of the soul masters present are capable of using it.
The dragon lance Douluo's face stiffened instantly.
Start your attack. All right, senior.
Thousand Waves went on stage to assist the attack, a scene that once again made Dai Ben's teeth ache. The grandfather-grandson duo's combined damage last time was 270,000. After the last attack, Thousand Waves had almost 7 or 8 grips on the divine artifact's properties. After a brief discussion, the two's attack mode this time was Thousand Waves' first soul skill as the main attack, Divine Artifact Carrier, plus Zhu Qinghe's Angelic Holy Light support. After a series of operations, Thousand Waves used the Angelic Divine Sword again to block the damage rebound. It could also be described as practice makes perfect. He could almost determine the damage output by the degree of damage rebound. This time, the damage was estimated to not have exceeded 300,000. Blood loss, 287,643. Remaining health, 899,969,801,076. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Pure Golden Dragon King Bloodline * 3 days. Host reward, Pure Golden Dragon King Bloodline Permanent. Seeing this reward, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. This was seriously a sanction by the system. Stupid system, are you deliberately trying to prevent me from breaking the shield through the golden dragon spear, and that's why you made the reward quality so explosively high? Damn, you've directly placed the pure golden dragon king bloodline on me and even made it permanent. That's freaking ruthless. It seems that in the future, I can only continue to let others try their luck on the shield, truly speechless. Lin Yi said with an indifferent expression.
Damage 287,643. Red Junior level. The reward is 3 days of the pure Golden Dragon King bloodline. What?
Before the grandfather-grandson duo on stage could even speak, Gu Yuina grabbed Dai Tian's arm tightly and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
They can even give away the pure Golden Dragon King's bloodline.
She murmured in disbelief to herself. Dai Tian slightly turned his head, looking at his somewhat deformed left arm. He roughly knew it was fractured. The master was still gentle, not completely dislocating his arm this time. Dai Tian had gotten used to these kinds of situations. His lips turned white as he replied.
Didn't the Soul Master say, whatever Lin Yi has, he gives away?
Chapter 128. This young man actually possesses the same purity of the Dragon King bloodline as her. 3000 grand chapter.
No, I don't believe it.
Gu Yuina muttered to herself in doubt at the dragon birthplace. Her hunch that Lin Yi possessed the Golden Dragon King's bloodline was, after all, just conjecture, not something she truly believed. The Golden Dragon King certainly didn't have any descendants, and its only spirit was still sealed in the divine realm, so it was impossible for Lin Yi to have the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, much less be the Golden Dragon King himself. Unless
He can only give what he has.
Gu Yuina couldn't help but believe it, as it was the most logical explanation. Gu Yuina was genuinely bewildered now. Having lived for so many years, she had never felt such a headache over a young man's identity. In any case,
3 days of experiencing the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Do you want it? Yes.
Zhu King eagerly said, then immediately followed up by asking.
Senior, does this mean I can wield the Golden Dragon Spear for these 3 days?
Lin Yi nodded.
Yes, after 3 days you will not be able to control the weapon anymore, and then you can return it to me.
After saying that, he threw the red orb of light towards Zhu King. The moment the orb merged with his body, a glow of gold enveloped Zhu King. Upon closer inspection, the golden light was actually composed of countless shimmering golden dragon scales. The light gradually became ethereal, drawing in towards his body, and when it shrank to just above his skin, the light burst outwards in a fierce explosion. A fierce, golden dragon's head manifested fleetingly. Following that, a wild and unrestrained dragon's roar emerged from Zhu King, each call higher and more undaunted than the last. Angry, wild, brimming with power. It was as if a king had descended, stirring the blood even in those without dragon bloodline. At this moment, someone in the audience suddenly knelt down.
Dragon Lance.
Porcupine Douluo was puzzled, but then noticed that Dragon Lance Douluo's complexion had suddenly become extremely weak. And it was not just him. Dai Tian suddenly found himself kneeling uncontrollably on one knee. Soon after, other soul masters behind them began to kneel one after another, their faces pained and weak, with a feeling of power being stripped away. Many people looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. But friends familiar with those who had knelt down knew that these were people whose martial souls contained dragon bloodline. The blood suppression of the Golden Dragon King had descended, all-encompassing and all-out suppression.
Impossible, why?
Seeing this, Gu Yuina murmured in disbelief. Zhu Qinghe looked at Gu Yuina oddly and silently stepped back a few paces.
This is the Golden Dragon Spear. You have only 3 days to use it.
As if Lin Yi hadn't noticed Gu Yuina's reaction, he continued speaking from behind. Hearing his words, Gu Yuina immediately turned and walked towards Lin Yi, wanting to see if the Golden Dragon Spear was also genuine. Perhaps too excited, Gu Yuina accidentally touched Lin Yi's fingertip with her own when reaching for the Golden Dragon Spear. At that moment, her expression froze, as if she had caught a whiff of an exceedingly familiar aura, and elongated silver dragon scales began to spread from her fingertip all the way up her entire forearm. And on Lin Yi's hand, just like what had happened on Zhu Qinghe's face, golden diamond-shaped dragon scales appeared. The golden and silver dragon scales on the hands of the two, shimmering close together, danced excitedly, each sensing the familiar aura of the other. Gu Yuina's face was filled with astonishment as she slowly lifted her head to look at Lin Yi. Then that sentence echoed in her mind.
Lin Yi has what he can give.
There's a big difference between permanent bloodline and a 3-day bloodline. And at this moment, Gu Yuina indeed sensed a purer golden dragon king aura from Lin Yi. Oh my, her breathing grew heavier. This young man.
Let go of your hand and don't disturb the award process for others.
Gu Yuina, holding the golden dragon spear, was stunned and did not respond. Lin Yi used a bit of strength to pull away, and Gu Yuina carefully retracted her small hand, stepping back a few steps with a hint of redness in her eyes. She didn't even need to verify whether the golden dragon spear was real, because it was unnecessary. The aura that Lin Yi was exuding had already told her everything. At this moment, Dai Tian came to the stage, hastily supporting the still dazed Gu Yuina, leading her down.
My lord, we should go down quickly. We can't stay up here when it's not our turn.
After finishing his words, Dai Tian immediately turned to apologize to Lin Yi.
I'm sorry, Senior Lin Yi. My lord is just a bit too curious.
Dai Tian's speech came to an abrupt halt as his complexion stiffened, and he shockingly discovered that Lin Yi's pitch-black eyes had turned to golden vertical pupils for a split second. Even though the golden vertical pupils were fleeting, Dai Tian's legs gave way, and he rolled down the steps.
Holy damn!
Dai Tian's face was one of shock. Why did Senior Lin Yi exude an aura of the Golden Dragon King that was more oppressive than Zhu Qinghe's? Below the stage, Bai Jai looked at Dai Tian, who tumbled like a dog digging in the dirt and was dumbfounded. Gu Yuina, however, was as if she didn't notice this scene and walked down the steps alone with a somewhat despondent look, her mind evidently heavy with thoughts. Bai Jai dared not touch Gu Yuina and could only run over to help Dai Tian, but as soon as she helped him up, he collapsed again with weak legs. Bai Jai noticed that Dai Tian's entire body shook uncontrollably, his muscles trembling involuntarily.
What's wrong with you, boss?
SHH.
In a panic, Dai Tian put up his index finger, glanced at the back of Gu Yuina, and signaled Bai Jai to keep quiet. At this very moment, a fact lay before them. Lin Yi's identity seemed much more complex than they had imagined.
Take it and return it to me in 3 days. Yes, Senior.
After receiving the golden dragon spear, Zhu Qinghe joyfully found that he did not feel the sensation of having his strength devoured like before. Moreover, after the bloodline fusion, he noticed a dramatic change in himself. First was his strength, which seemed to have increased.
Great priest, let me try the second attack myself.
Zhu Qinghe said. Thousand Waves looked at him hesitantly, unsure whether to speak.
Are you going to use the power of the Golden Dragon King?
Zhu Qinghe shook his head with a smile, looking at his palm with anticipation.
I'm quite curious. I feel very different now, and I want to see how much damage I can do.
Use up your 2 award chances first, then try. If you accidentally raise the damage too high, all your subsequent rewards will be downgraded, Thousand Waves advised earnestly. Considering Thousand Waves' heartfelt advice, Zhu Qinghe agreed. Indeed, it was just a test of damage. Why bet on the quality of subsequent rewards? It was not too bad to try after the second award was taken. Lin Yi listened to their conversation and honestly was also quite curious about the damage of the Golden Dragon King. However, with Zhu Qinghe's situation, he was not yet able to unleash the full power of the Golden Dragon King. It was only the permanently fused bloodline of Lin Yi that possessed the Golden Dragon King's full strength. Regrettably, Lin Yi was unable to test his own damage. At this moment, he quietly glanced at Gu Yuina below the stage. As expected, Gu Yuina was somewhat sad. Lin Yi knew his behavior just now had been rather harsh, even ungentlemanly. But he felt it was necessary to present an image of being impartial and tough in front of this group of people. Even if it meant being seen as cold-blooded and ruthless, This character was established from the beginning and could not crumble because of Gu Yuina alone. He could only express his remorse to her in his heart. The grandfather and grandson once again discussed their attack strategy. Zhu Qinghe would still employ angelic holy light for support. Thousand Waves was meticulous in calculating the damage. It was 280,000 last time. This time it should be 290,000, or at most a little over 300,000. But after the attack finished and faced with the onslaught of damage rebound, his complexion changed. Something was off. Indeed, the damage rebound from this attack sent Thousand Waves flying to the ground, while Zhu Qinghe stood firm and unmoved. What was going on? He turned to look at Zhu Qinghe, quietly puzzled.
You only used angelic holy light, right?
Yes.
Chapter 129, Someone Who Dealt Golden Damage, appeared 2 chapters combined into one. Zhu Qing walked over to help Thousand Waves to his feet, but unexpectedly found his own strength to have increased to an absurd degree. Grabbing Thousand Waves by the arm, he lifted him up as if he were picking up a small chicken. After the fact, both of them were dumbfounded, staring at each other, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Thousand Waves hadn't even had time to react before he was standing upright on the spot. He looked at Zhu Qinghe with a shocked expression.
This strength of yours.
Thousand Waves suddenly came to a realization. Lin Yi turned to look at the panel. Blood loss, 398,764. Remaining health, 899,969,403,765. Damage level, red intermediate. Random reward, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Mastery plus Great Zumi Hammer Mastery. Host reward, Dance of the Chaotic Cloak plus Great Zumi Hammer Profound Meaning. The rewards made Lin Yi pause for a moment. Had the system mistaken the recipient? Weren't these rewards supposed to be given to Bai Bidong?
Damage 398,764, red intermediate level. The rewards are Chaotic Cloak Hammer Mastery and Great Zumi Hammer Mastery, which are the Hao Tian clan's unique techniques.
Lin Yi said, holding the red light orb in his hand. Hearing this reward, Zhu Qinghe looked at Bai Bidong with a hint of surprise, knowing that the reward should have been for her. Just as Lin Yi was about to flick the red light orb towards Zhu Qinghe, the latter immediately spoke up.
Wait a moment.
Lin Yi, with the light orb pinched between his fingers, looked at him with an indifferent expression.
Speak.
Zhu Qinghe first stepped forward and bowed respectfully, then said with a smile.
Prince Qinghe knows this reward would be of no use to himself. Why not make a gesture of goodwill and give it to Bai Bidong instead?
Lin Yi's gaze fell on Bai Bidong, the red orb sliding over his fingers like a coin. The love-hate relationship between mother and daughter was a spectacle Lin Yi enjoyed watching.
As you wish,
he said. After finishing his words, he flicked the light orb in Bai Bidong's direction. Emperor Zhuai in the crowd revealed a relieved smile upon seeing this.
My son is willing to give up a red intermediate reward to leave a good impression of generosity in front of Senior Lin Yi. That's truly thinking ahead.
Ning Fengzhai. The reward landed on her, and Bai Bidong took a few steps back in surprise. She looked towards Cayenne Rengsu, and thoughts of that daisy-hunting night came to mind, suddenly feeling a tinge of remorse.
Then I shall thank Prince Qinghe. No need for such courtesy, Your Highness. The great priest has also granted me many benefits. This is also a way of returning the favor.
Cayenne Rengsu said politely, though no smile could be seen on her face. Clearly the 100 seconds in hell had become a permanent scar in her heart. HMPH, reconciliation is impossible. If it wasn't for my grandfather's sake, even if I accepted the reward, I would rather rot than teach it to you. Cayenne Rengsu grumbled viciously to herself. Bai Bidong, on the other hand, was digesting the 2 techniques in her heart, and after a moment she came to a realization. She probably understood why the Hao Tian hammer was known as the #1 burst on the continent. Despite being a weapon martial soul and not a strength-based one, the burst damage it could achieve was terrifying. Chaotic Cloak relied on the continuous stacking of strength, and the Great Zumi Hammer maximized the power of the soul ring to perfection, both techniques being extremely exquisite. The renown of the number one clan on the continent was not undeserved. At this moment, Bai Bidong believed that even if Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, the brothers from the Hao Tian clan, were present, she would have the confidence to compete with them in terms of wielding the Hao Tian hammer. It was absurd to think that Tang San, the young master of the Hao Tian clan and the son of the plain, was not even as proficient in the Haitian hammer martial soul as his mortal enemy, Bai Bidong. Tang San himself probably wouldn't believe it if he heard it. With the attack over, Zhu Qinghai stepped forward again to bow to Lin Yi, and before he could speak, Lin Yi said,
You want to test out the damage, don't you? Yes, that's right. May I have your permission, senior?
That senior Lin Yi understood his tactful inquiry delighted Zhu Qinghai, who was really curious about how much damage he could inflict now that he had the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. The sensation of being full of power made him feel uncomfortable yet extremely excited. He was eager to launch a satisfying attack.
Of course, you may begin at any time.
Lin Yi responded.
Thank you, Senior.
Senior Lin Yi really was easy to talk to. Kaian Rengsu silently gave him a mental thumbs up in her heart. Hearing their conversation, Gu Yuina lifted her head slightly from below. No one understood the Golden Dragon King better than her. The Dragon God was once the most powerful soul beast across the plane, undefeated even in the divine realm, until it took the combined effort of the 5 divine kings to bring him down, and even then they hadn't completely eradicated the Dragon God. The Dragon God split into 2, becoming the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, with the Golden Dragon King inheriting the most potent bloodline talent and an exceedingly strong body of the Dragon God. For the Dragon God, the core of its power lay in its bloodline talents and body. Therefore, even with only half the capability of the Dragon God, in a certain way, the Golden Dragon King's strength was no less than a divine king's. However, Gu Yuina's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who truly possessed the full power of the Golden Dragon King was the youth sitting cross-legged on the ground, not the human prince eagerly anticipating his turn. But Lin Yi's indifference annoyed her, annoying her right down to her teeth.
That human prince, if you're really curious about the true power of the Golden Dragon King, it's easy. Just have Lin Yi attack you once.
Chapter 129 Part 2. Someone who dealt colorful golden damage appeared 2 chapters combined into one. A voice tinged with a hint of resentment rang out from below the stage. Zhu Qinghai and the others turned their heads, only to see the silver-haired woman crossing her arms and looking sardonic. The remark had come from her.
My lord, we shouldn't speak recklessly.
Dai Tian, cowardly as ever, whispered a word of caution nearby.
Scram!
Gu Yuina glared at Dai Tian, her vertical pupils fixing him in a stare that made his blood run cold.
Yes, my lord.
Dai Tian felt a full surge of grievance in his heart and walked away with a bitter expression. Gu Yuina turned her attention back to the stage, her eyes filled with a deep sense of resentment as she watched Lin Yi. So you're giving me the cold shoulder, huh? Well, I'll just have to sabotage your show right here. If you can't stand it, why don't you fight me? Knowing that Lin Yi was the Golden Dragon King, Gu Yuina felt no hesitation whatsoever. The Silver Dragon King's power indeed paled in comparison to the Golden Dragon King, so either Lin Yi killed her, or if he failed, Gu Yuina would continue to undermine him. She wanted to tell everyone that Lin Yi was the Golden Dragon King. Is it all about temperament? Gu Yuina believed she had never lost to anyone when it came to a bad temperament. The effect was significant, and many people were now pondering the meaning behind her earlier words. They wanted to see the true power of the Golden Dragon King, and to see if Lin Yi would launch an attack. Could it be?
What do you mean he has more of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline? Do you think the Golden Dragon King's bloodline is as common as cabbage? Lin Yi is the Golden Dragon King. You foolish humans.
As soon as her words fell, the Soul Master's gazes all turned towards her in unison.
PSSHH tilde our esteemed senior Lin Yi, how could he possibly be the Golden Dragon King? He can't even talk properly. He must be so mighty that he can even possess the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Exactly, and considering this silver-haired woman is also of dragon class, is it because she admires Senior Lin Yi so much that she's fantasizing about him being the Golden Dragon King? Holy damn, that's actually possible.
Tusk, it turns out that even powerful soul beasts have such fetishes. Last night, I dreamed about doing something naughty with Senior Lin Yi Tilda.
What the hell?
Gu Yuina gazed suspiciously around her, wondering why the tide of public opinion was so different from what she had expected. You stupid humans, you've infuriated me.
Are you really that dumb, or just pretending to be? The pure Golden Dragon King's bloodline is incomparably noble, one of a kind. The bloodline can't be replicated or passed on. Lin Yi can only be the Golden Dragon King himself. There's no other way he could have acquired the Golden Dragon King's bloodline except this.
Gu Yuina trembled with rage. The Soul Masters looked stunned once more. Suddenly someone exclaimed,
Damn, the Golden Dragon King's bloodline is so precious and badass, and Senior Lin Yi got a hold of it, my god. Senior Lin Yi, you are my god.
I don't care. I just want to know if there's any chance I could also have the Golden Dragon King's bloodline.
Right, I want to ask too.
Gu Yuina, so angry that her silver dragon scales were bristling, clenched her little fists and glared at the speaking Soul Masters.
You insignificant humans, don't flatter yourselves. The Golden Dragon King's bloodline is not for you to possess.
Daitian, huddled in a corner, watched Gu Yuina.
My lord.
Gu Yuina glared at Daitian. Daitian crouched down, not daring to utter another word. But as he watched the spectacle of his revered lord holding her own against the multitudes, the perfect image of Gu Yuina shattered in his heart. My lord, you're not usually like this. You should be more aloof. Bai Jai, as well, crouched trembling on the ground, opting for a goose-goose self-preservation mode. Lin Yi watched the scene below with an indifferent expression, his face showing no sign of emotion.
Don't mind them, start your attack.
He said to Qing He.
This.
Qing He looked down at Gu Yuina, who was holding her ground against the crowd, somewhat worried that the Soul Masters might provoke the ferocious beast.
With me here, there will be peace. Attack with confidence.
Lin Yi said with a reassuring smile, essentially giving Qing He a peace of mind.
All right.
Qing He took a deep breath and took several steps backward. Raising his right arm, fine golden dragon scales began to emerge on his fair palm. At the same time, the sound of a heavy, powerful heartbeat lingered in the air. All eyes, including Gu Yuina's, were drawn to this heartbeat sound, which resembled the beating of a drum, and all turned to look at the platform above. The heartbeat seemed to ignite the blood and power within Qing He. It also ignited the hearts of devotion in all Soul Masters with dragon bloodlines. Several delicate golden diamond-shaped scales appeared on Qing He's handsome face, and his eyes too transformed into vertical pupils, becoming extremely cold and ruthless.
Clang!
Chapter 129 Part 3. Someone who dealt golden damage appeared 2 chapters combined into one. They are clearly of the same body. Zhu Qinghe rushed toward Lin Yi, his foot shattering the marble as his right claw, with its sharp talons and crushing attribute, forcefully descended upon Lin Yi. Boom! The stands erupted with noise. Lin Yi remained unmoved, but the platform behind him was now unrecognizable. The Golden Dragon King's right claw, with its crushing attribute, had torn the platform into dust from a distance. Immediately afterward, a massive damage rebound surged toward Zhu Qinghe. But Zhu Qinghe just stood there quietly, the damage rebound not even causing him to budge. The Golden Dragon King's bloodline brought tremendous strength, and with it, an invincible defense too. 896,754. The system gave the damage value for this attack. Lin Yi, gazing at Zhu Qinghe, found it hard to imagine that he, who had just been relying on his grandfather for damage, could now deal nearly 900,000 damage in the blink of an eye. Only 100,000 away from the jackpot prize pool, the jackpot prize pool suddenly seemed within reach.
896,754.
Lin Yi announced the damage. The entire venue fell silent. Zhu Qinghe was looking at his own right hand in shock, his face full of disbelief.
Seize this opportunity to explain the rules of the gold prize pool to everyone.
Everyone was so surprised they didn't make a sound, allowing Lin Yi to introduce the gold prize pool that they were about to reach. A damage of 500,000 qualifies as golden damage.
Golden damage is also divided into junior, intermediate, and senior levels. Gold primary damage ranges from 500,000 to 800,000.
Golden mid-level damage ranges from 800,000 to 900,000.
Gold tier advanced damage ranges from 900,000 to 1 million.
After finishing, Lin Yi looked at Zhu King.
Crown Prince, your recent damage is still at the golden mid-level stage. And though it's your individual attack, if you continue to cooperate with the Great Priest, you definitely can deal jackpot golden damage.
Upon hearing this, the crowd was in uproar. It was the first time they felt the allure of damage numbers.
The true damage of the Golden Dragon King is absolutely going to exceed 1 million. It has the power to rival that of the Divine King, and Lin Yi has within him the full power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline.
Gu Yuina suddenly said from below the stage. Others might not believe her words, but she herself had no doubt. Lin Yi was the Golden Dragon King. As the Silver Dragon King, her mission was to resurrect the dragon god, a simple task, really, just to procreate with the one carrying the Golden Dragon King's bloodline and bring forth a new generation of the dragon god. But Lin Yi's indifference made Gu Yuina very sad. Pretending not to hear Gu Yuina's words, Lin Yi continued speaking to Zhu King.
However, even if you can deal jackpot damage in cooperation, you can only receive the jackpot reward 6 times at most, as bloodline power can only be maintained for 3 days. While the quality of the jackpot reward is the highest, not every reward may suit you, and there could also be rewards similar to the big wheel in it. After the bloodline power disappears, you will face a permanent downgrade of reward quality, and it's possible you may never receive gold tier rewards again. Weigh your options carefully.
Chapter 130, Pet Egg, I was forced to die young first update. Zhu Qinghe weighed his options, unable to come to a decision, and could only look to Thousand Waves for help. But Thousand Waves also appeared conflicted, clearing his throat before speaking.
About this matter,
Zhu Qinghe understood what Thousand Waves meant. Grandfather was saying to discuss it further before rushing into a decision. He silently nodded his head. Just as he was about to step down, Zhu Qinghe seemed to remember something, and with a determined look he turned and walked towards Lin Yi. He bowed respectfully, but his expression was anxious.
Senior, I would like to ask, where is the 5th part of Dragon Race?
Lin Yi was stunned. Had Caiyan Rengsu actually read that book? Out of all the male protagonists, Lu Mingfei was indeed the most unique one, probably causing her disappointment. Yet Lin Yi was used to spinning tall tales which almost came out naturally. There will be a certain chance of it dropping later on, just wait patiently. Zhu Qinghe suddenly leaned in close, his expression full of longing.
Could you maybe reveal just a little, just a tiny bit? Senior Lin Yi, you are all-knowing. Surely you are well acquainted with their entire lives, right?
You think I don't want to spoil it?
Are you troubled because of Lin Yi?
Lin Yi calmly looked at him. Zhu Qinghe's gaze faltered, and suddenly he sat on the ground with a feeling of sourness in his nose.
Yes, Senior, you indeed know everything about them.
To Lin Yi, this might just be a novel, but to Caiyan Rengsu, it was the true lives of a group of people. Those words described to her the joys and sorrows, life and death of a group of people, with Lin Yi's story particularly making it difficult for Caiyan Rengsu to get over the emotional hurdle. But Lin Yi just looked at Zhu King with a cold expression, refusing.
No, you must earn the reward through combat.
Even though he knew this pie in the sky would likely never come to fruition.
Kid, if the order is correct, it should be your turn, right?
The third offerer looked down to see Lin Yi Douluo simply standing there, holding his egg with a vacant look in his eyes. The little guy had been zoning out the entire time.
Second brother, the senior is calling for you.
The third offerer reminded softly, but Lin Yi Douluo didn't show any reaction. At that moment, Dai Tian discreetly moved next to Gu Yuina and pointed in that direction, whispering to her.
My lord, that's the kid, the ultimate Douluo strongest.
Gu Yuina's gaze flashed with surprise.
Level 99.
Yes.
Dai Tian spoke with a serious expression.
At first I thought that humans had progressed rapidly over these tens of thousands of years, only to learn just now that all of this was thanks to Senior Lin Yi's grace. He can not only extend human lifespans, but also improve the soul power levels of soul masters.
Gu Yuina looked displeased upon hearing this.
How many times do I have to tell you? He is the Golden Dragon King, also your lord, not some Senior Lin Yi.
Dai Tian was flustered.
This.
Gu Yuina then crossed her arms with a stern expression.
I don't know what kind of changes he has undergone, that he doesn't remember me at all.
Upon hearing this, Dai Tian's eyes bulged as round as copper bells.
For the birth of the new dragon god. Yes.
Gu Yuina looked towards Lin Yi on the platform, her beautiful face filled with determination. This was her mission as the Silver Dragon King, even if it meant she had to take Golden Dragon King's seed by force with Lin Yi. Lin Yi still had no clue he was caught in a dangerous scheme. He waited indifferently for a moment, then said,
If he doesn't come, the third offerer is up next.
The third offerer wouldn't dare overstep his bounds. He quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, bent down to pick up Lin Yi's Douluo and rushed him to the stands.
Senior, my second brother has arrived.
Lin Yi glanced at Lin Yi's Douluo, who looked forlorn, and asked the third offerer.
Does he still have the ability to attack? He does.
The third offerer replied anxiously, immediately squatting down and vigorously shaking Lin Yi's Douluo's shoulders.
Second brother, it's your turn to attack.
If he kept shaking him like this, the yolk would completely mix in.
What on earth happened to him? My second brother read a book called My 26-Year-Old Female Tenant, recommended by our eldest brother, and after reading it all night long, he turned out like this.
Lin Yi. Feeding such a depressing book to someone with such a tender mind, it's no wonder he got depressed. Recommended by our eldest brother, and after reading it all night long, he turned out like this. Lin Yi.
I see, it's impossible for a book like this to cause such a situation. This copy is a fabrication. The actual story develops in a completely different way.
Hearing this, Lin Yi's Douluo's eyes suddenly sparkled with spirit. He ran towards Lin Yi, holding his precious egg.
Really?
Not really.
Really, the authentic version is also part of the reward, and you might get it by attacking.
Lin Yi painted pie in the sky with a straight face. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of scorching flame erupted from the palm of his hand, turning the book into ashes. This scene caused Gu Yuina to suddenly widen her eyes. It was actually the ultimate fire.
I want to attack. I want to see the real version.
Lin Yi's Douluo put his precious egg aside and released his martial soul, charging towards Lin Yi. This time he was full of enthusiasm. The sisters in that book, Lin Yi's Douluo was determined to witness their happy endings. The roar of the colossal golden crocodile reverberated through the stands, as level 99 vicious force rained down on Lin Yi. A burst of golden light flared, kicking up dust and debris. After all, with the mindset of a child, since Lin Yi gave him hope, Lin Yi's Douluo became as pumped as if shot with adrenaline, completely disregarding the control of damage. After the attack concluded, a massive wave of damage rebound headed his way. Lin Yi's Douluo quickly readied himself for defense, but the damage rebound was much stronger than he had imagined.
Second brother.
The third offer watched as Lin Yi's Douluo was about to be sent flying, hastily supporting him with a wave of soul power from under the stage. The momentum on Lin Yi's Douluo eased, and he landed towards the edge of the stands. Plop! He sat on his egg with an expressionless face, as the eggshell. Chapter 131, Life Restart Card. The egg turned into a cocoon. Second update. Egg. Lin Yi. Suddenly the scene fell silent, an eerie quietness looming over it. An awkward air lingered in the atmosphere, refusing to disperse for a long time. The third offerer's legs were shaking uncontrollably at this moment. As a full-time nanny, his original intention was just not to let the second brother fall from the stands. Instead, he accidentally made him land right on his own egg. Just how much the Lin Yi Douluo adored his egg was something almost all the onlookers had witnessed. He held it when he slept, he held it when he read, he held it when he was about to commit suicide, he held it when he was depressed, and he even kept it close to himself during attacks. But now the egg was shattered, seemingly accompanied by the sound of a breaking heart. A desolate air began to spread throughout the air. The great priest couldn't help but mutter to himself.
If I knew yesterday that my second brother would come asking me to shine the holy light on his egg, I would have agreed.
Kyan Rengsu just felt sorry for the old second grandpa. But upon hearing this, she suddenly looked at Thousand Waves with surprise, feeling that there was something odd about that sentence.
What?
Lin Yi silently sighed and looked at the panel. At that moment, his expression subtly changed. Blood loss, 357,648. Remaining health, 899,968,140,3,764. Damage grade, red intermediate. Random reward, life restart card *1. Host reward, life restart card *10. This reward made Lin Yi stunned for a moment. What the hell is a life restart card? Lin Yi quickly checked the explanation provided by the system. If you are unsatisfied with everything you have experienced up to this point, you can use this card to begin a new life. However, please note that when you start a new life, identity and species are random. This experience card has the effect of resurrection. After reading the explanation, Lin Yi understood almost everything. It seems like this is a restart of life, but in reality, it's an award for how to save the shattered egg. The system really is intelligent, as it seemed to have predicted even this egg-shattering incident. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi Douluo, who was still sitting on the ground wailing, and said,
Get up, stop crying.
I don't want to, my egg is broken, she's gone.
Lin Yi calmly looked at him.
What if I told you that your reward could bring your egg back to life?
Lin Yi Douluo stood up stiffly like a zombie, paused, then wiped his tears and ran towards Lin Yi.
Really?
Lin Yi did not respond right away, but instead reported the damage according to the steps.
Damage 357,648, red intermediate injury.
Lin Yi Douluo's expression changed. No wonder the damage rebound suddenly became uncontrollable. This time it was about 70 or 80,000 higher than the last.
Your reward is the Life Restart card. This experience card allows you to start a new life, and it also has the power to resurrect. However, the identity and species of the new life are random.
As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Gu Yuina included. They had heard of miraculous elixirs that could bring the dead back to flesh and bone, but they had never heard of a card that could restart a life and resurrect. It was magical, astonishing, and preposterous. But the fact that Lin Yi could produce such shocking rewards was no longer surprising. After all, he is Lin Yi. After introducing it, Lin Yi flicked a red orb of light towards the Lin Yi Douluo, which turned into a black and white card with intricate patterns in midair. Just as Lin Yi Douluo was about to use the card on the shattered egg, Thousand Waves suddenly spoke up seriously.
Second brother.
Lin Yi Douluo turned his head to look at him. Thousand Waves frowned.
Are you really going to use this card on an egg? Since the card can resurrect, you should understand the preciousness of this reward.
Lin Yi Douluo's expression became just as serious.
She is my most beloved egg. Maybe there's a big dragon inside.
Your most beloved egg.
As long as it's still her, it's enough.
Lin Yi Douluo shouted and grabbed the card from the air, crushed it forcefully, and applied its effects entirely on the shattered egg spreading across the floor. This unfinished human egg, scene left Lin Yi utterly moved. All the soul masters curiously crowded forward to watch. Even the aloof Gu Yuina couldn't help but crane her neck. A flash of golden light swept across the platform, and all the egg liquid suddenly converged towards the center, turning into.
Could it be Big Dragon inside?
Jin Izio Douluo couldn't help but ask.
Have you ever seen a dragon that was a cocoon as a child?
Thousand Waves couldn't help but retort. Regardless of whether or not the cocoon was a dragon, its size alone implied its extraordinary status.
Let's finish the second attack first, then take the cocoon with us.
Lin Yi said, as he could see from the system panel when the cocoon would finish hatching. It was still 5 days, continuing the previous egg's hatching time. Jin Izio Douluo immediately nodded. He wanted to take the cocoon back and have a proper conversation with it to see if egg, which had restarted its life, still recognized him, golden crocodile. Jin Izio Douluo's second attack was noticeably more restrained, acting indeed like a child. The damage dealt was totally dependent on his mood. Lin Yi looked towards the panel. Damage, 264,358. Remaining health, 899,967,878,643. Damage level, Black Advanced level, quality downgraded. Random reward, Growth Spirit Stone. Host reward, Growth Immortal Stone. Damage, 264,358. Because it's less than the last damage, so the quality downgraded to Black Advanced level, your reward is a Growth Spirit Stone. Jin Izio Douluo, upon hearing that his reward was downgraded, wasn't too upset. He was now just eager to go back and have a chat with his
new pet.
Lin Yi flicked the orb of light toward him, and Jin Izio Douluo caught the Growth Spirit Stone in his hand. But at this moment, his expression on his little face suddenly froze for a moment.
Senior, this growth spirit stone. Can it make the baby inside the cocoon hatch prematurely?
Lin Yi widened his eyes upon hearing this, and then squinted them. A growth spirit stone used on a soul master would enhance their soul power, on a soul beast would extend its lifespan, but on this cocoon.
You can try it.
Without hearing a negative from Lin Yi, Jin Izio Douluo suddenly became excited. Was he going to meet his pet sooner than expected? The others below also heard their conversation and couldn't help but start discussing it. Dai Tian couldn't help but whisper to Bai Jai.
Bai Jai, were you born from an egg? Yes, what about you, boss? Me too.
Dai Tian glanced at Bai Jai.
Then can you lay eggs?
Bai Jai. She then nudged Dai Tian with her hand.
You go ask the great priest if she can lay eggs.
Dai Tian then glanced at Gu Yuina's cold side face, and he could probably imagine the consequences if he dared to ask that question. Chapter 132, Gender Transformation Card. Who hasn't fantasized about becoming a girl? First update.
Crack!
A crack began to appear on the giant cocoon, the sound of tearing so clear, perhaps because the scene was overly quiet. No one spoke anymore, their attention focused entirely on the fissure in the cocoon, curious about what could possibly emerge from within. Jin Izio Douluo held his breath until the creature's back broke free from its confines, crawling out. He stumbled backward in astonishment, getting a clear view. It was a giant moth. But this moth seemed much more special. Her body radiated a faint blue glow. Her fur was as noble as mink, and even her eyes shimmered like sapphires. Lin Yi felt more and more that this moth resembled the identity he had guessed.
Senior, what is she? Her name is Masilla, not a creature of this realm, but we can basically determine that her life restart was absolutely worth it. Wow, you're called Masilla.
Jin Izio Douluo excitedly waved at Masilla, as if greeting an old friend. The next moment, Masilla suddenly spat out a strand of silk as thick as an arm, wrapped it around Jin Izio Douluo's body, and with a backward pull, flung him onto her back. Having never ridden a moth before, Jin Izio Douluo had no time to prepare psychologically, and by the time he came to his senses, Masilla was already soaring in the sky. Gazing upward, everyone seemed to see Jin Izio Douluo sitting amidst a resplendent sea of blue stars, the man incredibly joyful. It seemed that even the shattered egg brought unexpected blessings. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but covet the rewards from Lin Yi even more. Indeed, all kinds of strange, outrageous, and stunning rewards could fall out of his hands. Gu Yuina was completely dumbfounded as well. She knew that the huge moth was not a soul beast because she did not sense any soul power fluctuations from the giant moth's body. Where on earth did Lin Yi find such a huge thing?
Next,
The third offer looked up, somewhat worriedly pointing to the sky.
Elder, that moth is carrying my second brother away like this. Could there be any trouble?
That moth,
Elder, what did you say this reward was?
Lin Yi said indifferently.
A gender transformation card.
He flicked the black orb in his hand towards the third offerer, and the orb turned into a card that floated in midair. The third offerer's attacks had been relatively conservative so far, so his current level was still black advanced level.
What use do I have for this card?
The third offerer didn't even want to touch the card. Lin Yi said seriously.
If you ever have the need to change genders.
I am going to be a male mother.
The third offerer suddenly said loudly, then coughed twice violently.
PSSH, I am merely fulfilling brotherly care and looking after my second brother, not being any kind of male mother.
Lin Yi shrugged.
As you wish, keep the card and don't use it, or give it to someone else, it's all up to you.
He had also obtained 3 gender transformation cards from a critical hit, although he definitely didn't want to use them on himself.
Elder, I and the green-dressed senior have a special affinity, so I would like to switch orders with those 3, allowing them to attack first.
Chapter 133. Some people may look bold and honest, but behind the scenes, they secretly wear black silk. Second update. Seeing Ning Fengzhai and his 2 companions forcing smiles, Lin Yi could almost imagine how much the recent negotiations had been about coercing obedience through authority. Bai Jai looked up in surprise, her 2 dazed emerald eyes peering in Emperor Zuo's direction. Senior, she was actually being called senior by a human. Probably used to being the lowest in the presence of her lord, Bai Jai subconsciously still thought of herself as the least significant goose. Being suddenly addressed as senior was quite unsettling for her.
Why am I fated with you? I do not know you.
Bai Jai asked, puzzled. Emperor Zuo approached with a smile, but upon catching sight of Gu Yuina's frosty purple eyes, he couldn't help but gulp and retreated a few steps. Gu Yuina actually just had a normal expression.
Senior, please look at my martial soul.
After speaking, Emperor Zuo had 4 rings rise up from his body. At the same time, a noble and delicate swan neck stretched upward, and emerald wings unfolded behind him, a rich aura of life undulating around, accompanied by a rising green glow.
Emerald Swan.
Dai Tian exclaimed in surprise.
Is there actually a human who possesses such a martial soul? It must be very rare, right?
Bai Jai was even more astonished. This familiar aura was undoubtedly that of an emerald swan, but she truly had never seen a human with this kind of martial soul. The moment the jade swan martial soul was revealed, the 9-hearted begonia paled in comparison. Emperor Zuo, seeing Bai Jai willing to converse with him, was beyond excited and boldly stepped forward again, turning his head respectfully to Lin Yi and bowing with his fists, saying,
Such an incredibly rare martial soul cannot possibly be mine. It was the greatly talented senior Lin Yi who evolved my martial soul into the noble emerald swan.
Lin Yi could never have expected that the unified gaze of this ferocious beast trio would turn to him in such an orderly manner. A pair of golden eyes, a pair of purple eyes, and a pair of emerald eyes made Lin Yi feel almost embarrassed. Evolving a martial soul isn't a standard operation. Could you 3 country bumpkin beasts please move your so-called
Wise!
stares off me?
How impressive!
Bai Jai's gaze toward Lin Yi suddenly changed. No matter how formidable Lin Yi was before, Goose didn't care. But the fact that Lin Yi could grant a human a martial soul like Goose's truly shocked her, very shocked indeed.
Then I thank you.
Bai Jai smiled and showed her gratitude to Emperor Zuo. Then she snuggled up to Gu Yuina and coquettishly asked,
Lord Tilda, can you help cute Bai Jai deal damage later?
I suppose I can.
Gu Yuina raised one eyebrow at Bai Jai, her eyes showing a hint of indulgence. She was indeed speeding things up for the sake of Silly Goose's face.
Thanks, Lord Tilda.
Bai Jai wiggled her hips toward Gu Yuina, making heart gestures with her hands.
Today, we must follow the order I previously mentioned. You cannot swap privately. After today, do as you please.
At that moment, Lin Yi issued a cold command. His words fell like a bucket of cold water on everyone. Emperor Zuo's unnecessary flattery fell through, and Gu Yuina's fantasies of an early attack suddenly shattered.
Why? We were following the rules.
Gu Yuina asked angrily. Lin Yi looked at her indifferently, offering no explanation.
No one's attacking. If that's the case, Emperor of Xingluo, it's your turn.
Lin Yi said. Upon hearing this, Dai Ben immediately felt an unexpected joy fall from the sky. He ran over eagerly with Davis and Zhu Jian. But before they could even get to the edge of the stands, Gu Yuina turned and gave them a look, a powerful aura exuding from her frosty purple eyes in an instant. Dai Ben felt as if his blood had frozen at that moment. He swallowed nervously, his face twisted in bitterness as he said to Lin Yi.
Well,
Once again, he was in tears, dragging Davis and Zhu Jian back in retreat. Gu Yuina glared at Lin Yi from below, anger manifesting on her face in the shape of dragon scales formed in hate for him. Yet Lin Yi acted as if blind to it all, speaking coldly to Emperor Zuo.
Emperor Zuo, you have 3 seconds to think this over. Since that's the case, guess we should go first.
Emperor Zuo shook his head with some regret, having hoped to foster a closer relationship with the lady in green through this, but his plans had been scuttled.
Your Highness Chen Xin, you proceed with the individual attack. Yes, Your Majesty.
After ascending the stage, Chen Xin heard Emperor Zuo walk over to Bai Jai with an apologetic face.
I truly apologize. I had no idea Senior Lin Yi's rules were so strict.
When I get up there later, I am definitely going to smash him with a powerful attack. Humph, maybe if I cause damage over 1,000,000, I can really hurt him.
Gu Yuina crossed her arms, her beautiful cold face filled with resentment. Emperor Zuo's expression stiffened.
I think the Golden Dragon Lord is being a bit petty. It's because you had Bear Lord provoke him at the start, so now he is blatantly taking revenge on you.
Upon hearing Goose's astute comment, Dai Tian got scared and immediately covered her mouth, dragging her away.
You silly goose, the lords are not for us to discuss. Shut your mouth this instant.
Woo woo woo. Gu Yuina just snorted coldly in response and continued to glare at Lin Yi. She was determined to glare at Lin Yi until he felt overwhelmed by guilt.
Senior, I am ready to attack.
Chen Xin bowed respectfully to Lin Yi on the stage. Lin Yi nodded, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed a message in the chat group in his mind.
1.
Lin Yi was being stingy, 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 stingy. Lin Yi was being stingy, 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 stingy. Second, Member 3. Who else could harbor such strong resentment at this time?
Go ahead and attack.
He instructed Chen Xin. To Lin Yi's surprise, Chen Xin once again used his second soul skill.
Second soul skill, Spiritual Sword Guard.
The blue-lit phantom of crossing swords bestowed a seal on the 7 kills sword. Chen Xin raised his sword finger, and the 7 kills sword swiftly unsheathed. Buzz! The piercing sound of the sword cheering echoed between them.
Slash.
Chapter 134, Gan Jiang as the Spirit, Asura Sword Martial Soul Experience Card Drop First Update. Chen Xin must have also recited that so-called
Curse.
after putting it on. Eat a peach for a nice cool feeling. This immensely powerful curse is said to be even more effective than the gender transformation card. Once the curse is cast, no illness could touch you. Damage 122,717, Black Intermediate level. Your reward is a random sword spirit.
Random Sword Spirit.
This reward piqued Chen Xin's curiosity. Although he possessed a sword martial soul, the concept of a sword spirit was entirely new to him. But judging by the name, it must be related to swords. As long as it was a reward related to swords, Chen Xin was very happy.
A sword spirit is a spirit that resides within a sword, or in your case, within a sword martial soul. Some sword spirits can significantly enhance the abilities of the swordsman, and bestowing one or two soul skills is also within the realm of possibility. It all depends on what kind of sword spirit you get.
After saying this, Lin Yi flicked the black light sphere towards Chen Xin. At the same time, Chen Xin's 7 kills sword martial spirit uncontrollably appeared in midair once again. The crowd noticed something different. This time, the reward directly merged into the sword. The 7 kills sword shimmered for a while, and a light sphere suddenly flew out from the sword, transforming into a human-shaped silhouette standing beside Chen Xin. Lin Yi was slightly stunned, and Chen Xin also looked at the person with an astonished face. His sword spirit was actually a person. This was a man dressed in armor from the Sengoku period, with his hair tied up in a bun, ordinary in appearance and dark-skinned, but with hands that were exceptionally large. Seeing a historical figure from the legends of the Blue Planet in the Douluo world was somewhat surprising for Lin Yi. Ganjiang. This was the introduction provided by the system, a famous swordsmith from the Sengoku period.
I am Ganjiang, at your service, master.
Ganjiang knelt on one knee before Chen Xin, cupping his hands, his armor emitting a crisp ringing sound. Chen Xin immediately came forward to help him up, but found his hand passing directly through Ganjiang's body upon contact. He is a spirit body without a physical form. Lin Yi explained. As the reward was given by Lin Yi, Chen Xin did not dare to neglect it and bowed respectfully to Ganjiang.
This attire.
Chen Xin asked curiously, having never seen anyone dressed like this in the Soul Land.
I am a blacksmith. In my life I have forged countless swords. Due to certain reasons, I ultimately sacrificed my body for the sword, achieving man and sword as one.
Sacrifice the body for the sword, man and sword as one.
I am incapable of offering my master additional skills, but I can infuse what little understanding I have of the sword into this martial soul, hoping it might help my master.
After speaking, Ganjiang's body once again turned into a bundle of light and shadows, entering the 7 kills sword. That moment, the 7 kills sword was covered with a layer of faint red. Chen Xin gripped the hilt of the sword, and his pupils suddenly trembled, with 2 blood sword silhouettes flickering within them. Lin Yi looked at him and said,
Perhaps you can try initiating your second attack now.
Okay, senior.
Chen Xin lowered the 7 kills sword in his hand, gazing at its tip. Suddenly, a vision appeared in his mind. The swordsmith, with a resolute expression, stood by the pit of fire and decisively leapt into it. In that moment, the flames soared to the sky, and the treasured sword was complete. 9 soul rings rose from Chen Xin's body, the first soul ring flashing.
Unleash the sword's edge.
The fierce sword chi swept outwards, with Chen Xin's robes dancing and white hair flying. He lifted his sword hand. The long sword was drawn, the blade flashing with a scarlet glow, as if igniting the stars themselves. An even more dazzling red light exploded on the blade.
Show!
A blood-red blade of light slashed through the air. The sword chi faded, and Chen Xin appeared beside Lin Yi as if teleporting. Clang, the sword was sheathed, the sword intent retracted, the turbulence subsiding suddenly. Lin Yi slightly turned his eyes, capturing Chen Xin's entire attacking process with his ultimate speed. Although the movements were slowed down, Chen Xin's sword strikes were still extremely sharp in Lin Yi's field of vision, comprising 3 sharp edges controlled effortlessly by Chen Xin. Suddenly, Lin Yi also really wanted to have a sword martial soul. He felt that people who wield swords looked dashingly cool. Moreover, he just happened to have a random sword spirit, 1 level higher than Ganjiang. He wondered what species it would randomize to. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 136,789. Remaining health, 899,967,616,473. Damage grade, black intermediate. Random reward, Asura Sword Martial Soul with Soul Ring Experience Card * 1 hour. Host reward, Asura Sword Martial Soul with Soul Ring Experience Card * 60 days. Asura Sword. This has to be a divine spirit, right? Man, the system is getting better and better at pleasing its host, giving me whatever I'm thinking about. But in the end, it's still just a black intermediate level reward. If it had been a red level reward, perhaps it could have critically struck the martial soul to a permanent duration. But it's not bad, a 60-day experience. The similar rewards before only critically struck to 30 days.
Damage 136,789, black intermediate level. I remember your first soul skills damage was only a little over 90,000.
Lin Yi displayed a slightly surprised look. Indeed, it was something worth being surprised about. The first soul skill's pure damage of 1,000 waves was also only 100,000.
Yes, I didn't expect it to increase to 130,000 this time.
This second attack, Chen Xin was actually just trying to verify the sword's damage itself. He hadn't planned to surpass the first attack, but unexpectedly it was an extra 10,000 in damage. Your reward is a Martial Soul Experience card, with the Martial Soul being the Asura sword, and the experience has a limit of 1 hour. Seeing Chen Xin's somewhat dazed expression, Lin Yi gently reminded him.
This is a divine spirit. The Asura sword itself is a weapon of the Divine King.
Chen Xin's eyes suddenly widened. A divine spirit experience, and a sword martial soul at that. To others, a divine artifact turning into a martial soul might not make much of a splash since the martial soul state is definitely not as powerful as the artifact itself. But to Chen Xin, after experiencing a divine sword martial soul once, his own understanding of sword intent would definitely surge, reaching another higher level. 1 hour of comprehension was enough. Chen Xin looked at Lin Yi with gratitude, bowing deeply to him. Today's 2 rewards would benefit him for a lifetime. Lin Yi was his god. Although he felt a bit embarrassed wearing these stockings, they were indeed comfortable, and the boost was not illusory.
My lord, is it the Asura sword?
Chapter 135, Species Variation, Earthworms Transform into Jiaos, second release. The Asura sword, even now, Gu Yuina couldn't help but feel a palpitation whenever she thought of it. Although the dragon god's power was not in the least afraid of the Asura god, this Asura sword was the first thing Gu Yuina saw when she was just born. The shadow of the sword had left a deep imprint in her heart, like a dragon-slaying saber. Yet Lin Yi seemed to have no aversion to it whatsoever. Gu Yuina suddenly wondered if Lin Yi had any fortuitous encounters in the divine realm, otherwise, his magical powers couldn't be explained. Next, Lin Yi's indifferent voice echoed in the stands. At this moment, Emperor Zui was somewhat troubled as he looked towards Bai Jai, then glanced at Lin Yi's cold expression, and couldn't help but say to Ning Fengzhai and Gu Rong.
You guys go first.
After exchanging a look, Ning Fengzhai immediately gave way.
Bone Uncle, you and Uncle Jian are lucky, so why don't you clear the bad luck for Wind Grace first? Speaking of luck, that old bastard really struck it lucky this time.
Gu Rong muttered, inevitably recalling his own pet earthworm. Now he even felt a bit childish for hoping day in and day out that the earthworm would transform into a dragon.
Then I'll go and try to change the sect master's luck.
Hurry up, Bone Uncle.
Ning Fengzhai already had a psychological shadow. He was now the one with the worst luck on the side of Tiandu. Still, it was probably better to be the last one to perform. Perhaps luck would take a turn for the better. Gu Rong came opposite Lin Yi and bowed respectfully.
Senior, I'm attacking. Please.
So far, the only benefit Gu Rong had received from Lin Yi was in terms of his martial soul, but that alone was enough to satisfy him.
Evil Spirit Dragon Knight.
With a low roar from Gu Rong, a thunderous rumbling sounded behind him as gigantic bones engulfed in flames floated upwards, combining into a massive flaming bone dragon.
What an odd name. I've never heard of this martial soul before.
Dai Tian muttered.
No need to guess. It must be Lin Yi who caused his martial soul to mutate.
Gu Yuina continued with folded arms.
4,000 years ago, I saw a human in the Aquapea forest with a bone dragon martial soul. The original martial soul of the man on stage must be a bone dragon as well.
Indeed, before meeting Lin Yi, this bone dragon did not have flames. And now, it was called the Evil Spirit Dragon Knight.
Second soul skill, Hell Dragon's breath.
The massive bone dragon roared upwards, all its bones emitting a terrifying sound of collision and friction. It lunged forward towards Lin Yi, spewing forth flames from its mouth. The dragon's breath grew increasingly intense, turning from red to incandescent white. Chen Xin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Wow, Old Bone's soul skills have all been upgraded too.
Just as the fire was about to expand and sweep its surroundings, Lin Yi raised his hand, and at that moment, all the flames seemed to obey his command, swirling around his body as he manipulated them with a wave of his palm, ascending skyward to form a spectacular fire tornado. Lin Yi precisely controlled the flames within the boundaries of the stands, not letting a single bit of heat leak out. Gu Yuina's eyes widened.
He really does have the ability to control fire.
Bai Jai dumbly added from the side.
And his control seems really strong too.
Dai Tian's expression turned grave. In his memory, controlling fire was a power of the Silver Dragon King. Yet Lin Yi, this Golden Dragon King, could also do it. After the flames dissipated, Lin Yi raised his hand to fan away the hot air in front of him. Actually, he disliked this form of fiery attack the most, because if there was too much fire, it would spread outwards, necessitating his intervention to control it. Blood loss, 115,643. Remaining health, 899,967,500,764. Damage grade, Black Intermediate. Random reward, Species Mutation Crystal * 1. Host reward, Species Mutation Spirit Stone * 1. These rewards made Lin Yi pause in astonishment. Species mutation. Last time, Gu Rong obtained a soul mutation crystal, and now there's a species mutation crystal. Lin Yi suddenly realized that the rewards had a certain chance of conforming to the attacker's wishes. Gu Rong must have been desperately hoping for a change in his pet. Admittedly, an earthworm wasn't much to look at.
Damage 115,643, Black Intermediate level. The reward is a species mutation crystal. I think it might be applicable to your earthworm pet.
Lin Yi said. Another mutation crystal? This was the first question that popped into Gu Rong's head.
The direction of the mutation.
Lin Yi's words dispelled Gu Rong's doubts. Indeed, pets are absolutely obedient. Though the earthworm lacked a brain, it would still obey his command not to defecate in its box. Gu Rong took the species mutation crystal that Lin Yi flicked over, took out the box, crushed the crystal into powder, and sprinkled it on the earthworm. He then placed the box on the ground, stepped back a few paces, and waited for the transformation. At that moment, the earthworm's body suddenly swelled several times in size, shattering Chen Xin's wooden box into pieces. After the expansion, the earthworm was about 15 meters long and gradually lost the appearance of an earthworm. Shiny black scales began to appear on its body while its head underwent an exaggerated deformation. Horns appeared, fangs formed, and 4 stout legs emerged from its torso, each with 4 sharp claws. Everyone was shocked. The sight of a 1-inch earthworm transforming into a 15-meter leviathan was stunning, but was this huge creature actually a dragon? Holy crap, it's blown away. A single species mutation crystal had turned an earthworm into a dragon. This luck was just too incredible. Gu Rong watched on, reminiscing about the days he had tenderly cared for the earthworm and couldn't help but get teary-eyed. His pet had actually become a dragon.
Congratulations, the direction of its mutation is quite good. However, it's not a dragon.
Lin Yi said with an even tone. Taken aback, Gu Rong looked at the long creature slowly crawling toward him. Isn't this a dragon? Lin Yi gestured towards its 4 limbs with claws and said.
5 claws define a dragon, 4 claws a jiao. This is a jiao, but its next step in evolution is to become a dragon. I see.
Gu Rong wasn't disappointed. For an earthworm to become a jiao was already like a pipe dream, but this reward had made it a reality, a stroke of tremendous luck.
It seems that both Uncle Bone and Uncle Giant are quite lucky today.
Ning Fengjai said with satisfaction, his sought-after evolution crystal might not be far away.
Let's begin the second assault.
Lin Yi said. Gu Rong nodded. At that moment, his pet Jiao actually lowered its 3 to 4 meter head to be petted. Its ferocious face showed a compliant expression, and the warm breath it exhaled patted Gu Rong's cheek.
Ha ha ha, good boy, little earthworm, go into the storage device for now. After the assault, I'll take you to have something tasty and you won't have to eat dirt anymore.
Chapter 136, 30 million volt anti-wolf electric baton, try it and you'll pass away first update.
Third soul skill, Flaming Bone Prison.
Standing in front of Lin Yi, Gu Rong's aura soared, and he knelt down on one knee, heavily slamming his right palm onto the ground.
In
In that instant, the surroundings were enveloped in a sinister and scorching atmosphere.
crack, crack, crack.
Countless twisted bone spurs began to rise from the ground. A ghostly fire burned on each bone spur, and the tips stabbed toward Lin Yi's body in unison, as if a gigantic mouth full of sharp teeth had sprouted from the platform, swallowing Lin Yi halfway. Normally, the attack of the second soul skill would have ended here, and the most perfect outcome would be the target being pierced into a sieve by the incredibly hard bone spurs, or being eroded by the ghostly fire. Regrettably, the first application of the flaming bone prison was used on someone indestructible. Gu Rong felt very helpless in his heart. Actually, trying out damage on Lin Yi was both good and bad. The good part was the ability to see specific damage values directly, very clear-cut. The bad part was that the attacker's experience felt close to zero since Lin Yi simply wouldn't get hurt, and the attackers might even suffer damage rebound, which was very frustrating. However, Chen Xin below the stage was completely astonished. Because the soul skills of Gu Rong, whom he knew so well, had all changed.
Is there a problem, senior? No.
Lin Yi's expression returned to calmness as he said,
Damage 127,648. Black intermediate level. Your reward for this attack is a 30 million volt anti-wolf electric baton.
Knowing they certainly wouldn't understand, Lin Yi waved the black orb in his hand and, like performing a magic trick, transformed the black orb into a pitch-black electric baton. He twirled the electric baton in his hand and aimed the discharge end at Gu Rong, then quickly pressed the red button on it. Crackling! A blazing white arc of electricity flickered in the air, causing Gu Rong to immediately step backward in fright.
What kind of weapon soul is this?
He exclaimed in shock. That moment, the wildness of the thunder and lightning element nearly gave him goosebumps on the spot. Even though he didn't feel any pain, the display was intimidating enough. Everyone below the stage looked up curiously. They couldn't see the small device in Lin Yi's hand clearly, only hearing the sound of electricity and seeing the white arcs. Lin Yi handed over the electric baton.
This contains enough thunder and lightning element to stun a person.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yuina frowned.
How can lightning possibly be stored?
Lin Yi caught her muttering and smiled slightly. My dear Nair, you have no idea that there's something called a rechargeable battery on Blue Planet.
If you're really curious, you could try it on someone. The essence of this device lies in its element of surprise, silently applying the discharge end to someone's body to take effect, stunning them.
After listening to Lin Yi's introduction, Gu Rong turned his head to look at Chen Xin. The latter's eyebrows twitched violently, knowing you'd think of me first for testing out the new move, you old coot.
Come on, you old sleazebag, give it a try.
Gu Rong raised his eyebrows, looking at Chen Xin with ill intentions. At this moment, Dai Tian turned his head to Gu Yuina and said. Lin Yi's expression returned to calmness as he said, Damage 127,648, black intermediate level. Your reward for this attack is a 30 million volt anti-wolf electric baton. Knowing they certainly wouldn't understand, Lin Yi waved the black orb in his hand and, like performing a magic trick, transformed the black orb into a pitch-black electric baton. He twirled the electric baton in his hand and aimed the discharge end at Gu Rong, then quickly pressed the red button on it. Crackling! A blazing white arc of electricity flickered in the air, causing Gu Rong to immediately step backward in fright. What kind of weapon soul is this? He exclaimed in shock. That moment, the wildness of the thunder and lightning element nearly gave him goosebumps on the spot. Even though he didn't feel any pain, The display was intimidating enough. Everyone below the stage looked up curiously. They couldn't see the small device in Lin Yi's hand clearly, only hearing the sound of electricity and seeing the white arcs. Lin Yi handed over the electric baton. This contains enough thunder and lightning element to stun a person.
Go easy on me, damn it.
Chen Xin approached Gu Rong and whispered, but the next moment his whole body violently convulsed, and he stiffened up.
Crackle and pop.
White electric arcs flickered continuously at Chen Xin's waist. Gu Rong remembered Lin Yi's instructions to use this thing with the element of surprise. Just then, Gu Rong suddenly felt a sharp aura. A bloody arc suddenly separated him from Chen Xin. Gu Rong immediately retreated backward, and a strand of hair gently floated to the ground. Chen Xin fell, his body convulsed a few times before he passed out, and his 7 kills sword was grasped by an armored man. Gan Jiang stared coldly at Gu Rong, charging over without a word, carrying an intense sword intent on par with Chen Xin at his peak, his presence fierce and his speed swift. This scene scared the daylights out of Gu Rong, who quickly ran towards Lin Yi seeking refuge.
Senior, what?
The sword spirit indeed protects its master.
Clang!
The sword blade felt as if it had struck a mountain, reminding one of an egg striking a stone. This was Gan Jiang's feeling at the moment. He looked in shock at the intact head beneath the 7 kills sword blade, wondering why the man hadn't dodged. It turned out.
Impossible!
Gan Jiang barely squeezed these 3 words out through his teeth.
Nothing's impossible.
Lin Yi slightly lifted his dark pupils, gazing at the red glowing sword blade standing upright above his head. He raised his right hand, pinched the blade, and effortlessly removed it from above his head. At this moment, Gan Jiang had his teeth clenched, hands gripping the sword hilt tightly, his ferocious expression proving he was using all his strength. However, the young man's hand was like it was cast from molten iron. Gan Jiang could not move the 7 kills sword in the slightest.
Because you were created by me.
Having said that, Lin Yi exerted a slight force with his fingers, and the entire 7 kills sword instantly shattered like glass. His expression remained calm as he looked ahead, where Gan Jiang was now retreating backward in horror. Lin Yi said,
Your master is not in life-threatening danger. Just go back obediently.
Gan Jiang's eyes widened in shock, uncertain if he was more amazed by the young man's power or astonished to find out he was created by him. He hastily ran towards Chen Xin, turning into a ball of light and burrowing into Chen Xin's body. Lin Yi glanced sideways, looked at Gu Rong behind him and commanded.
Wake Chen Xin up.
Chapter 137, Bai Jai. Although I don't understand, it feels like Goose Goose is said so awesomely. Second update.
Okay, senior.
Gu Rong approached Chen Xin with lingering fear, and the scene that had just unfolded made him both dread and envy that sword spirit. If he had such a sword spirit, it would be too awesome, not only enhancing its master but also independently fighting for them. Damn it, he was really envious of those sword-wielding freaks.
Old hag, wake up.
Out of jealousy, Gu Rong slapped Chen Xin's cheek a bit harder than necessary several times. After a moment, Chen Xin's eyes snapped open and he sat up quickly. He sat there, dazed for a moment, as if his memory had fragmented. It took a while before he asked in shock.
Did I just faint?
Gu Rong nodded and examined the electric stun baton in his hand again. The fact that this thing could knock out Chen Xin, a hyper Douluo, suggested that it would be extremely effective in close-range combat against soul masters. It was comparable to a solid soul skill, and it seemed to require no charging time. Gu Rong could already picture himself using this small black stick to deal with those troublesome titled Douluo from the past in a second so damn convenient. Bai Bidong, who had watched the entire process, couldn't help furrowing her brows.
It doesn't seem like Chen Xin is faking, but what is the principle behind this device? Indeed, an attack with thunder and lightning element should cause damage, but this thing only seems to make people faint without leaving any scars on the body after the fact.
Dragon Lance Douluo followed with his analysis, as he had some understanding of the thunder and lightning element as well.
It seems that there are many valuable rewards in this black level pool.
So far, Bai Bidong realized that the rewards falling from Lin Yi varied greatly, adding up to dozens, if not hundreds, of different types. At least for now, Bai Bidong believed that there was no chance of Lin Yi running out of rewards.
What did you say? My sword spirit went to provoke Senior Lin Yi.
Gu Rong nodded.
Sort of, it even seems to have replicated your 7 kills sword martial spirit, fighting on your behalf. Damn, you old cheat, you really hit the jackpot today.
I don't care about that right now. I just want to know that Senior Lin Yi wasn't upset by this, was he?
Chen Xin was truly anxious. Rewards falling short of expectations could be temporary, but offending Senior Lin Yi was absolutely something he couldn't afford. At this point, Gu Rong sneaked a glance at Lin Yi, and, recalling the recent events, he hesitated.
It shouldn't be an issue, seeing as it wasn't your directive. I hope so.
Chen Xin looked in Lin Yi's direction with trepidation, regretting deeply that he stepped onto the platform in the first place. It was then that Ning Fengzhai and Emperor Zui approached.
Uncle Jian, it's time for your majesty to attack. Ahem.
Chen Xin nodded and made an inviting gesture towards Emperor Zui.
Please, your majesty.
The two stepped onto the platform. Chen Xin remembered the damage they had done the last time they coordinated an attack, nearly 140,000. Now he could certainly apply the same attack pattern as the last time, and with the presence of the sword spirit, the damage would definitely increase.
Spiritual sword guard.
2 blood sword phantoms left their marks on the 7 kills sword, the long sword unsheathed. Chen Xin's sword intent reached its peak in a flash. At the same time, a pair of emerald wings spread out behind Emperor Zui as the jade swan stretched its slender and elegant neck, crying out to the sky. Below the platform, Goose Goose was stunned. Nothing was more shocking than seeing one's own form become the martial soul on someone else's back. Emperor Zui's 3rd soul ring rose up.
3rd soul skill, Jade Light.
It was an attribute enhancement soul skill, also providing a certain healing effect. When the light fell upon Chen Xin, he wore a look of surprise. He felt the difference of this enhancement effect in an instant. The crimson light flashed, the sword's cry ceased, and the sword intent retracted. The long sword was sheathed. Chen Xin then turned back to look at Emperor Zui, exclaiming,
Your Majesty, the Jade Swan martial soul is truly extraordinary. Is that so?
Chen Xin nodded seriously. As a direct beneficiary, his feelings were naturally most apparent. Lin Yi looked at the panel, also slightly startled. Bleeding, 213,647. Remaining health, 899,967,159,764. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Lucky Roulette *1. Host reward, Lucky Roulette *3. He still remembered the last time these two people used the same attack mode. The damage was 138,000. This time, it jumped to 213,000 directly. And he had also received the symbolic reward for the Red Novice level, the Lucky Roulette. The added effects of the Sword Spirit and the Jade Swan Martial Soul manifested themselves most directly in the data. Damage 213,647, Red Novice level, your reward is 1 Lucky Roulette. Hearing this, Chen Xin showed an
I knew it.
expression while Emperor Zui was utterly shocked. The damage had actually increased by 70 to 80,000. Emperor Zui looked excitedly toward Bai Jai below. The Jade Swan truly deserved to be the most noble existence of the Swan clan. Bai Jai. After the 3rd cumulative attack, receiving a red reward left Emperor Zui somewhat at a loss, yet at the same time, he was brimming with excitement.
Hee, the Lucky Roulette, the beginning of this old man's nightmare.
1,000 Waves murmured self-mockingly. Ever since he received the Lucky Roulette, all his subsequent roulette-type rewards had gone downhill, his luck spiraling downward. Even seeing others receive roulette-type rewards, 1,000 Waves' hands would still tremble inexplicably. Yes, he had been PUA'd by the roulette. Lin Yi flicked the red light ball in his hand into the air, and the only type of roulette without a cover hovered midair.
You should already be familiar with the rules of the Lucky Roulette, so I won't explain further. Let's begin. My.
Just as Emperor Zui was about to touch the edge of the roulette, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to Bai Jai below and bowed respectfully.
Senior Jade Swan, may I have the honor of your assistance in drawing a prize for me? Emperor Zui would be immensely grateful.
In Emperor Zui's heart, Bai Jai, the leader of the Jade Swan clan, had already become an auspicious beast-like existence. As an auspicious beast, it was certainly much better than if Emperor Zui himself were to draw the prize, not to mention the luck aspect, but also because the prize pool's corresponding rewards would definitely be extremely meaningful.
Me?
Bai Jai nodded.
Yes, you.
Emperor Zui said with a devout facial expression. After getting Gu Yuina's permission, Bai Jai hopped excitedly up to the stand. When she reached Lin Yi, she suddenly stopped, sneakily glancing over at him. But when Lin Yi looked up, Bai Jai's pretty face changed in an instant, and frightened, she immediately ran to the side of the big wheel. Lin Yi. Looking at the variously colored pie-shaped sections, Bai Jai curiously asked,
Why do you want me to draw for you? Senior Jade Swan is the faith creature of Emperor Zui's heart. Every choice you make will hold special meaning for me. I believe you will draw a reward that is extraordinarily significant.
Chapter 138, Rewarding the Emperor's New Clothes. What? You can't see them. First update.
Gulp.
Emperor Zui's swallowing was exceptionally clear in the silent scene. Bai Jai sneaked a look at him. Although she didn't understand the rules of the big wheel, the pointer landing on the white wasn't likely to be a good thing, considering there were colors like black, red, and gold, which obviously meant rich rewards.
Why?
Bai Jai flailed her arms in front of her chest as she scurried down from the stand, swiftly hiding behind Gu Yuina. Gu Yuina. Emperor Zui.
The white prize pool mainly contains soul coin rewards, but that doesn't mean all rewards in the white prize pool are soul coins. Your reward.
Upon hearing this, Emperor Zui's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Lin Yi suddenly looked at him with a strange expression.
Your clothes have dropped on the floor, didn't you see them?
Emperor Zui's eyes widened dramatically. After hesitating for just a second or two, he quickly crouched down to pick up the Emperor's new clothes, having an epiphany as he said,
I see it. This garment has a somewhat light texture. My attention was all on you just now. I almost missed it.
Why can't I see the clothes?
My liege, did you see it?
Gu Yuina remained silent, her eyes already filled with self-doubt. Dai Tian then continued to Bai Jai.
Did you see it? No, what?
Bai Jai said with a mournful face.
It turns out I'm really just a silly goose.
Dai Tian swallowed. What the hell if Bai Jai can't see it, then it really does mean that only fools can't see the clothes.
Ha, I can see it. That piece of clothing is indeed quite good looking.
He quickly said, laughing. On hearing this, Gu Yuina clenched her small, delicate fists, and her pretty face turned red. How infuriating, why can't she see it?
Yes, that garment is indeed beautiful. It's hard to believe it's just a white-level reward.
The elders and guest elders from Martial Soul Hall exchanged glances and also started complimenting the clothes. Apart from a few individuals, the rest of the people at the scene engaged in an enthusiastic discussion about the pattern and style of the garment. My goodness, if Senior Lin Yi saw it and so did many others, then it definitely means there's a set of clothes. If I admit now that I don't see them, I'll be laughed at, won't I? Everyone bore the same mindset, each pretending better than the last. Ning Fengzhai even went on stage, his expression one of solemn respect, as he took Emperor Zui's clothes, saying he would keep them safe on behalf of His Majesty. Confronted with the scene before him, Lin Yi merely gave a faint smile. However, neither by Bidong, Thousand Waves, Zhu Qinghe, Gu Yuina, nor Chengxin Guron showed much of a reaction. Although their faces each displayed self-doubt, Lin Yi couldn't help but appreciate them. Bai Jai impressed Lin Yi the most, foolishly admitting that she really was foolish. Such an innocent goose must be easy to deceive.
All right, proceed with the second attack.
After Emperor Zui's attack ended, he walked down from the platform, and Ning Fengzhai respectfully returned the Emperor's new clothes back to Emperor Zui's hands.
Your Majesty, please keep it safe. A sleeve fell off.
Ning Fengzhai made a grabbing motion at the air, placing it above, and then withdrew his hand with a smile. He came forward with Chen Xin, both greeting Lin Yi with a respectful bow.
Senior, it's Ning's turn to attack. Please proceed.
Ning Fengzhai took a few steps back, and a 7 treasures glazed pagoda, sparkling with flowing light, spanned and floated midair.
The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength.
A red light flew towards Chen Xin, encircling his body.
Third soul skill, flowing water.
The sword was drawn, a hint of crimson suddenly appeared, and the 7 kills sword extended its blade, which Chen Xin wielded in the air to create several sword blossoms. Accompanied by a sharp cry of the sword energy instantly became fierce, and red sword filaments stretched out in midair, slicing the air with flowing water-like lines, swiftly passing over Lin Yi's body. Clang clang. The attack might have been completed, but the sword hadn't returned to its sheath just yet. Chen Xin furrowed his brows as he looked towards Lin Yi. The damage rebound indeed came as expected. This attack had undoubtedly reached the red level of harm, the damage rebound from red level being significantly higher than from black level. Chen Xin held his sword with both hands, crossing 2 slashes to dissipate the attack.
I forgot my damage has increased. I should have used the same attack pattern as last time. The data this time has probably ramped up quite a bit.
As the sword returned to the sheath, Chen Xin couldn't help but mutter to himself. His hands were trembling slightly due to the damage rebound just then.
It's no big deal, Uncle Jian.
Ning Fengzhai said with a smile as he walked towards Lin Yi. Health loss, 264,357. Remaining health, 899,966,890,3,764. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Myriad Realms Protagonist Roulette * 1. System reward, Myriad Realms Protagonist Roulette * 3. With each new roulette reward appearance, there lay an innocent 1,000 waves caught in the crossfire. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile inwardly. He glanced at the system notes. He then turned to Ning Fengzhai and said,
Damage 264,357, Red Junior level. Your reward is the Myriad Realms Protagonist Roulette.
Ning doesn't know. What is this Myriad Realms Protagonist Roulette?
According to the system notes, Lin Yi said,
As everyone knows, Soul Land is just one of the many worlds within this vast universe, and in each of the other worlds there exists a Son of the Plane. This Myriad Realms Protagonist Roulette lets you draw the Son of the Plane from that world to become your servant, to listen and serve at your command.
Chapter 139, This Son of the Plane blew up the entire field. Second update.
Son of the Plane.
Ning Fengzhai was shocked. It was not just him, all the people below the stage were also shocked. The most astonished of them all had to be 1,000 waves. Others might not know how formidable these sons of the plane mentioned by Lin Yi were, but he knew. That group of freaks could easily move mountains and overturn seas. With a gesture, they could break mountains. With a sword, they could split the earth, reaching up to the heavens and down to hell.
30 years in the east, 30 years in the west.
Would get 1,000 waves blood boiling whenever he heard it. 1,000 waves swallowed. Could this really be just a Red Junior level reward? It seemed to be far more powerful than his concrete puppet. After all, even if his Zai Zai was formidable, it certainly couldn't be considered a son of the plane.
Yes, be your servant. What is certain is that these sons of the plane definitely possess special abilities, so there's no chance the reward will be a loss.
Lin Yi reassured. Lin Yi hadn't lied. How could the protagonists of the multiverse lack extraordinary capabilities and still be protagonists? Even Lu Mingfei and his misfortune could turn into a dragon. After hearing this, Ning Fengzhai was brimming with excitement and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Yi. The red light was flicked by Lin Yi into midair, transforming into a giant single-layer shielding wheel. Having taken the reassurance pill, Ning Fengzhai's confidence surged in an instant. The last 2 rewards he received were real pits.
Cat.
Or virtually a different kind of cat, akin to the cat girl he had bid on at the auction before.
Hey, 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 you cat.
Tom Cat leaped up and straddled Ning Fengzhai's shoulders. The palms of its hands, resembling white gloves, cupped Ning Fengzhai's cheeks, and it affectionately nuzzled his face. After some effort to
Plug.
Tom Cat down, Ning Fengzhai, his forehead drenched in sweat, looked towards Lin Yi.
Senior, this cat.
Lin Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Dare to underestimate Tom Cat.
You could let it have a fight with Chen Xin. Fight!
Ning Fengzhai was bewildered. Fight with Chen Xin? What kind of joke was that? Even if the cat was no good, they couldn't just let it lose its life for nothing. However, since Lin Yi was so confident, Ning Fengzhai pondered for a moment and still wanted to try. At that moment, Lin Yi's calm voice rang out again.
Chen Xin can feel free to use his killer moves. Huh.
These words even startled Chen Xin for a moment. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fengzhai looked down at Tom Cat as it stood upright and gazed up at him, its paws hanging in front like a dog's, looking obedient.
Tom Cat, go give him a good beating.
Ning Fengzhai gestured towards Chen Xin as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Tom Cat's expression turned serious, and it intently fixed its gaze on Chen Xin. Its chest puffed up with pride, swelling like a balloon, while its arms grew exceedingly thick and strong. Ning Fengzhai was astounded by what he saw, this cat.
Uncle Giant, continue.
Chapter 140, Immortal God Emperor as a Pet, dropping character reference card, first update. Bang! Although the fist was inflated by air, the force it delivered was by no means light. Chen Xin's head was instantly stunned. He fell back onto the ground, seeing double images of the clouds above. Meanwhile, the fist of Tom Cat quickly deflated, returning to its normal size. It brought its two upright legs together, puffed out its chest, and gestured threateningly at Chen Xin, who was lying on the ground. It pointed at Ning Fengzhai, then at itself, indicating that Ning Fengzhai was under its, Tom Cat's, protection. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The mightiness of this cat was far beyond their imagination. What the hell is this? A magic performing cat? Or maybe a cat that just can't die? Not only does it not die, but its body seems to be like a transforming machine. It can morph in any way it wants, and the key is it can recover its original shape quickly after transforming. Chen Xin sat up and stared at Tom Cat, questioning his life.
What on earth is the deal with this cat? Can it die?
Lin Yi nodded from behind.
No one can kill it. Even if everyone here died, it still wouldn't necessarily be dead.
F***CK, the Immortal God Emperor. Isn't this just the template for the Son of the Plane? Chen Xin stood up, his eyebrows furrowed.
I'll try again.
He swung his sword horizontally towards the lower half of Tom Cat, but the next scene made everyone widen their eyes once again. The cat actually grabbed its tail and lifted its own lower half up. Lifting itself by itself, and actually F***CK did it. Newton would be banging his head against the coffin lid. Chen Xin's sword hit nothing, his teeth gritted. He swung down vertically towards Tom Cat again, but this time he didn't miss. Tom Cat didn't dodge in time, and its back was left in surprise as it turned around to see its entire back was bald, with a pile of blue cat fur fallen on the ground. Chen Xin's mouth twitched.
Sorry.
But Tom Cat's next movement made his eyes bulge out again. It squatted down, bunched the cat fur into a pile, grabbed it, and sprinkled it on its bald back, which miraculously recovered to its original state.
Damn, that's F***CK possible.
Chen Xin's mental state exploded as he kicked directly at Tom Cat's body. The latter spun on the spot, twisting its body into a long twist and, as expected, spun in the opposite direction in the next moment, returning its body to its original shape. Perhaps realizing that a head-on clash with Chen Xin was not a winning strategy, Tom Cat made a spinning dash to escape.
Don't run!
Chen Xin shouted and hurled his 7-kill sword at Tom Cat. Just then, Tom Cat turned its head at the noise, and the long body of the 7-kill sword stabbed straight through its mouth.
It's enough, Uncle Giant.
Ning Fengzhai could tell this cat was extraordinary. He came next to Tom Cat and curiously asked,
This sword?
Tom Cat looked serious, reached for the sword with its white paw and quickly pulled it out with no expression of pain at all. It threw the 7 kills sword back at Chen Xin huffily and then cuddled up next to Ning Fengzhai, embracing his leg. There was no blood on the sword, and the cat was unharmed, even though it had just looked as if the sword had stabbed to the root of its tail.
From now on, I am your master. As long as you follow me, I will give you endless delicacies, wealth, and beautiful female cats.
When Tom Cat heard what was said before, there was no special expression on his face, but as soon as he heard,
Little female cat.
he immediately shivered, and a pair of red love hearts appeared in his eyes. Real red love hearts actually appeared.
I'll come down later. Just wait for me there. Snap!
Tom Cat saluted once again. The mention of a pretty little female cat seemed to have a great allure for him. Many soul masters curiously stared at the cat standing at attention below, feeling an urge to go over and touch it. Son of the Plain, the strongest cat. Gu Yuina and the other two were also extremely curious as they sized up the cat below. At that moment, Tom Cat seemed to notice Gu Yuina. A surprised and delighted smile appeared on his face as he saw a beauty, and he immediately raised his white paw to wave a greeting. After waving, he even brought his paw up to his mouth and whistled. Gu Yuina. Dai Tian was extremely surprised. On the stage, Ning Fengzhai rubbed his hands together gleefully, looking at Lin Yi with even more admiration.
Senior, we are about to launch the second attack. Please.
Lin Yi's expression remained calm. He Chengxin resumed their previous positions. Ning Fengzhai also considered that the damage escalated too quickly, so after discussing with He Chengxin, he decided to add a support skill instead of letting He Chengxin use the next soul skill.
The 7 treasures are known for their power. First comes strength, then speed.
Speed isn't very significant in boosting damage, but that doesn't mean it has no effect, and the speed boost from a Soul Sage level 7 treasures glazed pagoda is not a simple enhancement.
Third soul skill, calm as flowing water.
He Chengxin's 7 kills sword quickly drew a blur in midair. A hint of bright red emerged, rapidly extending into a long bloody streak, and almost in the blink of an eye, the sound of the sword striking was already present. Still a cross double slash, He Chengxin resolved the damage rebound. Lin Yi turned to the panel. Blood loss, 284,673. Remaining health, 899,966,609,754. Damage level, Red Novice. Random reward, Character Reference Card *1. Host reward, Character Reference Card *3. As new information came up, Lin Yi habitually checked the system's notes. After reading, he said to Ning Fengzhai,
Damage 284,673, Red Novice. Your reward is a character reference card.
Ning Fengzhai smiled and nodded. Anyway, he didn't understand. He would wait for Lin Yi to explain. He seemed to realize that the red reward was really better than the black one. A character reference card means that you will randomly receive the card of someone from a certain plane who has something in common with you, and you will permanently gain one of their abilities.
Permanently?
Ning Fengzhai exclaimed. If he hadn't heard wrong, there didn't seem to be many permanent rewards among all the rewards so far. He was immediately overjoyed. Lin Yi nodded.
However, the character is chosen randomly based on your traits, and the ability is also random. The ability might be very powerful, or it might be very mediocre.
It doesn't matter, I'm already dying to see what character it is, what ability it is. Please satisfy my curiosity, Senior Lin Yi.
Chapter 141, Holy Crap, Pagoda-Bearing Heavenly King Li, second update. Don't say you're curious, I'm curious too. Who else in the myriad worlds could have something in common with you? Lin Yi thought to himself.
My lord, it seems to want you to place your hand on its paw.
Bai Jai, peeking out from behind Dai Tian, cautiously spoke to Gu Yuina. Gu Yuina raised an eyebrow in confusion and placed her fair, slender hand on Tom Cat's paw. The next moment, Tom Cat closed its eyes with a smile and gracefully bowed its head to kiss the back of Gu Yuina's hand. The scene startled Gu Yuina, causing her to jerk her hand back.
Pervert cat.
Gu Yuina cursed, glaring at Tom and swung a punch at its head. Thud. The sound resembled that of a gong being struck. Tom Cat's tailcoat was still suspended in midair, while its body suddenly compressed downwards, turning into a squat gourd. Gu Yuina stepped aside in fright. She hadn't exerted much strength, so why did it suddenly shrink? Tom Cat pouted, unhappily turned around and waddled back to its original spot, looking like a penguin. Upon returning, its body sprung back like a spring, and its head shot up, reverting to its original shape. Gu Yuina's eyes widened, as did the eyes of Bai Jai, who was peeking over Dai Tian's shoulder with only her head showing. Damn, among the many rewards that have appeared so far, this cat is the most outrageous. This little episode diverted the attention of the three people on stage for a moment, but Lin Yi was the first to shift his gaze back. Wind Grace also turned around promptly, focusing on the red glow in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi shook his hand slightly while holding the glow, and it transformed into a card in his palm. Wind Grace noticed a subtle change in Lin Yi's expression.
What's the matter, Senior? Which character is it?
He took a curious step forward and asked. Lin Yi flipped the card around and said,
Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li. Oh.
Wind Grace was slightly puzzled. When he saw the first character on the card, for a moment Lin Yi thought it might be Tony Stark. But then again, what common trait could Iron Man and Wind Grace possibly share? It wasn't until he read the full name that Lin Yi's expression changed.
The ability you've drawn at random is precisely that of the tower in his hands.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, the card turned into a burst of light and entered Wind Grace's body.
Now your 7 treasures glazed pagoda can imprison people within it, though only one at a time. With this ability, your 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul will become unbreakable and can be maintained for a long period, also able to be enlarged or shrunk at will.
Hearing this, Wind Grace knelt down.
Thank you, Senior. Don't rush to thank me. You should test your ability after receiving the reward. I wouldn't want anyone to think that I only talk big without substance.
Lin Yi said with an even tone. These words made Wind Grace instantly think that Lin Yi had some issue with him, and in a flurry, he kneeled down on one knee.
Senior, you misunderstand. I would never dare to speak recklessly. I have absolute trust in your words.
Lin Yi stared at him blankly. I was just saying to check the prize before celebrating. I didn't say anything about you. Why so agitated?
Let's test the ability.
Ning Fengjai looked around, had no choice. Chen Xin was the closest to him, and his strength was widely recognized.
Uncle Giant, I need your help. It's all right, Sect Master, make your move.
Ning Fengjai nodded, and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared in the palm of his right hand. The glazed tower shimmered with light, gradually floating in midair, and at the same time its size expanded several times. Soon, an oversized 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated above Chen Xin, radiating a brilliant light. The Soul Masters present all looked up in astonishment. They knew full well that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda shouldn't get that big.
Uncle Giant, what are you feeling right now?
Chen Xin answered Ning Fengjai's question with a shocked expression on his face. He initially thought that one would have to use force to put a person into the tower, but he didn't expect the tower could actively capture someone. Because he was now completely immobilized.
I can't move. It seems like a particularly powerful force has restrained my entire body.
Seeing Chen Xin's struggling figure, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Holy hell, hardcore controlled, huh? If Chen Xin couldn't move, then the only outcome he faced was being confined inside the tower. Following that, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda rotated and plummeted downwards, enveloping Chen Xin within it. Boom!
I can move now.
Chen Xin's voice immediately followed from inside. Bai Bidong mumbled.
Is the restrictive power lifted only after someone is confined inside? How long can they be kept there? Permanently, unless the holder of the tower chooses to release them.
Lin Yi said calmly. Hearing these words, everyone was astonished as they looked at the 7 treasures glazed pagoda on stage. What used to be a supremely powerful auxiliary martial soul now turned out to be a man-eating device. Thousand Waves frowned.
Can anyone be confined inside? No.
Hearing Lin Yi's response, Thousand Waves quietly breathed a sigh of relief.
Except for me.
Lin Yi continued. Thousand Waves.
However, confining is merely that. It doesn't have any other functions. Attacks from the outside can't reach the inside, and similarly, attacks from the inside can't be released to the outside.
Lin Yi explained. Ning Fengzhai seemed to think of something at this moment, raised his right hand, and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda quickly shrank, and the confined Chen Xin inside also shrank with it. This scene baffled the onlookers. They thought Chen Xin would be crushed into pieces.
Uncle Giant, try releasing an attack from inside. Yes, Sect Master.
There was a movement inside, but those on the outside didn't feel Chen Xin's sword intent at all. Previously, every time Chen Xin attacked, his sharpness could be felt throughout the whole venue.
Uncle Giant, did you attack? I did, and I used my martial soul true body.
Chapter 142, New Regulations Announced for the Soul Master Tournament. First update. Ning Fengzhai brought the miniaturized 7 treasures glazed pagoda up to his eyes for a closer look, and indeed, through a layer of semi-transparent glaze, he could see the tiny figures inside. If one couldn't release an attack from outside, then could one possibly shake the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to punish those inside? This thought merely flickered through Ning Fengzhai's mind. Uncle Jian had already had a tiring day. It would be better not to bother him further. Ning Fengzhai suddenly said with a smile.
Uncle Jian, I'll give the 7 treasures glazed pagoda a shake from the outside. You can tell me what it feels like inside.
Chen Xin.
There will be no sensation. The interior is actually akin to a different space altogether. No matter what happens on the outside, there will be no feeling inside.
Lin Yi explained. His words suddenly sparked a thought for Ning Fengzhai. Could the 7 treasures glazed pagoda also be regarded as an absolutely safe haven for protection? With this thought, Ning Fengzhai became even more excited. This reward was too valuable. He tossed the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the air, where it spun and enlarged. A beam of light flashed below, and Chen Xin reappeared on the platform.
Uncle Jian, do you feel any discomfort?
Ning Fengzhai immediately went up to him.
Except for the moment when the sect master talked about shaking the pagoda, which gave Chen Xin quite a scare. There's nothing amiss.
Chen Xin replied with a smile.
Good, good, as long as there's nothing wrong.
The two walked down from the stand, with Ning Fengzhai holding his martial soul as if it were a precious treasure, rather than returning it. At the moment, he looked as though he was ready to confine anyone he disliked inside it, bursting with vigor. Simultaneously, the Star Luo Emperor Dai Ben suddenly became teary-eyed. Damn it, after such a long wait, it was finally their turn. It felt like an eternity. Bai Jai was obediently standing behind Gu Yuina, massaging her shoulders. Seeing Dai Ben step up, she said with a smile.
Soon, Your Majesty, after this ugly human's turn is over, it will be our turn.
Dai Ben suddenly turned, frowning. What, did you hear that? Bai Jai stopped her movements in fright, but Gu Yuina countered with a cold stare.
Human, do you need me to teach you what speed is?
Dai Ben stiffened and quickly scurried to the stands. It was truly difficult to imagine how majestic he was in the Xingluo Empire, but here in the gathering of the powerful in Seoul City, he was as insignificant as a little kitten. Especially Lin Yi standing on the stage, whose strength overturned all his previous understanding. However, if a dispute occurred at this moment, he guessed that only Lin Yi could protect him. After all, although Lin Yi's power was terrifying and his demeanor cold, he was also absolutely fair and gave a sense of absolute security. Lin Yi was like a blade restraining all the powerful individuals present. With him around, no soul master dared to act rashly. Even the woman with silver hair and purple eyes just now. Seeing Dai Ben approach, Lin Yi asked,
Dai Ben, do you agree with the decision to conduct the Soul Master competition under the new rules?
Dai Ben immediately bowed.
Reporting to Senior, yes, the number of competitors from each academy will rise from 7 to 14. with no age restrictions for participants.
Lin Yi nodded and amplified his voice for the subsequent announcement, as it not only concerned the rulers of the three regions, but the upcoming Soul Master competition would be a grand event involving the entire continent's forces. Everyone present might have a chance to participate in the competition.
I need you to widely publicize my exploits in both Tiandu and Stardew before the start of the Soul Master competition. There's no need to exaggerate, just tell the truth.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Dai Ben, while also glancing at Bai Bidong and Emperor Zhu.
What did the three of you decide on how to arrange matters for me?
Dai Ben hesitated for a moment, then said,
We haven't made a final decision. There was a disagreement over whether you should be involved in the entire tournament process or just join in the later stages.
Lin Yi pondered for a while.
Here's what we'll do then. I won't participate in the preliminary matches and let those follow the original rules. I will join from the knockout stages onwards, with the new rules applying, and the venue will be directly switched to Seoul City. From the knockout stages onward, the scoring mechanism will be determined by the extent of damage I measure. The finals will follow the same rule, where the team that inflicts the highest total amount of damage will be the winner.
As for the prize for the ultimate victor, there's no need for Marshal Soul Hall to contribute. I, Lin Yi, will provide 3 gold-level rewards as the grand prize.
Lin Yi had barely finished speaking when the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Shock filled everyone's expressions. Whoa, gold-level rewards. Gold-level rewards that haven't appeared up to now. At that moment, Gu Rong suddenly asked,
Senior, I just heard you say the Soul Master contest is no longer limited by age. Can people like Chen Xin and me also participate?
Lin Yi nodded.
Yes, you can represent whichever academy you're associated with, as long as the participating team from that academy ensures a maximum of 14 people, but at least 3 of them must be junior members.
Actually, it was completely possible to stipulate that all 14 participants could be non-junior members, as younger students would definitely not inflict as much damage as non-students like Chengxin Guran. But after all, this was a continent-wide contest for elite students from senior Soul Master academies, and it would be a bit too much if no junior members participated. Chrysanthemum Douluo suddenly scratched his head.
The Marshal Soul Hall seed team probably doesn't need so many elders to get involved. So can I join another academy to participate? After all, I am a titled Douluo. Surely other academies would welcome me.
Lin Yi continued nodding.
Yes, as long as the academy agrees, you can participate as a specially invited member. Holy cow, I love you, Senior Lin Yi.
Thousand Waves then asked,
Senior, can we use the rewards we obtain from you in the Soul Master contest against you?
Of course you can. In the days leading up to the Soul Master contest, you can strive to obtain artifacts that boost damage from me, increasing your chances of winning the contest.
Lin Yi replied. Thousand Waves was instantly dumbfounded. Does that not mean that the deity experience card could be used as well? When someone from the Marshal Soul Hall representative team brings out a deity experience card, their total damage output would skyrocket. Damn it, which team could surpass the damage inflicted by a god? Thousand Waves suddenly felt that the 3 gold-level rewards would definitely belong to the Marshal Soul Hall. Because Bai Bidong has the Rakshasa God experience card.
Master, what are they talking about? I don't understand.
Bai Jai asked in confusion. Gu Yuina also shook her head, indicating she was not sure either.
It's their continent-wide elite contest for senior academies of Soul Masters. It's just that the competition format is going to change because Senior Lin Yi is joining.
Dai Tian explained as he joined them. Turning to him, Gu Yuina asked,
Soul Master contest. Can we participate? I heard there are gold-level rewards, which should be quite impressive, right?
With her fists clenched in surprise, Bai Jai said,
Of course, it's impressive. Master, have you forgotten? The gold level is the highest level of reward and not a single one has appeared so far.
Dai Tian quickly nodded.
It seems we can, but we have to represent some academy as special invitees.
Bai Jai, do you know any human soul master academies?
Gu Yuina turned to look at her, and Goose Goose shook its head like a rattle. Dai Tian shook his head too, and Gu Yuina followed suit with a shake of her head. Done for, they were three ferocious beasts that had stayed cooped up in the Aquapea forest. How would they know any human soul master academies? Lin Yi's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over them.
Silence, please. First, during the Soul Master Contest promotion period, which starts from the first day I participate, I will decline all treasure attacks from non-competitors. So, during the promotion to finals period, those who want to continue attacking for treasures, try to join an academy and become one of the 14 members of a team. If you truly have no academy connections, then strive to become a special invitee for an academy that's advanced from the preliminaries.
Hearing this, Gu Yuina and the others looked dejected. As ferocious beasts, were they supposed to go begging human academies to take them in? And it had to be academies that had advanced from the preliminaries.
Second, the sole condition for winning the Soul Master Contest is damage dealt. So please try to acquire more artifacts that can increase your damage before the contest begins.
Whoa. We definitely also want to obtain more artifacts that increase damage. But with only 2 attacks per person per day, the opportunities are too few. And there are always people like Dai Ben who hog.
Human Emperor, what are you waiting for if not attacking?
Chapter 143, could it be that the system will teleport Zhu Zhuking over here later? Second update. Dai Ben's body shuddered, and he turned stiffly to look at Gu Yuina.
Please remain calm. I'm digesting the rules that Senior Lin Yi just mentioned.
Gu Yuina looked at him displeasedly, and then, as if she thought of something, she asked Dai Ben again.
Do you have an academy?
Yes.
Just as Gu Yuina was about to continue speaking, Dai Tian suddenly made a gesture to her.
Your Majesty, don't ask in front of so many humans. Let's ask him privately on the down low.
Indeed.
I have an academy, what?
Dai Ben asked in confusion. Gu Yuina said indifferently.
Oh, none of my business.
Dai Ben's. Lin Yi's.
Begin the attack. Yes, Senior.
Just as Dai Ben was about to attack, he suddenly frowned. Never mind, I'll help those 2 kids get their rewards first, and then I'll attack.
Which one of you 2 will go first?
He asked, turning his head toward the platform below.
Let Zhu Yan go first.
Okay.
Zhu Jian nodded her head, a bit restrained as she climbed the steps but stayed behind Dai Ben on the platform, with her head lowered. She had been scared of Lin Yi from the very beginning and didn't even have the courage to glance at him. After all, the 3 of them had knelt for so long from the start, their temperaments had long been worn down. She had also witnessed Lin Yi's formidable defense, as well as the scene where Lin Yi disciplined the ferocious beast.
Don't be afraid, we'll attack from the left and right at the same time, dealing damage on Senior Lin Yi's body. I'll use my 3rd soul skill to assist the attack, how about you?
Dai Ben turned around and asked. Seeing Zhu Jian so afraid of Lin Yi, Dai Ben actually felt it was quite normal because he was scared too. Dai Ben consoled somewhat helplessly. They started moving to the side, and as Dai Ben gave the command, Zhu Jian began to speed towards Lin Yi.
1st soul skill, Hell Rush. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation.
An invisible surge of energy flooded over Dai Ben's body as the shadow of a white tiger flickered upon him for an instant. The next moment, he charged towards Lin Yi, and about a meter away, he leaped into the air, his tiger claw striking heavily down on Lin Yi's body. Zhu Jian's Hell Rush was also released at the same time. However, immediately after, Zhu Jian's eyes widened as she was suddenly struck by damage rebound and sent flying backward. She sat on the ground in shock, scooted back a few steps, and looked at Lin Yi with even greater fear. This level of damage rebound didn't affect Dai Ben much. He stood still and slapped his head.
Oh no, I forgot about damage rebound. Are you okay, Zhu Yan?
Zhu Yan wasn't hurt, she was just terrified.
I'm fine, Your Majesty.
Lin Yi looked at them with an indifferent expression.
After the attack, remember to protect the weak. If the damage reaches red level, damage rebound could almost take their lives. Thanks for the reminder, Senior. I'll remember that.
Dai Ben responded respectfully. Blood loss 77,643. Remaining health 899,966,530,2,465. Damage grade Black Junior. Random reward Mastery of 9 Yin White Bone Claw. System reward Mastery of 9 Yin Manual. Lin Yi looked at the panel and said,
Damage 77,643, Black primary level. The reward is the mastery of the 9 Yin White Bone Claw technique.
After hearing the damage, Dai Ben glanced at the damage record on the wooden plaque. Though he had only used a Tyrant Body Soul skill, he thought he had exerted a considerable amount of effort, yet the result was only 77,000. How on earth was that record of 500,000 achieved?
Your Majesty, Xian wishes to give you the first reward.
Lin Yi heard this and looked over. Being a country where royal authority is supreme in Star Luo, it was not strange for Zhu Xian, even as Davis's fiancé, to make such a gesture. Dai Ben waved his hand.
I've said it's a reward for your efforts. Keep the reward for yourself.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian's gaze trembled, and she said with an emotional tone,
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thanks for what? Family doesn't speak of two households.
Even though Dai Ben said this, Zhu Xian still remembered the lesson that one must be as cautious with a monarch as with a tiger. Of course, she didn't want to give up the reward. Her previous action was simply a reluctant move of self-preservation. Lin Yi, with a smirk on his face, watched the drama unfold. Seeing the two turn towards him, he flicked the black orb of light in his hand towards Zhu Xian.
The 9 Yin White Bone Claw, I believe, is quite suitable for you. Practice it well, it will greatly enhance your abilities.
Zhu Xian felt the newly acquired technique in her mind, and her eyes lit up instantly. She stretched out her fingers, which suddenly became thinner and longer, while her pitch-black nails became even sharper. When her fingers gently swept through the air, they even produced a sound of tearing through the air, and Zhu Qing immediately felt a substantial increase in both her finger strength and penetrating power.
Thank you, Senior.
Zhu Xian bowed deeply with excitement and thanked him.
No need to thank me. With this ability, your team's total damage in the upcoming Soul Master contest will only increase. Continue with the second attack. All right.
Zhu Xian, seeing Lin Yi's still indifferent expression while speaking with others, grew bolder. She said to Dai Ben,
Your Majesty, let's use the same attack mode as last time. The damage should increase.
Fine.
The two adopted the same attack mode as before, and during Zhu Xian's charge toward Lin Yi, her claws even left several pitch-black scratches in midair. Wish wish. After the attack, Dai Ben, having learned his lesson from before, proactively went in front of Zhu Xian to block the damage rebound, his defense virtually ignoring backlash of this level. Blood loss 107,431. Remaining blood volume 899,966,425,073. Damage grade Black Intermediate. Random reward Great Adventure Prop Card. Host reward Great Adventure Prop Card *3. In the black level rewards, prop cards, as Lin Yi recalled, are different from the red level ones because if the adventure isn't completed, rewards would be forfeited, rather than remaining the same. Of course, if successfully completed, the quality of the rewards would still increase by 1 level. Just like the black level reward that Chen Xin got last time, the time-limited challenge prop card. Lin Yi patiently explained the rules of the black level prop cards to Zhu Xian before asking,
Are you willing to proceed?
I'm not willing.
Zhu Xian's response was clear-cut, to Dai Ben's surprise.
Xian, think it over carefully. Don't reply so quickly.
Dai Ben said seriously. Having grown up in the Zhu family, Zhu Xian's personality was naturally cautious and stable, so she obviously wasn't willing to undertake an unknown challenge, especially since a failed challenge would negate the reward. But Dai Ben's tone made Zhu Xian suddenly feel as if she wasn't securing rewards for herself, but for the Star Luo royal family.
All right, I am willing.
Lin Yi nodded.
Now I will select the first great adventure topic for you.
Chapter 144, Bloodline Sacrifice Cleaver First Update. The first big adventure task, apologize to the Zhu Zhuking who appeared here. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Zhu Xian's expression changed instantly. It was as if she had heard a name that was completely unexpected.
Isn't that your sister?
Dai Ben asked with confusion. Zhu Xian didn't directly respond to Dai Ben's question, but instead asked Lin Yi.
How should I apologize?
Apologize as you should, and I'll notify you once the task is completed.
Lin Yi looked at her with a calm demeanor. The next moment he glanced to the side, and a figure in a flurry stood there suddenly. The cold and beautiful girl who appeared suddenly had a gorgeous face and a fiery figure, only her expression was full of panic and astonishment. She looked around in confusion, and in the next instant her gaze locked onto Zhu Xian.
Sister.
Zhu Zhuking looked at Zhu Xian with extreme astonishment, including the Star Luo Emperor. Then she turned her head to look at Lin Yi seated beside her brows slightly furrowed, and then she looked around, her gaze lingering for a moment on the six-winged angel statue not far away.
Soul City.
Zhu Zhuking's mind was in complete disarray. Just a second ago, clearly, she was still training. How did she suddenly appear in Soul City?
Zhu Qing, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for everything I've done before, but there was no other way. We both know the rules of family survival. So this girl is the last from the Zhu family of Star Luo.
Down below, Ning Fengzhai suddenly murmured to himself. Zhu Zhuking heard the voice and looked down, indeed seeing Ning Fengzhai and others. Sect Master Ning. Just like what Ning Rongrong said, they were all in Soul City. What exactly is going on here? In this strange place, watched by so many people, Zhu Zhuking had no interest in listening to Zhu Xian's apology at that moment.
Why did I suddenly appear here, and why are you here too?
Zhu Qing, don't get agitated, calm down. Let your sister apologize to you, okay?
Zhu Xian's expression was equally flustered. This challenge seemed like the most difficult one she had ever faced in her life. She had never spoken to Zhu Zhuking with such humbleness before as she was doing right now. Zhu Zhuking temporarily calmed down, looking at her sister.
I'm sorry, Zhu Qing. Can you forgive your sister? Forgive everything your sister has done.
Stop it, you should know that neither an apology nor forgiveness between us will solve any problems.
Zhu Zhuking's straightforward reply left Zhu Xian stunned for a moment.
This challenge has already failed. It appears there's an implicit condition, which is to have your sister forgive you.
Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. Hearing the words, Zhu Zhuking turned her head to look at Lin Yi, her brows furrowed.
What challenge? Who exactly are you? Are you the one who brought me here?
Lin Yi's lips showed an intriguing smile, which was the last thing Zhu Zhuking saw. The next moment, she disappeared from the scene, returning to her original place. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Lin Yi actually had the power to change someone's spatial position at any time and place.
Now for the second challenge for you.
The system was in the process of selecting when there was activity in the virtual chat group in Lin Yi's mind. Member 3, a friend of mine just said she suddenly appeared in Soul City. Don't you guys have someone in Soul City? What exactly happened there?
Second.
It turns out a girl did come over, so she's your friend. Member 3, so it's true.
The second question publicly slapped Dai Ben across the face.
No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Xian and Dai Ben themselves were stunned, and Davis's eyes widened from below the stage. How is this possible? Zhu Xian turned to look at Dai Ben and collapsed to her knees on the spot. How could this possibly be done?
It seems not everyone possesses the spirit of sacrifice. Tusk.
Ning Fengzhai suddenly said with a look of someone who enjoys watching the excitement. Zhu Qinghe sneaked a look at Ning Fengzhai, a smile involuntarily breaking out on his lips. He couldn't deny that those slaps felt incredibly satisfying back then. Sect Master Ning is indeed magnanimous, this Star Luo Emperor not so much tilde.
I give up.
Zhu Xian suddenly said softly, No matter what, this was a task she could not complete. Even with the reward in hand, her future in Xingluo would be very difficult. It wasn't about Dai Ben targeting her, it was the entire system of Xingluo that would. Lin Yi nodded indifferently.
Challenge failed, reward cancelled.
At that moment, Davis came up on stage with a strange look on his face and helped Zhu Jian to stand up.
I'm sorry, Zhu Yun, I didn't expect such a question. Don't be disheartened, there will be more chances later.
Dai Ben spoke to comfort her. Zhu Jian forced a smile after hearing this, then was helped down the stage by Davis. Moments later, Davis and Dai Ben stood together on the stage, facing Lin Yi. For the sake of those 3 colored gold rewards, they, too, needed to seize the opportunity to become stronger through Lin Yi, to shine in the competition as representatives of the Xingluo Imperial Academy. Father and son simultaneously released their 3rd soul skill to attack.
White Tiger Diamond Transformation.
Chapter 145, by Jai. Your Majesty, remember to help Goose deal damage ~2nd update. Reading the footnotes, tears fell from my eyes.
Damage 91,434, Black Primary level. The reward is a Bloodline Sacrifice Cleaver.
While Dai Ben was still immersed in the distinction between the different damages, Davis had already become curious about the types of rewards and asked excitedly.
Is it a weapon?
He had witnessed examples of divine artifacts being dropped before. Maybe this stroke of luck had suddenly fallen upon him. But the next words from Lin Yi puzzled him.
It's not a weapon, let's say it's an item.
Having said that, Lin Yi flicked the black orb in his hand towards Davis, turning into a rusty cleaver in his hands. It looked like a very ordinary cleaver, with a particularly poor appearance. Davis held it in his hands and turned it over, failing to see anything special about it. Its name is the Bloodline Sacrifice Cleaver. If you use this cleaver to kill someone who shares the same blood flowing in your veins, you will gain the potential to become a level 99 peak Douluo. The calm tone of Lin Yi's words was like a clap of thunder in Davis's mind. Clatter. He dropped the cleaver on the ground in an instant. Davis took a step back, his face showing nervousness, but he forced a smile and said,
Senior, you must be joking. How could I possibly gain power through such means?
He swallowed hard, staring at the cleaver on the ground, his heart pounding. But the next moment, Davis's pupils flickered, and suddenly he remembered another person besides Dai Ben, someone with the same bloodline. Sharing the same bloodline doesn't necessarily mean father and son.
It's up to you. This is just the reward you've earned. Whether you want it or not is your choice, or you could give it away to someone else in the arena right now.
Davis hadn't expected that. Right after Lin Yi finished speaking, the crowd below suddenly erupted.
Me, I'll take it. If you don't want the reward, give it to me. To me! Damn, I want it.
Apart from the prominent soul masters, most of the other soul masters were crowding toward the stands. Davis turned to look at the scene below, his face full of shock.
For many people, the potential of an ultimate Douluo is precious beyond measure. What does it matter if it's obtained by killing, even if it's someone very close to them?
Lin Yi said. His words were like a seductive scythe hanging over Davis's neck. This made him hesitant. If he picked it up now, it would almost confirm the suspicion that he intended to use the cleaver.
Of all the rewards, this one is the most interesting. The indecision in Davis's look makes it even more amusing.
Bidong suddenly said with a smile, arms folded across her chest and her red lips curled up in a mocking grin. The hesitation didn't last long. With a frown, Davis stepped forward and picked up the cleaver. This caused a slight change in the expressions of the others. The Douluo royal family, indeed, was just like the rumors, filled with life, killing, and plundering at every turn. Dai Ben simply watched with an indifferently expression, knowing that when Davis picked up the cleaver, he already had someone in mind. In those years, hadn't he ascended to the throne by stepping over the corpses of his brothers?
Put it away and continue with the second attack. Yes, Your Majesty.
Davis stored the cleaver in a soul tool and together with Dai Ben, faced Lin Yi again. The scene had succinctly illustrated to Lin Yi a reality. It seemed this was the way of the star Luo, a land where two tigers could not share one mountain. But Lin Yi's heart was without a ripple. This was their own matter and had nothing to do with him. He was just someone who had no feelings and only distributed loot from Shield Breaker.
Use your second soul skill. Meh.
After giving his orders, Dai Ben rushed towards Lin Yi first.
Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave.
As Dai Ben's palm fell towards Lin Yi, a white shockwave followed suit from Davis's mouth. Boom! But the next moment, Davis flew backward off the viewing platform. Dai Ben was startled, damn it, he had forgotten about the damage rebound again. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health lost, 117,984. Remaining health, 899,966,214,764. Damage level, Black Intermediate. Random reward, Beast King Domain. Host reward, Random Domain Draw *1. 117,984 damage, Black Intermediate level damage. Your reward is a domain called the Beast King Domain.
Domain!
Bidong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw the reward. Indeed, with Lin Yi around, even someone of Davis's level could get a domain.
Within the range of your released Beast King domain, soul masters with beast martial souls will be suppressed to varying degrees depending on their martial soul quality. Of course, those with higher quality than yours will not be affected. Furthermore, once you release your domain, all your attributes will increase by 20%. Teammates with beast martial souls within your domain will also receive a 10% enhancement to their attributes. This is the encouragement of the Beast King. The domain range extends for 500 meters in all directions.
After hearing Lin Yi's introduction, Davis knelt down.
Go ahead and thank Senior Lin Yi right now.
As a father, Dai Ben was equally thrilled. Davis was honest and immediately kowtowed 3 times to Lin Yi on the spot.
No need to thank me, you earned it with your damage, it's only fair.
Lin Yi said calmly, looking at him. He had grown numb to watching people kowtow, it had lost the initial thrill it once had. Even though the senior had given so much, he still comforted others under the guise of fairness.
Indeed, I have felt the enhancement this domain brings.
Dai Ben said with a smile, naturally overjoyed at his son's swift gain in strength. After Davis stepped off the platform, only Dai Ben remained in the viewing area. Below the platform, Bai Jai was dutifully massaging Gu Yuina's shoulders, her fair little fists pounding rapidly on Gu Yuina's deltoids.
Does it feel good, my lord?
Not bad, your little goose claws are quite good at massaging. Hee, after the person on the platform comes down, it'll be our turn. Remember to hit me with damage, my lord Tilda.
Chapter 146, Idiom Reality Wheel, Dare to bet whether you'll draw a positive or negative idiom, first update. Upon hearing Gu Yuina's agreement, Bai Jai's joy soared, and she pounded her fair little fists even more vigorously.
Bai Jai likes master the best.
Bai Jai, I can help you deal with the damage too, don't bother master with everything.
Dai Tian suddenly interjected from the side. Bai Jai. Dai Tian, grov asterisk acute. Ignoring Dai Tian, Bai Jai continued to massage Gu Yuina's shoulders with enthusiasm.
Master, is the strength okay?
Yes, it's fine.
Dai Tian. He rubbed his eyes somewhat awkwardly, then leaned in with a smile and asked Gu Yuina.
Master, can you also hit Tian with damage? Get lost. Okay. Senior, it's my turn.
Dai Ben looked towards Lin Yi, speaking respectfully. Lin Yi nodded. Dai Ben then continued.
Lin
Yi, with a cold expression, said.
1 minute. Thank you, senior.
1 minute was hardly enough for a rest.
Try resting and see what happens.
Dai Ben's eyes widened as a chill crept up his spine instantly. Like he had been sitting on a hot platform, he immediately leapt up just 1 second after sitting down.
No rest, we'll start right away.
Dai Ben said with a forced smile, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Hearing this, Gu Yuina from behind withdrew her threatening gaze. You petty humans dare to delay my turn on stage. Do you believe I'll eat you? HMPH.
Master is so handsome, Tilda.
Bai Jai laughed as she continued to massage Gu Yuina's shoulders with vigor. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. The low growl of a beast resounded on the stage, and the fierce image of the white tiger flashed over Dai Ben, followed by a burst of golden light radiating outward. With muscles swollen, Dai Ben charged at Lin Yi. His hands, already transformed into tiger claws, leaped up and crossed his claws, infused with soul power, tearing across Lin Yi's chest. For a titled Douluo with a top-tier beast martial soul, such an attack could easily rip a soul sage in half. But when launched at Lin Yi, who had an absurdly high amount of health, it was no different from tickling. Dai Ben took a step back, bracing against the damage rebound with his body in the tyrant body state. Lin Yi shifted his gaze back to the panel. Health lost, 61,345. Remaining health, 899,966,152,765. Damage level Black Junior. Random reward, Idiom Reality Wheel *1. Host reward, Idiom Reality Wheel *3. New stuff, let's continue reading the system's notes. Lin Yi glanced at the notes, then said to Dai Ben.
Damage 61,345, black primary level, your reward is the big wheel.
The rules of the big wheel were things Dai Ben and the others had heard on the side, so Lin Yi didn't plan to explain further.
Over 50,000 damage can still get a big wheel reward.
Dai Ben asked curiously. His question was clearly the curiosity of others as well, and everyone perked up their ears. Lin Yi nodded.
The big wheel reward is the only type of reward that exists in all grades except white. However, depending on the quality of the prize, the quality of the big wheel also varies, with the highest level being the jackpot prize pool's big wheel.
Once the explanation was understood, everyone had a sudden realization. Thousand Waves, however, was visibly shaken. Did this mean he would keep encountering the big wheel rewards in the future? Lin Yi tossed the black light orb in his hand into the air. The orb transformed into a single-layer barrier variant of the big wheel. The Idiom Reality Wheel, the idiom where the pointer lands, will manifest an actual ability in you, but each ability can only be sustained for 1 month.
It's not permanent. It turns out there's only a month's time, huh?
Dai Ben suddenly said, sounding somewhat disappointed. Lin Yi glanced at him.
This is the limitation of the black primary level reward. With a lower quality of the prize, it can't be permanent. There's another thing. If you draw a positive idiom, 1 month will indeed feel quite brief.
After finishing this sentence, Lin Yi leaned forward, his expression inexplicably becoming more sinister and dreadful.
But if you happen to draw a negative idiom, the ability it manifests could make this month seem incredibly long and uncomfortable for you.
Hearing this, Dai Ben widened his eyes and nervously swallowed.
So, do you want to draw?
Just like with Davis before, Lin Yi's words felt like a seductive scythe poised at Dai Ben's neck.
Draw!
Dai Ben decisively said, how could he possibly be unlucky? Being an emperor, surely he would have some bonus to his luck.
You can start any time.
Hearing this, Dai Ben walked over to the big wheel, took a deep breath, and placed his palm on its edge. His first reward from the big wheel, please don't let it be a letdown. It would be best to draw a reward that would help Xingluo Imperial Academy win the championship. With a strong pull, Dai Ben staggered backward. The wheel spun for about a minute and then stopped. At this moment, Lin Yi raised a finger, and all attention instantly converged on the big wheel, everyone watching intently. These were new rewards, so of course they were curious. Opening the pointer shutter, Dai Ben leaned in first. Like adding wings to a tiger. 3 seconds later, an extremely excited expression appeared on Dai Ben's face.
This is a positive idiom, right? I bet correctly.
At this very moment, anyone could feel Dai Ben's excitement. Lin Yi nodded.
Congratulations, the idiom materializes now.
A golden light flew out of the wheel and fell onto Dai Ben. He stepped back in surprise as a massive white tiger phantom enveloped him. Then with a
Whoosh!
A pair of snow-white wings suddenly spread out from behind the tiger phantom, and with a flap of the wings, Dai Ben took flight on the spot. Everyone looked up in astonishment, their faces showing envious expressions. A top-tier land-based martial soul with wings, isn't that exactly like adding wings to a tiger? Dai Ben landed, his face flushed with excitement as he walked towards Lin Yi, the pair of wings behind him neatly folding up.
Thank you, Senior, for this magnificent gift. No need to thank me, it's all down to your luck.
Lin Yi said indifferently, then gestured.
Let's begin the second assault. Okay.
Not expecting his luck to be so good, Dai Ben felt his excitement and eagerness grow stronger inside him. May my ancestors bless me.
Second soul skill, White Tiger Intense Light Wave.
An impact wave much thicker than Davis's blasted towards Lin Yi, with a boom. Chapter 147, Stop Competing with Each Other Using the Energy of Bloodlines, second update. This sight was still rather rare the last time it happened. It seemed to be when Lin Yi Douluo kept getting the life-extending prize several times in a row. Right, where's that little guy, Golden Crocodile? Lin Yi looked up only to see an empty sky where the figures of Lin Yi Douluo and Masilla were nowhere to be found, and after looking around in a circle, he didn't see anyone either. When he withdrew his gaze, he was stunned. Darn it, every person on the scene had actually copied him and raised their heads to look up at the sky.
Cough, cough.
A single cough from Lin Yi brought everyone's gaze back down.
Golden Crocodile is missing, send someone to look for him.
He said indifferently.
Damn!
The third offerer exclaimed in shock, only then realizing why Lin Yi had been looking up at the sky. The second brother had vanished. He immediately left the area to search for Lin Yi Douluo. Damn it, could that moth have kidnapped the second brother? Lin Yi turned to Dai Ben.
Damage 89,743, Black Primary Level. The reward is still the Idiom Reality Wheel.
Dai Ben, ecstatic upon hearing this, loved the big wheel. It had now become his favorite prize. An emperor's fortune was in his favor, surely he would get only positive idioms. Thousand Waves, however, had a somewhat strange look on his face, such a high frequency. He could only hope that Dai Ben would be the second unlucky soul after him with the big wheel.
Father Emperor, what's wrong with you?
Davis, standing below, asked anxiously. He could see that nothing obvious had changed in Dai Ben. The only difference might have been the sudden confusion filling Dai Ben's eyes. Dai Ben gasped for air, frantically waving his hands in front of his eyes to verify several times, and indeed, that was the case.
Senior, what's going on?
Lin Yi responded calmly.
Short-sightedness, idiomatic reality, you can only see objects within an inch from your eyes. But doesn't that make me effectively blind? If you want to think of it that way, not wrong, but I've mentioned, it's only for a month, so don't you feel like this month has suddenly gotten longer?
A faint smile played on Lin Yi's lips. Dai Ben, close to tears, sat down on the platform. Although relying on his spiritual power, he should manage basic living without any issues. But nearly blind, this was a significant handicap, and using spiritual power to perceive objects was a greatly exhausting task. Damn it!
Which one of you three is first?
Gu Yuina was about to stride confidently onto the stage, thought for a moment, and then suddenly said to Dai Tian.
You go first, I will be second.
Yes, my lord.
Dai Tian gave Gu Yuina a puzzled look and stepped onto the platform.
My lord, I'm somewhat afraid of the Golden Dragon Lord.
Bai Jai said weakly next to Gu Yuina.
What's there to be afraid of? Watch me smash his head later and force him to spit out the rewards.
Gu Yuina said as she raised her delicate little fist.
But if his head is smashed, how can he spit out the rewards?
Bai Jai furrowed her brows and asked earnestly. Dai Tian admitted that he was taking quite a gamble. But he ended up losing the bet. As soon as he went on stage and saw Lin Yi, his legs involuntarily began to tremble, growing more intense with each second. There's no helping it, The shock from those golden vertical pupils from before was too great. Without a doubt, Lin Yi possessed a bloodline power even stronger than the Silver Dragon King. The power of the bloodline is a distinct characteristic of the Golden Dragon King. So Dai Tian's thought of taking Gu Yuina with him on stage wasn't to earn a higher damage reward, but to calm himself by leveraging the aura of the Lord Silver Dragon King.
Golden Dragon, my lord, I'm starting my attack. I'm not your lord, I'm called Lin Yi.
Lin Yi said with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Gu Yuina couldn't help but frown her beautiful silvery eyebrows from down in the audience.
Dai Tian, go hard, make him remember who he really is.
Gu Yuina ordered through gritted teeth from below the stage. But just as her order was given, Dai Tian's legs gave out, and he knelt down on the stage. Gu Yuina was stunned.
Thank you.
Gu Yuina crossed her arms, turned her head angrily to one side. Lin Yi spoke coldly to Dai Tian.
A real man doesn't fight with a mother dragon. Don't be afraid, start your attack.
What did you say?
Gu Yuina exploded on the spot, and luckily for her, Bai Jai threw herself at Gu Yuina's waist, determined as if on a suicidal mission, holding back the volatile mother dragon from charging forth. Lin Yi, seemingly oblivious, continued to encourage Dai Tian.
Don't mind her attack.
Okay.